But the critical question, they realized, was whether Claudius would give a hearing to her defense, and whether they would be able to close his ears even to her confession. At the outset, Callistus, whom I have already noticed in connection with the killing of Gaius Caesar, together with Narcissus, the contriver of the Appian murder, and Pallas, then in the high noon of his favour, discussed the chances of diverting Messalina from her amour with Silius by private threats, while suppressing their knowledge of all other circumstances. Then, lest failure should involve their own destruction, Pallas and Callistus desisted. Pallas, through cowardice, the other because he had expert knowledge of the last court as well, and believed power to be held more securely by cautious than by vigorous counsels. Narcissus stood firm, making only one modification of the plan. There was to be no interview to forewarn her of the accusation or of the accuser. Himself, on the alert for opportunities, as the Caesar lingered long at Ostia, he induced the pair of concubines, to whose embraces Claudius was the most habituated, by gifts, promises, and demonstrations of the power which would accrue to them from the fall of the wife, to undertake the task of delation. As the next step, Calpurnia, for so the woman was called, secured a private audience, and, falling at the Caesar's knee, exclaimed that Messalina had wedded Silius. In the same breath she asked Cleopatra, who was standing by ready for the question, if she had heard the news, and, on her sign of assent, requested that Narcissus should be summoned. He, entreating forgiveness for the past, in which he had kept silence to his master on the subject of Vettius, Plautius, and their like, said that not even now would he reproach the lady with her adulteries, far less reclaim the palace, the slaves, and other appurtenances of the imperial rank. No, these Silius might enjoy, but let him restore the bride, and cancel the nuptial contract. Are you aware, he demanded, of your divorce? For the nation, the Senate, and the army have seen the marriage of Silius, and unless you act with speed, the new husband holds Rome. The Caesar now summoned his principal friends, and in the first place examined Tyrannius, head of the corn department. Then the Praetorian commander, Lucius Geta. They admitted the truth, and from the rest of the circle came a din of voices. He must visit the camp, assure the fidelity of the guards, consult his security before his vengeance. Claudius, the fact is certain, was so bewildered by his terror that he inquired intermittently if he was himself emperor, if Silius was a private citizen. But Messalina had never given voluptuousness a freer rein. Autumn was at the full, and she was celebrating a mimic vintage through the grounds of the house. Presses were being trodden, vats flowed, while beside them skin-girt women were bounding like bacchanals, excited by sacrifice or delirium. She herself was there with dishevelled tresses and waving thyrsus. At her side, Silius with an ivy crown, wearing the buskins and tossing his head, while around him rose the din of a wanton chorus. The tale runs that Vettius Valens, in some freak of humour, clambered into a tall tree, and to the question, "What did he spy?" answered, "A frightful storm over Ostia," whether something of the kind was actually taking shape, or a chance-dropped word developed into a prophecy. In the meanwhile, not rumour only, but messengers were hurrying in from all quarters, charged with the news that Claudius knew all and was on the way, hot for revenge. They parted, therefore, Messalina to the gardens of Lucullus, Silius, to dissemble his fear, to the duties of the forum. The rest were melting away by one road or other, when the centurions appeared and threw them into irons as discovered, some in the open, some in hiding. Messalina, though the catastrophe excluded thought, promptly decided for the course which had so often proved her salvation, to meet her husband and be seen by him. Also she sent word that Britannicus and Octavia were to go straight to their father's arms. Further, she implored Vibidia, the senior Vestal Virgin, to gain the ear of the Supreme Pontiff, and there plead for mercy. In the interval, with 3 companions in all, so complete suddenly was her solitude, she covered the full breadth of the city on foot. then mounted a vehicle used as a receptacle for garden refuse, and took the Ostian road, without a being to pity her, since all was outweighed by the horror of her crimes. Quite equal agitation prevailed on the imperial side, as implicit confidence was not felt in the Praetorian commandant Geta, who veered with equal levity to the good and to the evil. Narcissus, therefore, with the support of others who shared his alarms, stated formally that there was no hope of saving the emperor unless, for that day only, the command of the troops was transferred to one of the freedmen, the responsibility he offered to take himself. Furthermore, that Claudius, while being conveyed to the city, should not be swayed to repentance by Lucius Vitellius and Caecina Largus. He demanded a seat in the same litter, and took his place along with them. It was a persistent tradition later that, amid the self-contradictory remarks of the emperor, who at one moment inveighed against the profligacies of his wife, and in the next recurred to memories of his wedded life and to the infancy of his children, Vitellius merely ejaculated, "Ah, the crime, the villainy!" Narcissus, it is true, urged him to explain his enigma and favour them with the truth, but urgency was unavailing. Vitellius responded with incoherent phrases, capable of being turned to any sense required, and his example was copied by Caecina Largus. And now Messalina was within view. She was crying to the emperor to hear the mother of Octavia and Britannicus, when the accuser's voice rose in opposition, with the history of Silius and the bridal. At the same time, to avert the Caesar's gaze, he handed them the memoranda exposing her debaucheries. Shortly afterwards, at the entry into Rome, the children of the Union were on the point of presenting themselves, when Narcissus ordered their removal. Vibidia he could not repulse, nor prevent her from demanding in indignant terms that a wife should not be given undefended to destruction. He therefore replied that the emperor would hear her, and there would be opportunities for rebutting the charge. Meanwhile, the Virgin would do well to go and attend to her religious duties. Throughout the proceedings, Claudius maintained a strange silence. Vitellius wore an air of unconsciousness. All things moved at the will of the freedman. He ordered the adulterer's mansion to be thrown open and the emperor to be conducted to it. First he pointed out in the vestibule an effigy, banned by senatorial decree, of the elder Silius. Then he demonstrated how the heirlooms of the Neros and the Drusi had been requisitioned as the price of infamy. As the emperor grew hot and broke into threats, he led him to the camp, where a mass meeting of the troops had been prearranged. After a preliminary address by Narcissus, he spoke a few words, for, just as his resentment was, shame denied it utterance. There followed one long cry from the cohorts demanding the names and punishment of the criminals. Set before the tribunal, Silius attempted neither defence nor delay, and asked for an acceleration of death. His firmness was imitated by a number of Roman knights of the higher rank. Titius Proculus, appointed by Silius as custodian of Messalina, and now proffering evidence, was ordered for execution, together with Vettius Valens, who confessed, and their accomplices Pompeius Urbicus and Sorphius Trogus. The same penalty was inflicted also on Decrius Calpurnianus, prefect of the city watch, on Sulpicius Rufus, procurator of the school of gladiators, and on the senator Juncus Virgilianus. Only Mnester caused some hesitation, as, tearing his garments, he called to Claudius to look at the imprints of the lash, and remember the phrase by which he had placed him at the disposal of Messalina. Others had sinned through a bounty of high hope, he from need, and no man would have had to perish sooner if Silius gained the empire. The Caesar was affected and leaned to mercy, but the freedman decided him, after so many executions of the great, not to spare an actor. When the transgression was so heinous, it mattered nothing whether it was voluntary or enforced. Even the defence of the Roman knight Troilus Montanus was not admitted. A modest but remarkably handsome youth, he had within a single night received his unsought invitation and his dismissal from Messalina, who was equally capricious in her desires and her disdains. In the cases of Suilius Sazonius and Plautius Lateranus, the death penalty was remitted. The latter was indebted to the distinguished service of his uncle. Suilius was protected by his vices, since in the proceedings of that shameful rout his part had been the reverse of masculine. Meanwhile, in the gardens of Lucullus, Messalina was fighting for life and composing a petition. Not without hope, and occasionally, so much of her insolence she had retained in her extremity, not without indignation. In fact, if Narcissus had not hastened her dispatch, the ruin had all but fallen upon the head of the accuser. For Claudius, home again, and soothed by an early dinner, grew a little heated with the wine, and gave instructions for someone to go and inform the poor woman, the exact phrase which he is stated to have used, that she must be in presence next day to plead her cause. The words were noted. His anger was beginning to cool, his love to return, and if they waited longer, there was ground for anxiety in the approaching night with its memories of the marriage chamber. Narcissus accordingly burst out of the room and ordered the centurions and tribune in attendance to carry out the execution. The instructions came from the emperor. Evidus, one of the freedmen, was commissioned to guard against escape and to see that the deed was done. Hurrying to the gardens in advance of the rest, he discovered Messalina prone on the ground, and, seated by her side, her mother Lepida, who, estranged from her daughter during her prime, had been conquered to pity her in last necessity, and was now advising her not to await the slayer. Life was over and done, and all that could be attempted was decency in death. But honour had no place in that lust-corrupted soul, and tears and lamentations were being prolonged in vain when the door was driven in by the onrush of the newcomers, and over her stood the tribune in silence, and the freedman upbraiding her with a stream of slavish insults. Now for the first time she saw her situation as it was, and took hold of the steel. In her agitation she was applying it without result to her throat and again to her breast, when the tribune ran her through. The corpse was granted to her mother, and word was carried to Claudius at the table that Messalina had perished. Whether by her own or a strange hand was not specified. Nor was the question asked. He called for a cup, and went through the routine of the banquet. Even in the days that followed he betrayed no symptoms of hatred, or of joy, of anger, or of sadness, or, in fine, of any human emotion. Not when he saw the accusers rejoicing, not when he saw his children mourning. His forgetfulness was assisted by the Senate, which decreed that the name and statues of the empress should be removed from private and public places. The decorations of the quaestorship were voted to Narcissus, baubles to the pride of one who bore himself as the superior of Pallas and Callistus. Meritorious actions, it is true, but fated to produce the worst of results. Book 12. The execution of Messalina shook the imperial household, for there followed a conflict among the freedmen who should select a consort for Claudius, with his impatience of celibacy and his docility under wifely government. Nor was competition less fierce among the women. Each paraded for comparison her nobility, her charms, and her wealth, and advertised them as worthy of that exalted alliance. The question, however, lay mainly between Lollia Paulina, daughter of the consular Marcus Lollius, and Julia Agrippina, the issue of Germanicus. The latter had the patronage of Pallas, the former of Callistus, while Aelia Paetina, a Tubero by family, was favoured by Narcissus. The emperor, who leaned alternately to one or the other, according to the advocate whom he had heard the last, called the disputants into council, and ordered each to express his opinion and to add his reasons. Narcissus discoursed on his early marriage, on the daughter who had blessed that union, for Antonio was Paetina's child, on the fact that no innovation in his domestic life would be entailed by the return of a spouse, who would regard Britannicus and Octavia, pledges of affection next in dearness to her own, with anything rather than stepmotherly aversion. Callistus held that she was disqualified by her long-standing divorce, and, if recalled, would by the very fact be inclined to arrogance. A far wiser course was to bring in Lollia, who, as she had never known motherhood, would be immune from jealousy and could take the place of a parent to her stepchildren. Pallas, in his eulogy of Agrippina, insisted on the point that she brought with her the grandson of Germanicus, who fully deserved an imperial position. Let the sovereign unite to himself a famous stock, the posterity of the Julian and Claudian races, and ensure that a princess of tried fecundity, still in the vigour of her youth, should not transfer the glory of the Caesars into another family. His arguments prevailed, with help from the allurements of Agrippina. In a succession of visits, cloaked under the near relationship, she so effectually captivated her uncle that she displaced her rivals and anticipated the position by exercising the powers of a wife. For once certain of her marriage, she began to amplify her schemes and to intrigue for a match between Domitius, her son by Gnaeus Ahenobarbus, and the emperor's daughter Octavia. That result was not to be achieved without a crime, as the Caesar had plighted Octavia to Lucius Silanus, and had introduced the youth, who had yet other titles to fame, to the favourable notice of the multitude by decorating him with the triumphal insignia, and by a magnificent exhibition of gladiators. Still, there seemed to be no insuperable difficulty in the temper of a prince who manifested neither approval nor dislike except as they were imposed upon him by orders. Vitellius, therefore, able to screen his servile knaveries behind the title of censor, and with a prophetic eye for impending tyrannies, wooed the good graces of Agrippina by identifying himself with her scheme, and by producing charges against Silanus, whose sister, fair and wayward, it is true, had until recently been his own daughter-in-law. This gave him the handle for his accusation, and he put an infamous construction on a fraternal love which was not incestuous but unguarded. The Caesar lent ear, affection for his daughter increasing his readiness to harbour doubts of her prospective husband. Silanus, ignorant of the plot, and, as it happened, praetor for the year, was suddenly by an edict of Vitellius removed from the senatorial order, though the list had long been complete and the lustrum closed. At the same time, Claudius cancelled the proposed alliance. Silanus was compelled to resign his magistracy, and the remaining day of his praetorship was conferred on Eprius Marcellus. In the consulate of Gaius Pompeius and Quintus Veranius, the union plighted between Claudius and Agrippina was already being rendered doubly sure by rumour and by illicit love. As yet, however, they lacked courage to celebrate the bridal solemnities, no precedent existing for the introduction of a brother's child into the house of her uncle. Moreover, the relationship was incest, and if that fact were disregarded, it was feared that the upshot would be a national calamity. Hesitation was dropped only when Vitellius undertook to bring about the desired result by his own methods. He began by asking the Caesar if he would yield to the mandate of the people, to the authority of the Senate. On receiving the answer that he was a citizen among citizens, and incompetent to resist their united will, he ordered him to wait inside the palace. He himself entered the curia. Asseverating that a vital interest of the country was in question, he demanded leave to speak first, and began by stating that the extremely onerous labours of the sovereign, which embraced the management of a world, stood in need of support, so that he might pursue his deliberations for the public good, undisturbed by domestic anxiety. And what more decent solace to that truly censorian spirit than to take a wife, his partner in weal and woe, to whose charge might be committed his inmost thoughts, and the little children of a prince, unused to dissipation or to pleasure, but to submission to the law from his early youth. As this engagingly worded preface was followed by flattering expressions of assent from the members, he took a fresh starting point. Since it was the universal advice that the emperor should marry, the choice ought to fall on a woman distinguished by nobility of birth, by experience of motherhood, and by purity of character. No long inquiry was needed to convince them that in the lustre of her family, Agrippina came foremost. She had given proof of her fruitfulness, and her moral excellences harmonized with the rest. But the most gratifying point was that, by the dispensation of Providence, the union would be between a widow and a prince with experience of no marriage bed but his own. They had heard from their fathers, and they had seen for themselves, how wives were snatched away at the whim of the Caesars. Such violence was far removed from the orderliness of the present arrangement. They were, in fact, to establish a precedent by which the emperor would accept his consort from the Roman people. Still, marriage with a brother's child, it might be said, was a novelty in Rome. But it was normal in other countries, and prohibited by no law. While marriage with cousins and second cousins, so long unknown, had with the progress of time become frequent. Usage accommodated itself to the claims of utility, and this innovation too would be among the conventions of tomorrow. Members were not lacking to rush from the Curia with emulous protestations that if the emperor hesitated, they would proceed by force. A motley crowd flocked together, and clamoured that such also was the prayer of the Roman people. Waiting no longer, Claudius met them in the Forum, and offered himself to their felicitations, then entered the Senate and requested a decree legitimizing for the future also the union of uncles with their brothers' daughters. Nonetheless, only a single enthusiast for that form of matrimony was discovered, the Roman knight Aelidius Severus, whose motive was generally said to have been desire for the favour of Agrippina. From this moment it was a changed state, and all things moved at the fiat of a woman, but not a woman who, as Messalina, treated in wantonness the Roman Empire as a toy. It was a tight-drawn, almost masculine tyranny. In public there was austerity, and not infrequently arrogance. At home, no trace of unchastity, unless it might contribute to power. A limitless passion for gold had the excuse of being designed to create a bulwark of despotism. On the wedding day Silanus committed suicide, whether he had preserved his hope of life till then, or whether the date was deliberately chosen to increase the odium of his death. His sister Calvina was expelled from Italy. Claudius, in addition, prescribed sacrifices in accordance with the legislation of King Tullus, and expiatory ceremonies to be carried out by the pontiffs in the grove of Diana, universal derision being excited by this choice of a period in which to unearth the penalties and purifications of incest. Agrippina, on the other hand, not to owe her reputation entirely to crime, procured a remission of banishment for Aeneas Seneca, along with a praetorship. His literary fame, she conceived, would make the act popular with the nation, while she was anxious to gain so distinguished a tutor for Domitius in his transit from boyhood to adolescence, and to profit by his advice in their designs upon the throne. For the belief was that Seneca was attached to Agrippina by the memory of her kindness, and embittered against Claudius by resentment of his injury. The decision was now taken to delay no further, and the consul designate, Mammius Pollio, was induced by extraordinary promises to put forward a motion entreating Claudius to affiance Octavia to Domitius, an arrangement plausible enough on the score of their ages and likely to clear the way to higher things. Pollio proposed his resolution in nearly the same phrases which had lately been employed by Vitellius. Octavia's engagement followed, and Domitius, who over and above his former relationship to the emperor was now his plighted son-in-law, began to assume equality with Britannicus, thanks to the zeal of his mother, and to the art of those who, in return for their arraignment of Messalina, apprehended the vengeance of her son. About this date the Parthian envoys, dispatched, as I have mentioned, to sue for the return of Mehedates, entered the Senate and opened with the following statement of their commission. They were not ignorant of the existing treaty, nor did they come in rebellion against the family of the Arsacids. They were summoning the son of Vonones, the grandson of Phraates, to redress the tyranny of Gotarzes, which was insufferable equally to the nobles and to the commons. Already brothers, near relatives, distant connections had been annihilated by his butcheries. Pregnant wives and infant children were being added to the list. Whilst inert at home and disastrous in the field, he sought to disguise his cowardice by his cruelty. With us they had an old friendship, begun by national agreement, and it was our part to assist an allied country which rivalled our power, but allowed our primacy out of respect. The object of giving the son of kings in hostage for their fathers was that, if the government at home became obnoxious, recourse could be had to the emperor and senate, and a more enlightened prince, imbued with their manners, be called to the throne. In reply to these and similar representations, the emperor began a speech upon Roman preeminence and the signs of deference evinced by Parthia. He claimed parity with the deified Augustus, to whom, as he pointed out, they had applied for a king, but he omitted to mention Tiberius, though he too had sent out sovereigns. As Meherdates was present, he subjoined a few maxims. Let him form the idea not of a despotism and slaves, but of a governor and citizens, and practice mercy and justice, qualities unknown to barbarians and, as such, doubly welcome. Then, turning to the deputies, he eulogized the foster child of the city, who so far had given every proof of moderation. Still, the character of kings had to be borne with, and frequent changes served no purpose. Rome, in her satiety of glory, had reached the stage when she desired tranquillity for foreign countries, as well as herself. Gaius Cassius, the governor of Syria, was then commissioned to escort the youth to the bank of the Euphrates. In that period, Cassius stood unrivaled as a jurist, for the arts of war are lost in a quiet world, and peace maintains on a single level the man of action and the sluggard. Still, so far as was possible, he reintroduced the old code of discipline, constantly exercised his legions, and acted with the same care and forethought as if an enemy had been at hand. In his view, the only conduct worthy of his ancestry and of the Cassian family, which had gained celebrity even in those regions. Accordingly, he called up the persons who had suggested the application for a king, pitched his camp at Zeugma, the most convenient point for crossing the river, and after the arrival of the Parthian magnates and the Arab prince Akbarus, cautioned Meherdates that the enthusiasm of barbarians, though lively, grows chill with delay or changes into treachery. Let him therefore press on with his adventure. The advice was ignored through the dishonesty of Akbarus, by whom the inexperienced youth, who identified kingship with dissipation, was detained day after day in the town of Edessa. Even when invited by Carenes, who pointed out that all was easy if they arrived quickly, he took not the short road into Mesopotamia, but a circuitous route to Armenia, at that time an impracticable district, as winter was setting in. At last, when, outworn by snows and mountains, they were nearing the plains, they effected a junction with the forces of Carenes, and, crossing the Tigris, struck through the country of the Adiabeni, whose king, Isaetes, had in public leagued himself with Meherdates, whilst in private and with more sincerity he inclined to Gotarzes. In passing, however, they captured Nineveh, the time-honoured capital of Assyria, together with a fortress known to fame as the site on which the Persian Empire fell in the last battle between Darius and Alexander. Meanwhile, Gotarzes, at a mountain by the name of Sambulos, was offering vows to the local deities, the chief cult being that of Hercules, who at fixed intervals warns his priests by dream to place beside his temple a number of horses equipped for hunting. These, after being furnished with quivers full of arrows, run loose in the forest glades, and only at night return, panting hard, and with quivers emptied. In a second nightly vision, the god points out the course he held through the forest, and all along it, wild beasts are discovered strewing the ground. Gotarzes, whose army had not as yet reached adequate strength, made use of the river Korma as a natural barrier, and in spite of derisive messages challenging him to battle, continued to interpose delays, to change his quarters, and by dispatching bribery agents to bid for the defection of his enemies. First Isaetes and the contingents of Adiabene, then Akbarus with those of the Arabs, took their departure, in accordance with the levity of their race, and with the fact, proved by experience, that barbarians are more inclined to seek their kings from Rome than to keep them. Stripped of these powerful auxiliaries and apprehending treason from the rest, Meherdates took the one course remaining and decided to stake his fortune upon a trial of arms. Gotarzes, emboldened by the depletion of the enemy, did not decline an engagement, and the armies met, with great slaughter and dubious success, until Carenes, who had broken the forces opposed to him, carried his advance too far and was cut off by fresh troops in his rear. With all hope lost, Meherdates now listened to the promises of his father's vassal Paraces, and, by an act of perfidy on his part, was thrown into chains and surrendered to the victor, who, upbraiding him as no relative of his, nor a member of the Alsatian house, but an alien and a Roman, struck off his ears and commanded him to live, an advertisement of his own mercy and of our dishonour. Next came the death of Gotarzes by disease, and Vonones, then viceroy of Media, was called to the throne. No successes and no reverses entitle him to mention. He completed a short, inglorious, and perfunctory reign, and the Parthian Empire devolved upon his son Vologeses. Meanwhile, Mithridates of Bosporus, a wanderer since the loss of his throne, learned that the Roman commander Didius had departed with the main body of his army, leaving the young and simple Cotys in his novel kingdom, with a few cohorts under the Roman knight Julius Aquila. Scornful of both, he proceeded to raise the tribes and attract deserters. Finally, mustering an army, he ejected the king of the Dandaridae and seized his dominions. When this had become known and his invasion of Bosporus was expected from day to day, Aquila and Cotys, diffident of their own strength, as the Saracen prince Zorsines had resumed hostilities, followed his example, and sought outside support by sending envoys to the powerful Aeocian prince Eunones. An alliance presented little difficulty when they could exhibit the power of Rome ranged against the rebel Mithridates. It was arranged, therefore, that Eunones should be responsible for the cavalry fighting, the Romans undertaking the siege of all towns. They then advanced with combined forces, the front and rear held by the Aeoci, the centre by the cohorts and by Bosporan troops armed on our model. In this order they inflicted a reverse on the enemy and reached Soza, a town of Dandarica, evacuated by Mithridates, which, in view of the doubtful sympathies of the population, it was thought advisable to secure by leaving a garrison. They next advanced on the Cyrisi, and, crossing the stream of the Panda, invested Uspe, a city built on a height and fortified with walls and moats, the drawback being that, as the walls were not of stone but of wickerwork hurdles with soil between, they were too weak to sustain an attack, while our siege towers, with their greater elevation, threw the garrison into disorder by discharges of firebrands and spears. In fact, if the struggle had not been interrupted by night, the beginning and end of the attack would have fallen within the limits of one day. On the morrow, deputies were sent out asking terms for the free population, but making an offer of 10,000 slaves. The composition was rejected by the victors, on the ground that it was cruelty to massacre surrendered men, and extremely difficult to maintain a ring of guards round such a multitude. Better they should perish by the law of war. And the troops, who had mounted by their ladders, received the signal for no quarter. The destruction of the inhabitants of Uspe struck dismay into the rest of the country. Safety being considered impossible when armies and fortifications, high or difficult ground, rivers and cities, failed equally to stay the enemy. Zorsines, therefore, after long debating whether his first consideration was due to the desperate case of Mithridates, or to his own ancestral kingdom, when once the interests of his nation carried the day, gave hostages and prostrated himself before the effigy of the Caesar, much to the glory of the Roman army, which had indisputably reached, bloodless and victorious, a point within 3 days' march of the Tanais. During their withdrawal, however, fortune changed, as a few of the ships, they were returning by sea, were carried onto the Taurian coast and there surrounded by the barbarians, who killed the prefect of one cohort and many of the auxiliaries. In the interval, as there was no help in arms, Mithridates debated the question whose mercy he should put to the proof. His brother Cotys, once his betrayer, then his declared enemy, inspired mistrust, and of the Romans no one of sufficient authority was on the scene for much weight to be attached to his promises. He turned to Eunones, who was not embittered against him by private animosities, and whose power had been increased by his recently formed friendship with ourselves. His dress and features, then, adjusted so far as possible to his present situation, he entered the palace and fell at the king's knees with the words, "Mithridates, whom the Romans have sought for so many years over land and sea, is here of his own accord. Use as thou wilt the issue of the great Achaemenes, the one title of which my enemies have not bereft me. Eunones, moved by the fame of the man, by the revolution in his fortunes, and by his not ignoble prayer, raised the suppliant and commended him for selecting the Eorcean people and his own right hand, to which to address his appeal for clemency. At the same time he sent a legation to the Caesar, with a letter to the following effect. Between the emperors of the Roman nation and the kings of great realms, friendship had its origin in the similarity of rank. Between himself and Claudius there subsisted also a partnership in victory. The noblest end of war was a settlement reached by pardon, and it was thus that Zorcines had been conquered, but not despoiled. On behalf of Mithridates, who deserved sterner treatment, he asked for neither power nor royalty, but simply that he should not be led in triumph, nor expiate his faults with his life. Claudius, however, lenient though he was to foreign potentates, still doubted whether it was preferable to accept the captive under a guarantee of safety, or to reclaim him by arms. He was impelled to the second course by resentment of his injuries and by the desire of revenge. Yet it was urged on the other side that he would be undertaking a war in a roadless country and upon a harbourless sea. Consider, too, the martial kings, their nomadic peoples, the unfruitful soil, the tedium consequent on delay, the dangers consequent on haste, the modest laurels of victory, the pronounced ignominy of repulse. Better to embrace the proffered opportunity and spare an exile to whom every extension of his poverty-stricken life would be an extension of punishment. Impressed by these arguments, he wrote to Eunones that Mithridates, it was true, had earned the last penalties, nor was it out of his power to exact them, but it had been a maxim of his ancestors to display as much charity to suppliants as pertinacity against the enemy, for it was at the expense of peoples and monarchies still undefeated that triumphs were earned. Mithridates was handed over in due course and conveyed to Rome by Junius Silo, the procurator of Pontus. The tale went that he spoke before the emperor's tribunal with a spirit not warranted by his situation, and one sentence came to the knowledge of the public, the words being, "I have not been returned to you, I return. If you doubt, let me go, and fetch me." His features did not even lose their intrepidity when he was being displayed beside the rostra, in the midst of his warders, to the gaze of the populace. Consular decorations were voted to Silo, praetorian to Aquila. In the same consulate, Agrippina, fierce in her hatreds and infuriated against Lollia as her rival for the emperor's hand, arranged for her prosecution and her prosecutor, the charges to be traffic with Chaldeans and magicians, an application to the image of the clarion Apollo for information as to the sovereign's marriage. On this, Claudius, without hearing the defendant, delivered a long exordium in the Senate on the subject of her family distinctions, pointing out that her mother had been the sister of Lucius Volusius, her great-uncle Cotta Messallinus, herself the bride formerly of Memmius Regulus. Her marriage with Caligula was deliberately suppressed. Then added that her projects were pernicious to the state, and she must be stripped of her resources for mischief. It would be best, therefore, to confiscate her property and expel her from Italy. Accordingly, out of her immense estate, 5 million sesterces was spared to support her exile. Calpurnia, also a woman of high rank, came to ruin because Claudius had praised her appearance, not amorously, but in a casual conversation, so that Agrippina's anger stopped short of the last consequences. In Lollia's case, a tribune was dispatched to enforce her suicide. Another condemnation was that of Cadius Rufus, under the law of extortion, the indictment being brought by the Bithynians. For its exemplary deference to the Senate, Narbonese Gaul was so far privileged that members from the province were allowed the right, obtaining in the case of Sicily, of visiting their estates without first ascertaining the pleasure of the emperor. Iturea and Judea, on the death of their sovereigns, Sohemus and Agrippa, were attached to the province of Syria. A decision was taken that the augury of safety, disused for the last 75 years, should be reintroduced and continued for the future. The Caesar also enlarged the Pomerium, in consonance with the old custom by which an expansion of the empire confers the right to extend similarly the boundaries of the city. a right, however, which, even after the conquest of powerful nations, had been exercised by no Roman commander except Lucius Sulla and the deified Augustus. As to the vanity or glory of the various kings in that respect, differing accounts are given, but the original foundation and the character of the pomerium as fixed by Romulus seem to me a reasonable subject of investigation. From the Forum Boarium, then, where the brazen bull which meets the view is explained by the animal's use in the plough, the furrow to mark out the town was cut so as to take in the great altar of Hercules. From that point, boundary stones were interspersed at fixed intervals along the base of the Palatine Hill, up to the altar of Consus, then to the old Curiae, then again to the shrine of the Lares, and after that to the Forum Romanum. The Forum and the Capitol, it was believed, were added to the city not by Romulus but by Titus Tacitus. Later the pomerium grew with the national fortunes. The limits, as now determined by Claudius, are both easily identified and recorded in public documents. In the consulate of Gaius Antistius and Marcus Suilius, the adoption of Domitius was hurried forward by the influence of Pallas, who, pledged to Agrippina as the agent in her marriage, then bound to her by lawless love, kept goading Claudius to consult the welfare of the country, and to supply the boyish years of Britannicus with a stable protection. So in the family of the divine Augustus, though he had grandsons to rely upon, yet his stepchildren rose to power. Tiberius had issue of his own, but he adopted Germanicus. Let Claudius also gird to himself a young partner, who would undertake a share of his responsibilities. The emperor yielded to the pressure, and gave Domitius, with his 3 years' seniority, precedence over his son, reproducing in his speech to the Senate the arguments furnished by his freedmen. It was noted by the expert that, prior to this, there was no trace of an adoption in the patrician branch of the Claudian house, which had lasted without interruption from Attas Clausus downward. Thanks, however, were returned to the sovereign. A more refined flattery was bestowed on Domitius, and the law was carried providing for his adoption into the Claudian family and the designation of Nero. Agrippina herself was dignified by the title of Augusta. When the transaction was over, no one was so devoid of pity as not to feel compunction for the lot of Britannicus. Stripped, little by little, of the services of the very slaves, the boy turned into derision the officious importunities of his stepmother, whose hypocrisy he understood. For report credits him with no lack of intelligence, possibly with truth, or possibly through the sympathy inspired by his dangers he has retained a reputation which was never put to the proof. Agrippina, on the other hand, in order to advertise her strength to the provinces also, arranged for the plantation of a colony of veterans in the Euboean town where she was born. The settlement received its title from her name, and, as chance would have it, it had been her grandfather Agrippa who extended Roman protection to the tribe on its migration across the Rhine. At the same period, a panic was caused in Upper Germany by an incursion of Chattan marauders. Thereupon the legate Publius Pomponius sent the auxiliary Vangiones and Nemetes, supported by allied cavalry, with instructions to head off the raiders, or, if they scattered, to envelop and surprise them. The general's plan was seconded by the activity of the troops. They separated into 2 columns, one of which, marching to the left, entrapped a newly returned detachment of pillagers, who, after employing their booty in a debauch, were sleeping off the effects. The exultation of the men was heightened by the fact that, after 40 years, they had redeemed from slavery a few survivors of the Varian disaster. Their companions, who had taken the shorter route by the right, inflicted graver loss on the enemy, who met them and risked a set engagement. Laden with their spoils and honours, they returned to the heights of Taunus, where Pomponius was waiting with the legions, in hopes that the Chatti, anxious for revenge, would afford him an opportunity for battle. They, however, afraid of being caught between the Romans on one side and their eternal adversaries, the Cherusci, on the other, sent a deputation to Rome with hostages, and triumphal honours were voted to Pomponius, a slender portion of his fame in the eyes of posterity, with whom the glory of his verse ranks higher. Much at the same time, Vannius, imposed on the Suebi by Drusus Caesar, was expelled from his kingdom. Esteemed and loved by his countrymen in the first years of his sovereignty, then by continuous power perverted to tyranny, he now succumbed to his neighbours' hatred combined with domestic discords. The authors of his fall were Vibilius, king of the Hermunduri, and Vangio and Sido, the children of his own sister. Nor did Claudius, though often appealed to, interpose his arms between the warring barbarians, but promised a secure retreat to Vannius in the case of his expulsion, and wrote to the governor of Pannonia, Palpelius Hister, to station 1 legion, with a chosen body of auxiliaries from the province itself, upon the Danube bank, there to act as a support to the conquered and a deterrent to the conquerors, lest in the elation of success they should disturb the Roman peace as well. For a countless horde was on the march. Lugians and other tribes, allured by the fame of that wealthy monarchy which Vannius, for 30 years, had aggrandized by depredations and by exactions. The king's own force of infantry and his cavalry, recruited from the Sarmatian Jazyges, were unequal to the numbers of the enemy, and he had consequently decided to hold out in his fortresses and to protract the campaign. The Jazyges, however, impatient of confinement, spread over the adjacent plains and made a battle imperative, as the Lugians and the Hermunduri had there rushed to the attack. Vannius accordingly descended from his strongholds and was worsted in the engagement, earning, despite his ill success, a meed of praise for fighting sword in hand and taking his wounds in front. Still he sought refuge with the flotilla waiting in the Danube. His vassals, who quickly followed, received a grant of lands and were settled in Pannonia. Vangio and Sido partitioned the kingdom between them, and to ourselves showed admirable loyalty. By their subjects, whether the fault lay in their own nature or in that of despotism, they were well loved whilst winning their power, better hated when their power was won. Meanwhile in Britain the propraetor Publius Astorius had a troubled reception, as the enemy had poured into the territory of our allies with a violence all the greater from their belief that a new commander would not take the field with an untried army and with winter begun. Astorius, aware that the first results are those which engender fear or confidence, swept his cohorts forward at speed, cut down the resistors, chased the broken bands, and, to obviate a second rally, to be followed by a sullen and disloyal peace, which would allow no rest either to the general or his troops, prepared to disarm the suspect and to overawe the whole district on this side of the Trent and Severn. The first to become restive were the Iceni, a powerful community not yet broken in battle, as they had voluntarily acceded to our alliance. At their suggestion, the surrounding tribes chose for their field of battle a position protected by a rustic embankment with a narrow approach, designed to be impervious to cavalry. This defence the Roman commander prepared to carry, though he was leading an auxiliary force without the strength of the legions, and distributing the cohorts in appropriate positions, turned even his mounted squadrons to infantry work. Then, on the signal, they broke through the embankment and threw the enemy, hampered by his own barrier, into confusion. The Britons, with their rebellion on their conscience and every egress closed, performed many remarkable feats, and during the engagement the legate's son, Marcus Astorius, earned the reward for saving a Roman life. By the Icenian defeat, all who were wavering between war and peace were reduced to quietude, and the army was led against the Ciangi. The country was devastated, booty collected everywhere, while the enemy declined to risk a battle, or, if he made a stealthy attempt to harass the marching columns, found his treachery punished. And now Astorius was within measurable distance of the sea which looks towards Ireland, when an outbreak of sedition among the Brigantes recalled a leader who was firm in his resolution to attempt new conquests only when he had secured the old. The Brigantian rising, it is true, subsided on the execution of a handful of men who were beginning hostilities, and the pardon of the rest. But neither severity nor clemency converted the Silurian tribe, which continued the struggle, and had to be repressed by the establishment of a legionary camp. To facilitate that result, a colony was settled on conquered lands at Camulodunum by a strong detachment of veterans who were to serve as a bulwark against revolt and to habituate the friendly natives to their legal obligations. The march then proceeded against the Silurians, whose native boldness was heightened by their confidence in the prowess of Caratacus, whose many successes, partial or complete, had raised him to a pinnacle above the other British leaders, But on this occasion, favoured by the treacherous character of the country, though inferior in military strength, he astutely shifted the seat of war to the territory of the Ordovices, where, after being joined by all who feared a Roman peace, he put the final chance to trial. The place fixed upon for the struggle was one where approaches, exits, every local feature would be unfavourable to ourselves and advantageous to his own forces. On one side the hills rose sheer, and wherever a point could be reached by a gentle ascent, the way was blocked with stones composing a sort of rampart. Along the front ran a river with a precarious ford, and bands of warriors were in position before the defences. In addition, the tribal chieftains were going round, haranguing the men, and confirming their spirits by minimizing fear, by kindling hope, and by applying the various stimulants of war. As for Caratacus, he flew hither and thither, protesting that this day, this field, would be the prelude to their recovery of freedom or their eternal servitude. He invoked the names of their ancestors, who had repelled the dictator Caesar, and by whose valour they were immune from the axes and the tributes, and still preserved inviolate the persons of their wives and children. To these appeals and the like the crowd shouted assent, and every man took his tribal oath to give way neither for weapons nor for wounds. This ardour disconcerted the Roman general, and he was daunted also by the intervening river, by the added rampart, the beetling hills, the absence of any point that was not defiant and thronged with defenders. But the soldiers insisted on battle. Against courage they clamoured, no place was impregnable, and prefects and tribunes employing the same language intensified the zeal of the army. After surveying the ground to discover its impenetrable and its vulnerable points, Ostorius now put himself at the head of the eager troops and crossed the river without difficulty. When the embankment was reached, so long as the struggle was carried on by missiles, most of the wounds and numerous casualties fell to our own lot. But a mantlet was formed, and once the rude and shapeless aggregate of stones had been demolished, and matters came to an equal encounter at close quarters, the barbarians withdrew to the hilltops. Yet even there the light and heavy troops broke in, the former skirmishing with their darts, the latter advancing in closer, while the British ranks opposite were in complete confusion, for they lacked the protection of breastplates and helmets. If they offered a resistance to the auxiliaries, they were struck down by the swords and javelins of the legionaries. If they faced against the legionaries, they fell under the falchions and lances of the auxiliaries. It was a notable victory, and the wife and daughter of Caratacus were taken, his brothers being admitted to surrender. Caratacus himself, for adversity seldom finds a refuge, after seeking the protection of the Brigantian queen Cartimandua, was arrested and handed to the victors in the 9th year from the opening of the war in Britain. Through that resistance his reputation had gone beyond the islands, had overspread the nearest provinces, and was familiar in Italy itself, where there was curiosity to see what manner of man it was that had for so many years scorned our power. Even in Rome the name of Caratacus was not without honour, and the Caesar, by attempting to heighten his own credit, added distinction to the vanquished. For the populace were invited as if to some spectacle of note. The Praetorian cohorts stood under arms upon the level ground in front of their camp. Then, while the king's humble vassals filed past, ornaments and neck rings, and prizes won in his foreign wars were borne in parade. Next his brothers, wife, and daughter were placed on view. Finally he himself. The rest stooped to unworthy entreaties dictated by fear, but on the part of Caratacus, not a downcast look, nor a word requested pity. Arrived at the tribunal, he spoke as follows. Had my lineage and my rank been matched by my moderation in success, I should have entered this city rather as a friend than as a captive. Nor would you have scorned to admit to a peaceful league a king sprung from famous ancestors and holding sway over many peoples. My present lot, if to me a degradation, is to you a glory. I had horses and men, arms and riches. What wonder if I lost them with a pang? For if you would rule the world, does it follow that the world must welcome servitude? If I were dragged before you after surrendering without a blow, there would have been little heard either of my fall or of your triumph. Punishment of me will be followed by oblivion. But save me alive, and I shall be an everlasting memorial of your clemency." The answer was the Caesar's pardon for the prince, his wife, and his brothers. And the prisoners, freed from their chains, paid their homage to Agrippina also, a conspicuous figure on another tribunal not far away, in the same terms of praise and gratitude which they had employed to the emperor. It was an innovation, certainly, and one without precedent in ancient custom, that a woman should sit in state before Roman standards. It was the advertisement of her claim to a partnership in the empire which her ancestors had created. The fathers who were convened later delivered long and florid orations on the capture of Caraticus, an incident as glorious as the exhibition to the Roman people of Syphax by Publius Scipio, of Perseus by Lucius Paulus, of other manacled kings by other generals. Triumphal insignia were awarded to Ostorius, whose fortunes, so far unclouded, now became dubious, possibly because, with the removal of Caraticus, our energy in the field had been slackened in the belief that the war was won, or possibly sympathy with their great king had fired the enemy's zeal to avenge him. A camp prefect and some legionary cohorts left behind to construct garrison posts in Silurian territory were attacked from all quarters, and if relief had not quickly reached the invested troops from the neighbouring forts, they had been informed by messenger, they must have perished to the last man. As it was, the prefect fell, with 8 centurions and the boldest members of the rank and file. Nor was it long before both a Roman foraging party and the squadrons dispatched to its aid were totally routed. Ostorius then interposed his light cohorts, but even so he failed to check the flight until the legions took up the contest. Their strength equalized the struggle, which eventually turned in our favor. The enemy escaped with trivial losses, as the day was drawing to a close. Frequent engagements followed, generally of the irregular type, in woods and fens, decided by individual luck or bravery, accidental or prearranged, with passion or plunder for the motives, by orders or sometimes without the knowledge of the leaders. Particularly marked was the obstinacy of the Silures, who were infuriated by a widely repeated remark of the Roman commander that, as once the Sugambri had been exterminated or transferred to the Gallic provinces, so the Silurian name ought once for all to be extinguished. They accordingly cut off 2 auxiliary cohorts which, through the cupidity of their officers, were ravaging the country too incautiously, and by presents of spoils and captives they were drawing into revolt the remaining tribes also, when Ostorius, broken by the weary load of anxiety, paid the debt of nature, to the delight of the enemy, who considered that, perhaps not a battle, but certainly a campaign had disposed of a general whom it was impossible to despise. On receiving the news of the legate's death, the Caesar, not to leave the province without a governor, appointed Aulus Didius to the vacancy. In spite of a rapid crossing, he found matters deteriorated, as the legion under Manlius Valens had been defeated in the interval. Reports of the affair were exaggerated, among the enemy with the hope of alarming the commander on his arrival, by the commander who magnified the version he heard, with the hope of securing additional credit if he settled the disturbances, and a more legitimate excuse if the disturbances persisted. In this case again the loss had been inflicted by the Silurians, and they carried their forays far and wide until repelled by the advent of Didius. Since the capture of Caraticus, however, the Briton with the best knowledge of the art of war was Venutius, whose Brigantian extraction has been mentioned earlier. He had long been loyal, and had received the protection of the Roman arms during his married life with Queen Cartimandua. Then had come a divorce, followed by immediate war, and he had extended his hostility to ourselves. At first, however, the struggle was confined to the pair, and Cartimandua adroitly entrapped the brother and family connections of Venutius. Incensed at her act and smarting at the ignominious prospect of submitting to the sway of a woman, the enemy, a powerful body of young and picked warriors, invaded her kingdom. That event had been foreseen by us, and the cohorts sent to the rescue fought a sharp engagement, with dubious results at the outset but a more cheerful conclusion. The conflict had a similar issue in the case of the legion, which was commanded by Caesius Nasica, since Didius, retarded by his years and full of honours, was content to act through his subordinates and to hold the enemy at distance. These operations, though conducted by two propretors over a period of years, I have related consecutively, lest if treated separately they should leave an inadequate impression on the memory. I return to the chronological order. In the consulate of Tiberius Claudius, his 5th term, and of Servius Cornelius, the manly toga was prematurely conferred on Nero, so that he should appear qualified for a political career. The Caesar yielded with pleasure to the sycophancies of the Senate, which desired Nero to assume the consulship in the 20th year of his age, and in the interval as consul designate to hold proconsular authority outside the capital, and bear the title Prince of the Youth. There was added a donative to the troops, with a largesse to the populace, both under his name. While at the games in the circus, exhibited to gain him the partialities of the crowd, Britannicus rode past in the juvenile white and purple, Nero in the robes of triumph. Let the people survey the one in the insignia of supreme command, the other in his puerile garb, and anticipate conformably the destinies of the pair. At the same time, all centurions and tribunes who evinced sympathy with the lot of Britannicus were removed, some on fictitious grounds, others under cloak of promotion. Even the few freedmen of untainted loyalty were dismissed on the following pretext. At a meeting between the two boys, Nero greeted Britannicus by his name, and was himself saluted as Domitius. Representing the incident as a first sign of discord, Agrippina reported it with loud complaints to her husband. The act of adoption was flouted, the decision of the fathers and the mandate of the people abrogated on the domestic hearth. And unless they removed the mischievous influence of those who inculcated this spirit of hostility, it would break out in a public catastrophe. Perturbed by these hinted accusations, the emperor inflicted exile or death on the best of his son's preceptors, and placed him under the custody of the substitutes provided by his stepmother. As yet, however, Agrippina lacked courage to make her supreme attempt, unless she could discharge from the command of the Praetorian cohorts both Lucius Geta and Rufrius Crispinus, whom she believed faithful to the memory of Messalina, and pledged to the cause of her children. Accordingly, through her assertions to her husband that the cohorts were being divided by the intriguing rivalry of the pair, and that discipline would be stricter if they were placed under a single head, the command was transferred to Afranius Burrus, who bore the highest character as a soldier but was well aware to whose pleasure he owed his appointment. The exaltation of her own dignity also occupied Agrippina. She began to enter the capital in a carriage, and that honour reserved by antiquity for priests and holy objects enhanced the veneration felt for a woman who to this day stands unparalleled as the daughter of an imperator and the sister, the wife, and the mother of an emperor. Meanwhile, her principal champion, Vitellius, at the height of his influence, and in the extremity of his age, so precarious are the fortunes of the mighty, was brought to trial upon an indictment laid by the senator Junius Lupus. The charges he preferred were treason and designs upon the empire, and to these the Caesar would certainly have inclined his ear, had not the prayers, or rather the threats of Agrippina, converted him to the course of formally outlawing the prosecutor. Vitellius had desired no more. Many prodigies occurred during the year. Ominous birds took their seat on the Capitol. Houses were overturned by repeated shocks of earthquake, and as the panic spread, the weak were trampled underfoot in the trepidation of the crowd. A shortage of corn again, and the famine which resulted, were construed as a supernatural warning. Nor were the complaints always whispered. Claudius, sitting in judgment, was surrounded by a wildly clamorous mob, and driven into the farthest corner of the forum, was there subjected to violent pressure, until, with the help of a body of troops, he forced a way through the hostile throng. It was established that the capital had provisions for 15 days, no more, and the crisis was relieved only by the especial grace of the gods and the mildness of the winter. And yet, heaven knows, in the past Italy exported supplies for the legions into remote provinces. Nor is sterility the trouble now, but we cultivate Africa and Egypt by preference, and the life of the Roman nation has been staked upon cargo boats and accidents. In the same year, an outbreak of war between the Armenians and Iberians gave rise as well to a very serious disturbance of the relations between Parthia and Rome. The Parthian nation was now subject to Vologeses, who on the mother's side was the offspring of a Greek concubine and had obtained the crown with the acquiescence of his brothers. Iberia was held by its old master Pharasmanes, Armenia with our support by his brother Mithridates. There was a son of Pharasmanes by the name of Rhadamistus, tall and handsome, remarkable for his bodily strength, versed in the national accomplishments, and in high repute with the neighbouring peoples. That the modest kingdom of Iberia was being kept from him by his father's tenacity of life was a statement which he threw out too boldly and too frequently for his desires to remain unguessed. Pharasmanes, therefore, who had his misgivings about a youth alert for power and armed with the sympathies of the country, while his own years were already on the wane, sought to attract him to other ambitions by pointing to Armenia, which, he observed, he had, by his expulsion of the Parthians, himself bestowed on Mithridates. Force, however, must wait. Some ruse by which they could take him off his guard was preferable. Rhadamistus then, after a feigned rupture with his father, gave out that he was unable to face the hatred of his stepmother, and made his way to his uncle, was treated by him with exceptional kindness, as though he had been a child of his own, and proceeded to entice the Armenian nobles to revolution, undetected, and in fact honoured by Mithridates. Assuming the character of a reconciled son, he returned to his father, and announced that all which it had been possible to effect by fraud was ready. What remained must be achieved by arms. Meanwhile, Pharasmanes fabricated pretexts for war. During his conflict with the king of Albania, his appeal for Roman help had been opposed by his brother, and he would now avenge that injury by his destruction. At the same time, he entrusted a large force to his son, who by a sudden incursion unnerved Mithridates, beat him out of the plains and forced him into Gornii, a fort protected by the nature of the ground and a garrison under the command of the prefect Caelius Pollio and the centurion Casperius. Nothing is so completely unknown to barbarians as the appliances and refinements of siege operations, a branch of warfare perfectly familiar to ourselves. Hence, after several attacks, fruitless or worse, upon the fortifications, Rhadamistus began a blockade. Then, as force was ignored, he bribed the avarice of the prefect, though Casperius protested against the subversion by gilt and gold of an allied monarch and of Armenia, his gift from the Roman people. At last, as Pollio continued to plead the numbers of the enemy and Rhadamistus the orders of his father, he stipulated for a truce, and left with the intention of either deterring Pharasmanes from his campaign or acquainting the governor of Syria, Enmidius Quadratus, with the state of matters in Armenia. With the centurion's departure, the prefect found himself rid of his warder, and he now pressed Mithridates to conclude a treaty. He enlarged upon the link of brotherhood, upon Pharasmanes' priority in age, upon the other titles of kinship, the fact that he was married to his brother's daughter, and was himself the father-in-law of Rhadamistus. The Iberians, he said, though for the time being the stronger party, were not disinclined to peace. He was familiar enough already with Armenian treachery, and his only defence was a badly provisioned fort. Let him not decide for the doubtful experiment of arms in preference to a bloodless compact. While Mithridates hesitated in spite of these arguments, the prefect's advice being suspect, as he had seduced one of the royal concubines and was considered capable of any villainy for a price, Casperius in the interval made his way to Pharasmanes and demanded that the Iberians should raise the siege. In public, the king's replies were vague and usually bland. In private, he warned Rhadamistus by courier to hurry on the siege by any and all means. The wage of dishonour was accordingly increased, and by secret bribery Pollio induced the troops to demand a peace under threat of abandoning the post. Mithridates had now no option. he accepted the place and day suggested for the treaty and left the fort. The first act of Rhadamistus was to throw himself into his arms with affected devotion, and to address him as father-in-law and parent. He followed with an oath that neither by steel nor by poison would he practice against his life. At the same moment he hurried him into a neighbouring grove, where, he informed him, the apparatus of sacrifice had been provided in order that their peace might be ratified before the attesting gods. The procedure in the case of two kings meeting to conclude an alliance is to unite their right hands, tie the thumbs together, and tighten the pressure by a knot. Then, when the blood has run to the extremities, a slight incision gives it outlet, and each prince licks it in turn. A mystical character is attached to the agreement thus sealed and countersealed in blood. But on this occasion the person who was fastening the bonds feigned to slip, and, grasping Mithridates by the knees, threw him prostrate. At the same instant a number of men rushed up and put him in irons. He was dragged off by his shackles, to barbarians a supreme indignity. And before long the populace, which had experienced the rigour of his sway, was levelling against him its insults and its blows. There were also, on the other hand, some found to pity so complete a reversal of fortune, and his wife, who followed with their infant children, filled the place with her laments. The prisoners were stowed out of sight in separate and covered vehicles, until the orders of Pharasmanes should be ascertained. To him the desire of a crown outweighed a brother and a daughter, and his temper was prompt to crime. Still he showed consideration for his eyes by not having them killed in his presence. Rhadamistus, too mindful apparently of his oath, produced neither steel nor poison for the destruction of his sister and uncle, but had them tossed on the ground and smothered under a heavy pile of clothes. Mithridates' sons were also slaughtered, since they had shed tears at the murder of their parents. Quadratus, gathering that Mithridates was betrayed and his kingdom held by the murderers, convened his council, laid the incidents before it, and asked for an opinion whether he should take punitive measures. A few showed some concern for the national honour. The majority inculcated safety. Alien crime in general was to be hailed with pleasure. It was well even to sow the seeds of hatred, precisely as on many occasions a Roman emperor, ostensibly as an act of munificence, had given away this same Armenia merely to unsettle the temper of the barbarians. Let Rhadamistus hold his ill-gotten gains, so long as he held them at the price of detestation and of infamy. It was better for us than if he had won them with glory. This opinion was adopted, but to avoid the appearance of having acquiesced in the crime, when the imperial orders might be to the contrary effect, messengers were sent to Pharasmanes requesting him to evacuate Armenian territory and withdraw his son. The procurator of Cappadocia was Julius Pilignus, a person made doubly contemptible by hebetude of mind and grotesqueness of body, yet on terms of the greatest intimacy with Claudius during the years of retirement, when he amused his sluggish leisure with the society of buffoons. The Pilignus had mustered the provincial militia, with the avowed intention of recovering Armenia. But while he was plundering our subjects in preference to the enemy, the secession of his troops left him defenceless against the barbarian incursions, and he made his way to Rhadamistus, by whose liberality he was so overpowered that he voluntarily advised him to assume the kingly emblem and assisted at its assumption in the quality of sponsor and satellite. Ugly reports of the incident spread, and to make it clear that not all Romans were to be judged by the standard of Pilignus, the legate Helvidius Priscus was sent with a legion to deal with the disturbed situation as the circumstances might require. Accordingly, after crossing Mount Taurus in haste, he had settled more points by moderation than by force, when he was ordered back to Syria, lest he should give occasion for a Parthian war. For Vologeses, convinced that the chance was come for an attack on Armenia, once the property of his ancestors, now usurped by a foreign monarch in virtue of a crime, collected a force and prepared to settle his brother Tiridates on the throne, so that no branch of his family should lack its kingdom. The Parthian invasion forced back the Iberians without a formal battle, and the Armenian towns of Artaxata and Trigonocerta, accepted the yoke. Then a severe winter, the inadequate provision of supplies, and an epidemic due to both of these causes, forced Vologeses to abandon the scene of action. And Armenia, masterless once again, was occupied by Rhadamistus, more truculent than ever, towards a nation of traitors whom he regarded as certain to rebel when opportunity offered. They were a people inured to bondage, but patience broke, and they surrounded the palace in arms. The one salvation for Rhadamistus lay in the speed of the horses, which swept himself and his wife away. His wife, however, was pregnant, and though fear of the enemy and love of her husband sustained her more or less in the first stages of the flight, yet before long, with the continuous gallop jarring her womb and vibrating through her system, she began to beg for an honourable death to save her from the degradations of captivity. At first he embraced her, supported her, animated her, one moment wondering at her courage, the next sick with fear at the thought of abandoning her to the possession of another. At last, overmastered by his love and no stranger to deeds of violence, he drew his sabre, dragged her bleeding to the bank of the Araxes, and, bent on removing even her corpse, consigned her to the current. He himself rode headlong through to his native kingdom of Iberia. Meanwhile, Zenobia, to give his wife her name, was noticed by a few shepherds in a quiet backwater, still breathing and showing signs of life. Arguing her high birth from the distinction of her appearance, they bound up her wound, applied their country remedies, and, on discovering her name and misfortune, carried her to the town of Artaxata, from which, by the good offices of the community, she was escorted to Tiridates, and, after a kind reception, was treated with royal honours. In the consulate of Faustus Sulla and Salvius Otto, Furius Scribonianus was driven into exile, on a charge of inquiring into the end of the sovereign by the agency of astrologers. His mother Vibidia was included in the arraignment, on the ground that she had not acquiesced in her former misadventure. She had been sentenced to relegation. Camillus, the father of Scribonianus, had taken arms in Dalmatia, a point placed by the emperor to the credit of his clemency, since he was sparing this hostile stock for a second time. The exile, however, did not long survive. The question whether he died by a natural death or from poison was answered by the gossips according to their various beliefs. The expulsion of the astrologers from Italy was ordered by a drastic and impotent decree of the Senate. Then followed a speech by the emperor, commending all who voluntarily renounced senatorial rank, owing to straitened circumstances. Those who, by remaining, added impudence to poverty, were removed. At the same time, he submitted a motion to the fathers, penalizing women who married slaves, and it was resolved that anyone falling so far without the knowledge of the slave's owner should rank as in a state of servitude, while if he had given sanction, she was to be classed as a freedwoman. That Pallas, whom the Caesar had specified as the inventor of his proposal, should receive the praetorian insignia, and 15 million sesterces was the motion of the consul-designate Baria Serranus. It was added by Cornelius Scipio that he should be accorded the national thanks, because, descendant though he was of the kings of Arcadia, he postponed his old nobility to the public good, and permitted himself to be regarded as one of the servants of the emperor. Claudius passed his word that Pallas, contented with the honour, declined to outstep his former honest poverty, and there was engraved on official brass a senatorial decree lavishing the praises of old-world frugality upon a freedman, the proprietor of 300 million sesterces. The like moderation, however, was not shown by his brother, surnamed Felix, who for a while past had held the governorship of Judea, and considered that, with such influences behind him, all malefactions would be venial. The Jews, it is true, had given signs of disaffection in the rioting prompted by the demand of Gaius Caesar for an effigy of himself in the temple, and though the news of his murder had made complicity needless, the fear remained that some emperor might issue an identical mandate. In the interval, Felix was fostering crime by misconceived remedies, his worst efforts being emulated by Ventidius Cumanus, his colleague in the other half of the province, which was so divided that the natives of Galilee were subject to Ventidius, Samaria to Felix. The districts had long been at variance, and their animosities were now under the less restraint as they could despise their regents. Accordingly, they harried each other, unleashed their troops of bandits, fought an occasional field, and carried their trophies and their thefts to the procurators. At first, the pair rejoiced. Then, when the growth of the mischief forced them to interpose the arms of their troops, the troops were beaten, and the province would have been ablaze with war but for the intervention of Quadratus, the governor of Syria. With regard to the Jews who had gone so far as to shed the blood of regular soldiers, there were no protracted doubts as to the infliction of the death penalty. Cumanus and Felix were answerable for more embarrassment, as Claudius, on learning the motives of the revolt, had authorized Quadratus to deal with the case of the procurators themselves. Quadratus, however, displayed Felix among the judges, his admission to the tribunal being intended to cool the zeal of his accusers. Cumanus was sentenced for the delinquencies of the two, and quietude returned to the province. Shortly afterwards, the tribes of wild Cilicians, known under the name of Sietae, who had already broken the peace on many occasions, now formed a camp under the leadership of Troxobor on their precipitous hills, and descending to the coast or the cities, ventured to attack the peasants and townspeople, and very frequently the merchants and shipmasters. The city of Anamurium was invested, and a troop of horse sent to its relief from Syria under the prefect Curtius Severus was put to flight. As the rough ground in the vicinity, though suited to an infantry engagement, did not admit of cavalry fighting. Eventually, Antiochus, in whose kingdom that part of the coast was included, by cajolery dissolved the union of the barbarian forces, and, after executing Troxobor and a few chiefs, quieted the remainder by clemency. Nearly at this date, the tunnelling of the mountain between Lake Fucinus and the river Liris had been achieved, and in order that the impressive character of the work might be viewed by a larger number of visitants, a naval battle was arranged upon the lake itself, on the model of an earlier spectacle given by Augustus, though with light vessels and a smaller force, in his artificial lagoon adjoining the Tiber. Claudius equipped triremes, quadriremes, and 19,000 combatants. The lists he surrounded with rafts, so as to leave no unauthorized points of escape, but reserved space enough in the centre to display the vigour of the rowing, the arts of the helmsman, the impetus of the galleys, and the usual incidents of an engagement. On the rafts were stationed companies and squadrons of the Praetorian cohorts, covered by a breastwork from which to operate their catapults and ballistae. The rest of the lake was occupied by marines with decked vessels. The shores, the hills, the mountain crests formed a kind of theatre, soon filled by an untold multitude, attracted from the neighbouring towns, and in part from the capital itself, by curiosity or by respect for the sovereign. He and Agrippina presided, the one in a gorgeous military cloak, the other, not far distant, in a Greek mantle of cloth of gold. The battle, though one of criminals, was contested with the spirit and courage of freemen, and, after much blood had flowed, the combatants were exempted from destruction. On the conclusion of the spectacle, however, the passage was opened for the waters. Carelessness was at once evident in the construction of the tunnel, which had not been sunk to the maximum or even the mean depth of the lake. An interval of time was therefore allowed for the channel to be cleared to a lower level, and, with a view to collecting a second multitude, a gladiatorial exhibition was given on pontoons laid for an infantry battle. A banquet, even, had been served near the efflux of the lake, only to result, however, in a general panic, as the outrushing volume of water carried away the adjoining portions of the work, while those at a greater distance experienced either the actual shock or the terror produced by the crash and reverberation. At the same moment, Agrippina profited by the emperor's agitation to charge Narcissus, as director of the scheme, with cupidity and embezzlement. He was not to be silenced, and retorted with an attack on her feminine imperiousness and the extravagance of her ambitions. In the consulate of Decimus Junius and Quintus Haterius, Nero, at the age of 16, received in marriage the emperor's daughter Octavia. Desirous to shine by his liberal accomplishments and by a character for eloquence, he took up the cause of Ilium, enlarged with grace on the Trojan descent of the Roman nation, on Aeneas, the progenitor of the Julian line, on other traditions not too far removed from fable, and secured the release of the community from all public obligations. By his advocacy again, the colony of Bononia, which had been destroyed by fire, was assisted with a grant of 10 million sesterces. The Rhodians recovered their liberties, so often forfeited or confirmed, as the balance varied between their military services abroad or their seditious offences at home, and Apamea, which had suffered from an earthquake shock, was relieved from its tribute for the next 5 years. Claudius, in contrast, was being forced to a display of sheer cruelty, still by the machinations of Agrippina. Statilius Taurus, whose wealth was famous and whose gardens aroused her cupidity, she ruined with an accusation brought by Tarquitius Priscus. He had been the legate of Taurus when he was governing Africa, with proconsular powers, and now, on their return, charged him with a few acts of malversation, but more seriously with addiction to magical superstitions. Without tolerating longer a lying accuser and an unworthy humiliation, Taurus took his own life before the verdict of the Senate. Tarquitius, nonetheless, was expelled from the Curia, a point which the Fathers, in their detestation of the informer, carried in the teeth of Agrippina's intrigues. Several times in this year the emperor was heard to remark that judgments given by his procurators ought to have as much validity as if the ruling had come from himself. In order that the opinion should not be taken as a chance indiscretion, provision, more extensive and fuller than previously, was made to that effect by a senatorial decree as well. For an order of the deified Augustus had conferred judicial powers on members of the equestrian order holding the government of Egypt, their decisions to rank as though they had been formulated by the national magistrates. Later, both in other provinces and in Rome, a large number of cases still then falling under the cognizance of the praetors were similarly transferred, and now Claudius handed over in full the judicial power so often disputed by sedition or by arms. When, for instance, the Sempronian rogations placed the equestrian order in possession of the courts, or the civilian laws retroceded those courts to the Senate, or when in the days of Marius and Sulla, the question actually became a main ground of hostilities. But the competition was then between class and class, and the results of victory were universally valid. Gaius Oppius and Cornelius Balbus were the first individuals who, supported by the might of Caesar, were able to take for their province the conditions of a peace or the determination of a war. It would serve no purpose to mention their successors, Amacius or Avidius, or the other all-too-powerful names of Roman knights, when the freedmen whom he had placed in charge of his personal fortune were now by Claudius raised to an equality with himself and with the law. He next proposed to grant immunity to the inhabitants of Kos. Of their ancient history he had much to tell. The earliest occupants of the island had, he said, been Argives, or possibly Coeus, the father of Latona. Then the arrival of Aesculapius had introduced the art of healing, which attained the highest celebrity among his descendants. Here he gave the names of the descendants and the epochs at which they had all flourished. Xenophon, he observed again, to whose knowledge he himself had recourse, derived his origin from the same family, and, as a concession to his prayers, the Coans ought to have been exempted from all forms of tribute for the future and allowed to tenant their island as a sanctified place, subservient only to its god. There can be no doubt that a large number of services rendered by the islanders to Rome, and of victories in which they had borne their part, could have been cited, but Claudius declined to disguise by external aids a favour which, with his wonted complaisance, he had accorded to an individual. On the other hand, the Byzantians, who had been granted an audience and were protesting in the Senate against the oppressiveness of their burdens, reviewed their entire history, starting from the treaty concluded with ourselves at the date of our war against the King of Macedonia, whose doubtful birth earned him the name of Pseudo-Philip. They mentioned the forces they had sent against Antiochus, Perseus, and Aristonicus, their assistance to Antonius in the pirate war, their offers of help at various times to Sulla, Lucullus, and Pompey, then their recent services to the Caesars, services possible because they occupied a district conveniently placed for the transit of generals and armies by land or sea, and equally so for the conveyance of supplies. For it was upon the extreme verge of Europe, at the narrowest part of the waters which divorce the continent from Asia, that Byzantium was planted by the Greeks, who, on consulting the Pythian Apollo, were to found a city, were advised by the oracle to seek a home opposite the country of the blind. That enigma pointed to the inhabitants of Chalcedon, who had arrived at the place before them, had surveyed in advance the opportunities of the site, and had decided for a worse. For Byzantium is favoured with a fertile soil and with a prolific sea, since huge shoals of fish, alarmed as they emerge from the Euxine by shelving rocks under the surface, make from the winding Asiatic coast and find their way to the harbours opposite. A thriving and wealthy community had thus arisen, but now, under the stress of their financial burdens, they applied for exemption or an abatement, and were supported by the emperor, who pointed out to the Senate that they had been recently exhausted by the Thracian and Bosporan wars, and were entitled to relief. Their tribute was therefore remitted for the next 5 years. In the consulate of Marcus Asinius and Manius Acilius, it was made apparent by a sequence of prodigies that a change of conditions for the worse was foreshadowed. Fire from heaven played round the standards and tents of the soldiers. A swarm of bees settled on the pediment of the Capitol. It was stated that hermaphrodites had been born, and that a pig had been produced with the talons of a hawk. It was counted among the portents that each of the magistracies found its numbers diminished, since a questor, an aedile, and a tribune, together with a praetor and a consul, had died within a few months. But especial terror was felt by Agrippina. Disquieted by a remark let fall by Claudius in his cups, that it was his destiny first to suffer and finally to punish the infamy of his wives, she determined to act, and speedily. First, however, she destroyed Domitia Lepida on a feminine quarrel, for as the daughter of the younger Antonia, the grand-niece of Augustus, the first cousin once removed of Agrippina, and also the sister of her former husband Gnaeus Domitius, Lepida regarded her family distinctions as equal to those of the princess. In looks, age, and fortune there was little between the pair, and since each was as unchaste, as disreputable, and as violent as the other, their competition in the vices was not less keen than in such advantages as they had received from the kindness of fortune. But the fiercest struggle was on the question whether the dominant influence with Nero was to be his aunt or his mother. For Lepida was endeavouring to captivate his youthful mind by a smooth tongue and an open hand, while on the other side Agrippina stood grim and menacing, capable of presenting her son with an empire but not of tolerating him as emperor. However, the charges preferred were that Lepida had practised by magic against the life of the emperor's consort, and by her neglect to coerce her regiments of slaves in Calabria, was threatening the peace of Italy. On these grounds the death sentence was pronounced, in spite of the determined opposition of Narcissus, who, with his ever-deepening suspicions of Agrippina, was said to have observed among his intimates that whether Britannicus or Nero came to the throne, his own doom was sure, but the Caesar's kindness to him had been such that he would sacrifice life to his interests. Messalina and Silius had received their condemnation, and there was again similar material for a similar charge. With the succession vested in Britannicus, the emperor's person was safe, but the stepmother's plot aimed at overthrowing the whole imperial house, a darker scandal than would have resulted if he had held his peace about the infidelities of her predecessor, though even now infidelity was not far to seek when she had committed adultery with Pallas, in order to leave no doubt that she held her dignity, her modesty, her body, her all cheaper than a throne. This and the like he repeated frequently, while he embraced Britannicus, prayed for his speedy maturity, and, extending his cases now to heaven and now to the prince, implored that he would hasten to man's estate, cast out the enemies of his father, and even take vengeance on the slayers of his mother. Under the weight of anxiety his health broke down, and he left for Sinuessa to renovate his strength by the gentle climate and the medicinal springs. At once Agrippina, long resolved on murder, eager to seize the proffered occasion, and at no lack for assistance, sought advice upon the type of poison. With a rapid and drastic drug, the crime, she feared, would be obvious. If she decided for a slow and wasting preparation, Claudius, face to face with his end and aware of her treachery, might experience a return of affection for his son. What commended itself was something recondite, which would derange his faculties while postponing his dissolution. An artist in this domain was selected, a woman by the name of Locusta, lately sentenced on a poisoning charge, and long retained as part of the stock in trade of absolutism. Her ingenuity supplied a potion, administered by the eunuch Helotus, whose regular duty was to bring in and taste the dishes. So notorious later were the whole proceedings that authors of the period have recorded that the poison was sprinkled on an exceptionally fine mushroom. Though as a result of his natural sluggishness or intoxication, the effects of the drug were not immediately felt by Claudius. At the same time, a motion of his bowels appeared to have removed the danger. Agrippina was in consternation. As the last consequences were to be apprehended, immediate infamy would have to be braved, and she fell back on the complicity, which she had already assured, of the doctor Xenophon. He, it is believed, under cover of assisting the emperor's struggles to vomit, plunged a feather, dipped in a quick poison, down his throat. For he was well aware that crimes of the first magnitude are begun with peril and consummated with profit. Meanwhile, the Senate was convened, and consuls and priests formulated their vows for the imperial safety, at a moment when the now lifeless body was being swathed in blankets and warming bandages, while the requisite measures were arranged for securing the accession of Nero. In the first place, Agrippina, heartbroken apparently and seeking to be comforted, held Britannicus to her breast, styled him the authentic portrait of his father, and, by this or the other device, precluded him from leaving his room. His sisters, Antonia and Octavia, she similarly detained. She had barred all avenues of approach with pickets, and ever and anon she issued notices that the emperor's indisposition was turning favourably, all to keep the troops in good hope, and to allow time for the advent of the auspicious moment insisted on by the astrologers. At last, at midday on the 13th of October, the palace gates swung suddenly open, and Nero, with Burrus in attendance, passed out to the cohort, always on guard, in conformity with the rules of the service. There, at a hint from the prefect, he was greeted with cheers and placed in a litter. Some of the men are said to have hesitated, looking back and inquiring, where was Britannicus? Then, as no lead to the contrary was forthcoming, they acquiesced in the choice presented to them. Nero was carried into the camp, and, after a few introductory words, suited to the time, promised a donative on the same generous scale as that of his father, and was saluted as imperator. The verdict of the troops was followed by the senatorial decrees, nor was any hesitation evinced in the provinces. Divine honours were voted to Claudius, and his funeral solemnities were celebrated precisely as those of the deified Augustus, Agrippina emulating the magnificence of her great-grandmother Livia. His will, however, was not read, lest the preference of the stepson to the son should leave a disquieting impression of injustice and invidiousness upon the mind of the common people. Book 13. The first death under the new principate, that of Junius Silanus, proconsul of Asia, was brought to pass without Nero's cognizance, by treachery on the part of Agrippina. It was not that he had provoked his doom by violence of temper, lethargic as he was, and so completely disdained by former despotisms that Gaius Caesar usually styled him the golden sheep. But Agrippina, who had procured the death of his brother Lucius Silanus, feared him as a possible avenger, since it was a generally expressed opinion of the multitude that Nero, barely emerged from boyhood and holding the empire in consequence of a crime, should take second place to a man of settled years, innocent character, and noble family, who, a point to be regarded in those days, was counted among the posterity of the Caesars, for Silanus, like Nero, was the son of a great-grandchild of Augustus. Such was the cause of death. The instruments were the Roman knight Publius Sila and the freedman Helius, who were in charge of the imperial revenues in Asia. By these, poison was administered to the proconsul at a dinner, too openly to avoid detection. With no less speed, Claudius's freedman Narcissus, whose altercations with Agrippina I have already noticed, was forced to suicide by a rigorous confinement and by the last necessity, much against the will of the emperor, with whose still hidden vices his greed and prodigality were in admirable harmony. The tendency, in fact, was towards murder, had not Afranius Burrus and Seneca intervened. Both guardians of the imperial youth, and a rare occurrence where power is held in partnership, both in agreement, they exercised equal influence by contrasted methods, and Burrus, with his soldierly interests and austerity, and Seneca, with his lessons in eloquence and his self-respecting courtliness, aided each other to ensure that the sovereign's years of temptation should, if he were scornful of virtue, be restrained within the bounds of permissible indulgence. Each had to face the same conflict with the overbearing pride of Agrippina, who, burning with all the passions of illicit power, had the adherence of Pallas, at whose instigation Claudius had destroyed himself by an incestuous marriage and a fatal adoption. But neither was Nero's a disposition that bends to slaves, nor had Pallas, who with his sullen arrogance transcended the limits of a freedman, failed to waken his disgust. Still, in public, every compliment was heaped upon the princess, and when the tribune, following the military routine, applied for the password, her son gave the best of mothers. The Senate, too, accorded her a pair of lictors, and the office of priestess to Claudius, to whom was voted in the same session a public funeral, followed presently by deification. On the day of the obsequies the prince opened his panegyric of Claudius. So long as he rehearsed the antiquity of his family, the consulates and the triumphs of his ancestors, he was taken seriously by himself and by others. Allusions also to his literary attainments and to the freedom of his reign from reverses abroad had a favourable hearing. But when the orator addressed himself to his foresight and sagacity, no one could repress a smile, though the speech, as the composition of Seneca, exhibited the degree of polish to be expected from that famous man, whose pleasing talent was so well suited to a contemporary audience. The elderly observers who make a pastime of comparing old days and new remarked that Nero was the first master of the empire to stand in need of borrowed eloquence, for the dictator Caesar had rivaled the greatest orators, and Augustus had the ready and fluent diction appropriate to a monarch. Tiberius was, in addition, a master of the art of weighing words, powerful, moreover, in the expression of his views, or, if ambiguous by design. Even Caligula's troubled brain did not affect his power of speech, and when Claudius had prepared his harangues, elegance was not the quality that was missed. But Nero, even in his childish years, turned his vivacious mind to other interests. He carved, painted, practiced singing or driving, and occasionally in a set of verses showed that he had in him the rudiments of culture. However, when the mockeries of sorrow had been carried to their close, he entered the Curia, and after an opening reference to the authority of the fathers and the unanimity of the army, stated that he had before him advice and examples pointing him to an admirable system of government. Nor had his youth been poisoned by civil war or family strife. He brought to his task no hatreds, no wrongs, no desire for vengeance. He then outlined the character of the coming principate, the points which had provoked recent and intense dissatisfaction being specially discountenanced. He would not constitute himself a judge of all cases, secluding accusers and defendants within the same four walls and allowing the influence of a few individuals to run riot. Under his roof would be no venality, no loophole for intrigue. The palace and the state would be things separate. Let the Senate retain its old prerogatives. Let Italy and the public provinces take their stand before the judgment seats of the consuls, and let the consuls grant them access to the fathers, for the armies delegated to his charge he would himself be responsible. Nor was the pledge dishonoured, and many regulations were framed by the free decision of the Senate. No advocate was to sell his services as a pleader for either fee or bounty. Quaestors designate were to be under no obligation to produce a gladiatorial spectacle. The latter point, though opposed by Agrippina as a subversion of the acts of Claudius, was carried by the Fathers, whose meetings were specially convened in the Palatium so that she could station herself at a newly added door in their rear, shut off by a curtain thick enough to conceal her from view, but not to debar her from hearing. In fact, when an Armenian deputation was pleading the national cause before Nero, she was preparing to ascend the emperor's tribunal and to share his presidency, had not Seneca, while others stood aghast, admonished the sovereign to step down and meet his mother, an assumption of filial piety which averted a scandal. At the close of the year, rumour brought the disturbing news that the Parthians had again broken out and were pillaging Armenia. After expelling Radamistus, who, often master of the kingdom, then a fugitive, had now once more abandoned the struggle. It followed that, in a city with such an appetite for gossip, the question was asked, how a prince who had barely passed his 17th birthday would be able to sustain or repel such a menace. What hope was there in a youth swayed by a woman? Were even battles, the assault of cities, the other operations of war, capable of being handled through the agency of pedagogues? Others held in opposition that fortune had been kinder than if it were Claudius, incapacitated by age and by apathy, who was now being summoned to the labours of a campaign in which he would certainly have taken his orders from his slaves. But Burrus and Seneca were well known for their great experience of affairs, and how far short of maturity was the emperor when Pompey, in his 18th year, and Octavian, in his 19th, had been equal to the strain of civil war. In the case of the head of the state, he accomplished more through his auspices and by his counsels than with the sword and the strong arm. He would give a plain indication whether the friends around him were honourable or the reverse, if he ignored jealousies and appointed an outstanding general in preference to an intriguer, commended by a long purse and court favour. In the midst of these popular discussions, Nero gave orders that both the recruits, levied in the adjacent provinces to keep the eastern legions at strength, were to be moved up, and the legions themselves stationed closer to Armenia, while the two veteran kings, Agrippa and Antiochus, prepared their forces so as to take the initiative by crossing the Parthian frontier. At the same time, bridges were to be thrown over the Euphrates, and Lesser Armenia was assigned to Aristobulus, the district of Sophene to Sohemus, each receiving royal insignia. Then, in the nick of time, a rival to Vologeses appeared in the person of his son Vardanes, and the Parthians, wishing apparently to postpone hostilities, evacuated Armenia. But in the Senate the whole incident was magnified in the speeches of the members, who proposed that there should be a national thanksgiving, that on the days of that thanksgiving the emperor should wear the triumphal robe, that he should enter the capital with an ovation, and that he should be presented with a statue of the same size as that of Mars the Avenger, and in the same temple. Apart from the routine of sycophancy, they felt genuine pleasure at his appointment of Domitius Corbulo to save Armenia, a measure which seemed to have opened a career to the virtues. The forces in the east were so divided that half the auxiliaries, with 2 legions, remained in the province of Syria under its governor Omidius Quadratus, Corbulo being assigned an equal number of citizen and federate troops, with the addition of the auxiliary foot and horse wintering in Cappadocia. The allied kings were instructed to take their orders from either, as the exigencies of the war might require. Their sympathies, however, leaned to the side of Corbulo. Anxious to strengthen that personal credit which is of supreme importance at the beginning of an enterprise, Corbulo made a rapid journey, and at the Cilician town of Aegae was met by Quadratus, who had advanced so far, in the fear that, should his rival once have entered Syria to take over his forces, all eyes would be turned to this gigantic and grandiloquent soldier, hardly more imposing by his experience and sagacity than by the glitter of his unessential qualities. However, each by courier recommended King Vologeses to choose peace in professor to war, and by giving hostages to continue that respectful attitude towards the Roman nation which had been the rule with his predecessors. Vologeses, either to prepare for war at his convenience or to remove suspected rivals under the style of hostages, handed over the most distinguished members of the Arsacian family. They were received by Omidius's envoy, the centurion Instaeus, who happened to have an interview with the king in connection with some previous affair. As soon as the fact came to the knowledge of Corbulo, he ordered Arrius Varius, the prefect of a cohort, to set out and take over the hostages. An altercation followed between the prefect and the centurion, and not to prolong the scene under foreign eyes, the decision was left to the hostages and the envoys escorting them. They preferred Corbulo, on the strength of his recent glory and of that half-liking which he inspired even in his enemies. The consequence was an estrangement between the generals, Omidius complaining that he had been robbed of the results achieved by his policy, Corbulo protesting that the king had been converted to the course of offering hostages only when his own appointment as commander in the field changed his hopes into alarm. Nero, to compose the quarrel, gave orders for a proclamation to the effect that, in view of the successes attained by Quadratus and Corbulo, laurels were being added to the imperial fasces. These incidents I have narrated in sequence, though they ran into the following consulate. In the same year, Nero applied to the Senate for a statue to his father Gnaeus Domitius, and for consular decorations for Asconius Labeo, who had acted as his guardian. At the same time, he vetoed an offer of effigies in solid gold or silver to himself, and although a resolution had been passed by the fathers that the new year should begin in December, the month which had given Nero to the world, he retained as the opening day of the calendar the 1st of January, with its old religious associations. Nor were prosecutions allowed in the cases of the senator Carinus Sila, who was accused by a slave, and of Julius Densus of the equestrian order, whose partiality for Britannicus was being turned into a criminal charge. In the consulate of Claudius Nero and Lucius Antistius, while the magistrates were swearing allegiance to the imperial enactments, the prince withheld his colleague Antistius from swearing to his own, a measure which the Senate applauded warmly, in the hope that his youthful mind, elated by the fame attaching even to small things, would proceed forthwith to greater. There followed in fact a display of leniency towards Plautius Lateranus, degraded from his rank for adultery with Messalina, but now restored to the Senate by the emperor, who pledged himself to clemency in a series of speeches, which Seneca, either to attest the exalted qualities of his teaching or to advertise his ingenuity, kept presenting to the public by the lips of the sovereign. For the rest, maternal authority had weakened little by little, for Nero had slipped into a love affair with a freedwoman by the name of Acte, and at the same time had taken into his confidence Marcus Otto and Claudius Senecio, two handsome youths, the former of consular family, the latter a son of one of the imperial freedmen. At first without the knowledge of his mother, then in defiance of her opposition, they had crept securely into the prince's favour as the partners of his dissipation and of his questionable secrets, while even his older friends showed no reluctance that a girl of that standing should gratify, without injury to anyone, the cravings of the emperor. For whether from some whim of fate or because the illicit is stronger than the licit, he abhorred his wife Octavia, in spite of her high descent and proved honour, and there was always the risk that, if he were checked in this passion, his instincts would break out at the expense of women of rank. But Agrippina, true to her sex, vented her spleen against her competitor the freedwoman, her daughter-in-law, the waiting-maid, with more in the same vein. She declined to await the repentance or satiety of her son, and the fouler she made her imputations, the more she fanned the flame, till at last, conquered by the force of his infatuation, he threw off his filial obedience and put himself in the hands of Seneca, whose friend Aeneas Serenus had screened his adolescent desires by feigning an intrigue with the same freedwoman, and had been so liberal with his name that the gifts covertly bestowed on the girl by the emperor were, to the eye of the world, lavished upon her by Serenus. Agrippina now reversed her methods, attacked the prince with blandishments, and offered her bedroom and its privacy to conceal the indulgences claimed by his opening manhood and sovereign rank. She even confessed her mistimed harshness, and, with an exaggerated humility, as marked in its turn as her late excessive severity in repressing her son, offered to transfer to him her private resources, which were not greatly less than those of the sovereign. The change did not escape the attention of Nero, and roused the alarm of his intimates, who begged him to be on his guard against the machinations of a woman always ruthless and now, in addition, false. During these days, as chance would have it, the Caesar, who had been inspecting the apparel which had once glittered on wives and matrons of the imperial family, selected a dress and jewels and sent them as gift to his mother. Parsimony in the action there was none, for he was bestowing, unasked, some of the most valuable and coveted articles. But Agrippina protested loudly that the present was designed less to enrich her wardrobe than to deprive her of what remained, and that her son was dividing property which he held in entirety from herself. Persons were not lacking to report her words with a more sinister turn, and Nero, exasperated against the supporters of this female arrogance, removed Pallas from the charge to which he had been appointed by Claudius, and in which he exercised virtual control over the monarchy. The tale went that, as he left the palace with an army of attendants, the prince remarked not unhappily that Pallas was on the way to swear himself out of office. He had in fact stipulated that there should be no retrospective inquiry into any of his actions, and that his accounts with the state should be taken as balanced. At once Agrippina rushed headlong into a policy of terror and of threats, and the imperial ears were not spared the solemn reminder that Britannicus was now of age, Britannicus, the genuine and deserving stock to succeed to his father's power, which an interloping heir by adoption now exercised in virtue of the iniquities of his mother. She had no objection to the whole dark history of that unhappy house being published to the world, her own marriage first of all, and her own resort to poison. One sole act of foresight lay to the credit of heaven and herself. Her stepson lived. She would go with him to the camp. There let the daughter of Germanicus be heard on the one side, on the other the crippled Burrus, and the exile Seneca, claiming, forsooth, by right of a maimed hand and a professional tongue, the regency of the human race. As she spoke, she raised a threatening arm, and, heaping him with reproaches, invoked the deified Claudius, the shades of the dead Silani, and all the crimes committed to no effect. Perturbed by her attitude and faced with the approach of the day on which Britannicus completed his 14th year, Nero began to revolve, now his mother's proclivity to violence, now the character of his rival, lately revealed by a test which, trivial as it was, had gained him wide sympathy. During the festivities of the Saturnalia, while his peers in age were varying their diversions by throwing dice for a king, the lot had fallen upon Nero. On the others he imposed various orders, not likely to put them to the blush. But when he commanded Britannicus to rise, advance into the centre, and strike up a song, this in the hope of turning into derision a boy who knew little of sober, much less of drunken society, his victim firmly began a poem hinting at his expulsion from his father's house and throne. His bearing awoke a pity the more obvious that night and revelry had banished dissimulation. Nero, once aware of the feeling aroused, redoubled his hatred, and with Agrippina's threats becoming instant, as he had no grounds for a criminal charge against his brother and dared not openly order his execution, he tried secrecy and gave orders for poison to be prepared, his agent being Julius Pollio, tribune of a Praetorian cohort and responsible for the detention of the condemned poisoner Locusta, whose fame as a criminal stood high. For that no one about the person of Britannicus should regard either right or loyalty was a point long since provided for. The first dose the boy received from his own tutors, but his bowels were opened and he passed the drug, which either lacked potency or contained a dilution to prevent immediate action. Nero, however, impatient of so much leisure in crime, threatened the tribune and ordered the execution of the poisoner, on the ground that, with their apprehensions of scandal, and their preparations for defense, they were delaying his release from anxiety. They now promised that death should be as abrupt as if it were the summary work of steel, and a potion, its rapidity guaranteed by a private test of the ingredients, was concocted hard by the Caesar's bedroom. It was the regular custom that the children of the emperor should take their meals in sight of their relatives, seated with other nobles of their age at a more frugal table of their own. There Britannicus dined, and as his food, solid and liquid, was tried by a taster chosen from his attendants, the following expedient was discovered, to avoid either changing the rule or betraying the plot by killing both master and man. A drink, still harmless, very hot, and already tasted, was handed to Britannicus. Then, when he declined it as too warm, cold water was poured in, and, with it, the poison, which ran so effectively through his whole system that he lost simultaneously both voice and breath. There was a startled movement in the company seated around, and the more obtuse began to disperse. Those who could read more clearly sat motionless, their eyes riveted on Nero. He, without changing his recumbent attitude or his pose of unconsciousness, observed that this was a usual incident, due to the epilepsy with which Britannicus had been inflicted from his earliest infancy. Sight and sensation would return by degrees, but from Agrippina, in spite of her control over her features, came a flash of such terror and mental anguish that it was obvious that she had been as completely in the dark as the prince's sister Octavia. She saw, in fact, that her last hope had been taken, that the precedent for matricide had been set. Octavia, too, youth and experience notwithstanding, had learned to hide her griefs, her affections, her every emotion. Consequently, after a short silence, the amenities of the banquet were resumed. The same night saw the murder of Britannicus and his pyre, the funeral apparatus, modest enough, having been provided in advance. Still, his ashes were buried in the field of Mars under such a tempest of rain that the crowd believed it to foreshadow the anger of the gods against a crime which, even among men, was condoned by the many who took into account the ancient instances of brotherly hatred and the fact that autocracy knows no partnership. The assertion is made by many contemporary authors that, for days before the murder, the worst of all outrages had been offered by Nero to the boyish years of Britannicus, in which case it ceases to be possible to regard his death as either premature or cruel, though it was amid the sanctities of the table, without even a respite allowed in which to embrace his sister, and under the eyes of his enemy, that the hurried doom fell upon the last scion of the Claudian house, upon whom lust had done its unclean work before the poison. The hastiness of the funeral was vindicated in an edict of the Caesar, who called to mind that it was a national tradition to withdraw these untimely obsequies from the public gaze, and not to detain it by panegyrics and processions. However, now that he had lost the aid of his brother, not only were his remaining hopes centred in the state, but the Senate and people themselves must so much the more cherish their prince as the one survivor of a family born to the heights of power. He now conferred bounties on his chief friends, nor were accusers wanting for the men of professed austerity, who at such a moment had partitioned town and country houses like so much loot. Others believed that compulsion had been applied by the emperor, conscience struck by his crime, but hopeful of pardon, if he could lay the powerful under obligation by a display of liberality. But his mother's anger no munificence could assuage. She took Octavia to her heart. She held frequent and private interviews with her friends, while with even more than her native cupidity she appropriated money from all sources, apparently to create a fund for emergencies. Tribunes and centurions she received with suavity, and for the names and virtues of the nobility, there was a nobility still, she showed a respect which indicated that she was in quest of a leader and a faction. Nero knew it and gave orders to withdraw the military watch, which she had received as the wife and retained as the mother of the sovereign, along with the Germans lately assigned to her as a bodyguard for the same complementary motive. That her levee should not be frequented by a crowd of visitants, he made his own establishment separate, installed his mother in the house once belonging to Antonia, and, at his visits to her new quarters, came surrounded by a throng of centurions and left after a perfunctory kiss. Nothing in the list of mortal things is so unstable and so fleeting as the fame attached to a power not based on its own strength. Immediately Agrippina's threshold was forsaken. Condolences there were none. Visits there were none, except from a few women, whether out of love or hatred is uncertain. Among them was Junia Silana, driven by Messalina from her husband Silanus, as I related above. Eminent equally in blood, beauty, and voluptuousness, she was long the bosom friend of Agrippina. Then came a private quarrel between the pair, for Agrippina had deterred the young noble Sextius Africanus from marriage with Silana by describing her as a woman of no morals and uncertain age, not with the intention of reserving Africanus for herself, but to keep a wealthy and childless widow from passing into the possession of a husband. With the prospect of revenge presenting itself, Silana now suborned two of her clients, Iturius and Calvisius, to undertake the accusation, her charge not being the old oft-heard tale that Agrippina was mourning the death of Britannicus, or publishing the wrongs of Octavia, but that she had determined to encourage Rubellius Plautus into revolution. On the maternal side he was a descendant of the deified Augustus in the same degree as Nero, and as the partner of his couch and of his throne, to make her way once more into the conduct of affairs. The charges were communicated by Iturius and Calvisius to Attimetus, a freedman of Nero's aunt Domitia. Overjoyed at this windfall, for competition was bitter between Agrippina and Domitia, Attimetus incited the actor Paris, also a freedman of Domitia, to go on the instant and present the charge in the darkest colours. The night was well advanced, and Nero was protracting it over his wine, when Paris, accustomed ordinarily about this hour to add life to the imperial debauch, but now composed to melancholy, entered the room and by exposing the indictment in detail so terrified his auditor that he decided not merely to kill his mother and Plautus, but even to remove Burrus from his command, on the ground that he owed his promotion to Agrippina and was now paying his debt. According to Fabius Rusticus, letters patent to Caecina Tuscus, investing him with the charge of the Praetorian cohorts, were actually written, but by the intervention of Seneca the post was saved for Burrus. Pliny and Cluvius refer to no suspicion of the prefect's loyalty, and Fabius certainly tends to overpraise Seneca, by whose friendship he flourished. For myself, where the authorities are unanimous, I shall follow them. If their versions disagree, I shall record them under the names of their sponsors. Unnerved and eager for the execution of his mother, Nero was not to be delayed, until Burrus promised that, if her guilt was proved, death should follow. But he added any person whatsoever, above all a parent, would have to be allowed the opportunity of defence, and here no accusers were present, only a solitary voice, and that born from the house of an enemy. Let him take into consideration the darkness, the wakeful nights spent in conviviality, the whole of the circumstances so conducive to rashness and unreason. When the emperor's fears had been thus calmed, at break of day a visit was paid to Agrippina, who was to listen to the charges and rebut them or pay the penalty. The commission was carried out by Burrus under the eye of Seneca. A number of freedmen also were present as witnesses to the conversation. Then, after recapitulating the charges and their authors, Burrus adopted a threatening attitude. Agrippina summoned up her pride. "I am not astonished," she said, "that Silana, who has never known maternity, should have no knowledge of a mother's heart. For parents do not change their children as a wanton changes her adulterers. Nor, if Iturius and Calvisius, after consuming the last morsel of their estates, pay their aged mistress the last abject service of undertaking a delation, is that a reason why my own fair fame should be darkened by the blood of my son, or the emperor's conscience by that of his mother? For as to Domitia, I should thank her for her enmity, if she were competing with me in benevolence to my Nero, instead of staging this comedy with the help of her bedfellow Attimetus and her mummer Paris. In the days when my councils were preparing his adoption, his proconsular power, his consulate in prospect, and the other steps to his sovereignty, she was embellishing the fish-ponds of her beloved Baiae. Or let a man stand forth to convict me of tampering with the guards in the capital, of shaking the allegiance of the provinces, or finally of seducing either slave or freedman into crime? Could I have lived with Britannicus on the throne? And if Plautus or another shall acquire the empire and sit in judgment, am I to assume there is a dearth of accusers prepared to indict me, no longer for the occasional hasty utterances of an ill-regulated love, but for guilt from which only a son can absolve? The listeners were moved, but she demanded an interview with her son. There she neither spoke in support of her innocence, as though she could entertain misgivings, nor on the theme of her services, as though she would cast them in his teeth, but procured vengeance upon her accusers and recognition from her friends. The prefectship of the corn supply was awarded to Fenius Rufus, the supervision of the games, now in preparation by the Caesar, to Aruntius Stella, Egypt to Tiberius Balbillus. Syria was marked out for Publius Anteius, but later, by one subterfuge or another, his claims were eluded, and finally he was kept in Rome. Silana, on the other side, was driven into exile. Calvisius and Iturius also were relegated. On Atamitus the death penalty was inflicted, Paris being too powerful a figure in the debaucheries of the emperor to be liable to punishment. Plautus for the moment was passed over in silence. Information was next laid that Pallas and Burrus had agreed to call Cornelius Sulla to the empire, on the strength of his distinguished race and his connection with Claudius, whose son-in-law he had become by his marriage with Antonia. The accusation was fathered by a certain Petus, notorious for the systematic purchase of confiscated estates from the treasury, and now plainly guilty of falsehood. But the innocence of Pallas gave less pleasure than his arrogance evoked disgust, for when the freedmen were named, whose complicity was alleged to have been used, he replied that under his own roof he had never intimated an order, but by a nod or a most of the hand, or if more explanation was needed he had used writing so as to avoid all interchange of speech. Burrus, though on his trial, recorded his vote among the judges. Sentence of banishment was passed on the prosecutor, and the account books, by help of which he was resuscitating forgotten claims of the treasury, were burned. At the end of the year the cohort usually present on guard at the games was withdrawn, the objects being to give a greater appearance of liberty, to prevent the troops from being corrupted by too close contact with the license of the theatre, and to test whether the populace would continue its orderly behaviour when its custodians were removed. A lustration of the city was carried out by the emperor at the recommendation of the soothsayers, since the temples of Jupiter and Minerva had been struck by lightning. The consulate of Quintus Volusius and Publius Scipio was marked by peace abroad and by disgraceful exercises at home, where Nero, his identity dissembled under the dress of a slave, ranged the streets, the brothels, and the wine shops of the capital, with an escort whose duties were to snatch wares exhibited for sale, and to assault all persons they met, the victims having so little inkling of the truth, that he himself took his buffets with the rest and bore their imprints on his face. Then it became notorious that the depredator was the Caesar. Outrages on men and women of rank increased. Others, availing themselves of the license once accorded, began with impunity, under the name of Nero, to perpetrate the same excesses with their own gangs. And night passed as it might in a captured town. Julius Montanus, a member of the senatorial order, though he had not yet held office, met the emperor casually in the dark, and, because he repelled his offered violence with spirit, then recognized his antagonist and asked for pardon, was forced to suicide, the apology being construed as a reproach. Nero, however, less venturesome for the future, surrounded himself with soldiers and crowds of gladiators, who were to stand aloof from incipient affrays of modest dimensions and semi-private character. Should the injured party behave with too much energy, they threw their swords into the scale. Even the license of the players and of the theatrical clerks he converted into something like pitched battles by waiving penalties, by offering prizes, and by viewing the riots himself, sometimes in secret, very often openly. Until, with the populace divided against itself and still graver commotions threatened, no other cure appeared but to expel the actors from Italy and to have the soldiers again take their place in the theatre. About the same time the Senate discussed the iniquities of freedmen, and a demand was pressed that, in dealing with an undeserving case, the former owner should be allowed the right of annulling the emancipation. The proposal did not lack supporters, but the consuls were not bold enough to put the motion without the cognizance of the emperor, though they advised him in writing of the feeling of the Senate. Nero was doubtful whether to assume responsibility for the measure, as his advisers were few and their opinions conflicting. Some were indignant that insolence, grown harder with liberty, had reached a point where freedmen were no longer content to be equal before the law with their patrons, but mocked their tameness and actually raised their hands to strike without punishment, or with a punishment suggested by themselves. For what redress was allowed to an injured patron except to relegate his freedman beyond the 100th milestone to the beaches of Campania? For anything else, the law courts were open to both on equal terms, and some weapon which it would be impossible to despise ought to be put into the hands of the freeborn. It would be no great burden to a manumitted slave to keep his freedom by the same obedience which had earned it. On the other hand, notorious offenders deserved to be brought back to their bondage, so that fear might coerce those whom kindness had not reformed. It was urged on the other side that the guilt of a few persons ought to be fatal only to themselves. The rights of the class at large ought to suffer no detriment, for the body in question was widely extended. From it, the tribes, the decuries, the assistants of the magistrates and priests were largely recruited. So also the cohorts enrolled in the capital, while the origin of most knights and of many senators was drawn from no other source. If the freed were set apart, the paucity of the free would be apparent. It was not without reason that our ancestors, when distinguishing the position of the orders, made freedom the common property of all. Again, 2 forms of manumission had been instituted, so as to leave room for a change of mind or a fresh favour. All whose patron had not liberated them by the wand were still, it might be said, held by the bond of servitude. The owner must look carefully into the merits of each case, and be slow in granting what, once given, could not be taken away. This view prevailed, and the Caesar wrote to the Senate that they must consider individually all cases of freedmen accused by their patrons. No general rights were to be abrogated, nor was it long before his aunt was robbed of her freedman Paris, outwardly by process of civil law, and not without discredit to the sovereign, by whose order a verdict of ingenuous birth had been procured. There remained nonetheless some shadow of the Republic, for a dispute arose between the praetor Vibullius and the plebeian tribune Antistius, because the tribune had ordered the release of some disorderly claqueurs thrown into prison by the praetor. The fathers approved the arrest, and censured the liberty taken by Antistius. At the same time, the tribunes were forbidden to encroach on praetorian and consular jurisdiction, or to summon litigants from Italian districts, should a civil action be possible there. Lucius Piso, the consul designate, added a proposal that their official powers of punishment should not be exercised under their own roofs. Fines inflicted by them were not to be entered in the public accounts by the treasury quaestors until 4 months had elapsed. In the interval, protests were to be allowable, the decision lying with the consuls. The powers of the aedileship were also narrowed, and statutory limits were fixed up to which the curial or plebeian aediles, as the case might be, could distrain or fine. The tribune Helvidius Priscus prosecuted a private quarrel with the treasury quaestor, Oboltronius Sabinus, by alleging that he was carrying his right of sale to merciless lengths against the poor. The emperor then transferred the charge of the public accounts from the quaestors to prefects. The organization of this department had been variable and often modified. Augustus left the choice of prefects to the Senate. Then, as illicit canvassing was apprehended, the men to occupy the post were drawn by lot from the whole body of praetors. This also was a short-lived expedient, as the lot tended to stray to the unfit. Next Claudius reinstated the quaestors, and, lest their zeal should be blunted by the fear of making enemies, guaranteed them promotion outside the usual order. But, as this was their first magistracy, they wanted the stability of mature years. Nero, therefore, filled the office with ex-praetors who had stood the test of experience. In the same consulate, Vipsanius Linus was found guilty of malversation in his province of Sardinia. Cestius Proculus was acquitted on a charge of extortion brought by the Cretans. Clodius Quirinalis, who, as commandant of the crews stationed at Ravenna, had by his debauchery and ferocity tormented Italy, as though Italy were the most abject of the nations, forestalled his sentence by poison. Caninius Robilus, who in juristic knowledge and extent of fortune ranked with the greatest, escaped the tortures of age and sickness by letting the blood from his arteries. Though from the unmasculine vices for which he was infamous, he had been thought incapable of the firmness of committing suicide. In contrast, Lucius Volusius departed in the fullness of honour after enjoying a term of 93 years of life, a noble fortune virtuously gained, and the unbroken friendship of a succession of emperors. In the consulate of Nero, for the second time, and of Lucius Piso, little occurred that deserves remembrance, unless the chronicler is pleased to fill his rolls with panegyrics of the foundations and the beams on which the Caesar reared his vast amphitheatre in the Campus Martius. Although, in accordance with the dignity of the Roman people, it has been held fitting to consign great events to the page of history, and details such as these to the Urban Gazette. Still, the colonies of Capua and Nuceria were reinforced by a draft of veterans. The populace was given a gratuity of 400 sesterces a head, and 40 millions were paid into the treasury to keep the public credit stable. Also, the tax of 4% on the purchase of slaves was remitted more in appearance than in effect. For as payment was now required from the vendor, the buyers found the amount added as part of the price. The Caesar, too, issued an edict that no magistrate or procurator should, in the province for which he was responsible, exhibit a gladiatorial spectacle, a display of wild beasts, or any other entertainment. Previously, a subject community suffered as much from the spurious liberality as from the rapacity of its governors, screening as they did by corruption the offences they had committed in wantonness. There was passed also a senatorial decree, punitive at once and precautionary, that if a master had been assassinated by his own slaves, even those manumitted under his will, but remaining under the same roof, should suffer the penalty among the rest. The consular Lucius Varus, sentenced long before under charges of extortion, was restored to his rank. Pomponia Graecina, a woman of high family, married to Aulus Plautius, whose ovation after the British campaign I recorded earlier, and now arraigned for alien superstition, was left to the jurisdiction of her husband. Following the ancient custom, he held the inquiry, which was to determine the fate and fame of his wife, before a family council, and announced her innocent. Pomponia was a woman destined to long life and to continuous grief. For after Julia, the daughter of Drusus, had been done to death by the treachery of Messalina, she survived 40 years, dressed in perpetual mourning and lost in perpetual sorrow, and a constancy unpunished under the empire of Claudius became later a title to glory. The same year saw many on their trial. Publius Sylla, one of the number, indicted by the province of Asia, the Caesar could not absolve. He therefore held the case in abeyance until the defendant died of old age. For in his murder, already recorded, of the proconsul Silanus, Sylla had to his credit a crime of sufficient magnitude to cover the rest of his delinquencies. A charge had been laid by the Cilicians against Cossutianus Capito, a questionable and repulsive character who had assumed that the same chartered insolence which he had exhibited in the capital would be permitted in a province. Beaten, however, by the tenacity of the prosecution, he finally threw up his defence, and was sentenced under the law of extortion. On behalf of Eprius Marcellus, from whom the Lycians were claiming reparation, intrigue was so effective that a number of his accusers were penalized by exile on the ground that they had endangered an innocent man. With Nero a third time consul, Valerius Messala entered upon office as his colleague, his great-grandfather, the orator Corvinus being remembered now by only a few of old men as associated in the same magistracy with the deified Augustus, grandfather of Nero in the third degree. The honour, however, of a noble family received some increment in a yearly subsidy of 500,000 sesterces, on which Messala might support an honest poverty. An annual stipend was also assigned by the emperor to Aurelius Cotta and Haterius Antoninus, though they had dissipated their family estates in profligacy. In the beginning of the year, the war between Parthia and Rome for the possession of Armenia, feebly begun, and till now carried on in dilatory fashion, was taken up with energy. For on the one hand, Vologeses declined to allow his brother Tiridates to be debarred from the kingdom, which he had himself presented to him, or to hold it as the gift of an alien power, and on the other, Corbulo considered it due to the majesty of the Roman nation to recover the old conquests of Lucullus and Pompey. In addition, the Armenians, whose allegiance was a matter of doubt, were invoking the arms of both powers, though by geographical position and affinity of manners they stood closer to the Parthians, were connected with them by intermarriage, and, in their ignorance of liberty, were more inclined to accept servitude in that quarter. Still, Corbulo's main difficulty was rather to counteract the lethargy of his troops than to thwart the perfidy of his enemies. For the legions transferred from Syria showed, after the enervation of a long peace, pronounced reluctance to undergo the duties of a Roman camp. It was a well-known fact that his army included veterans who had never served on a picket or a watch, who viewed the rampart and fosse as novel and curious objects, and who owned neither helmets nor breastplates, polished and prosperous warriors who had served their time in the towns. Accordingly, after discharging those incapacitated by age or ill health, he applied for reinforcements. Levies were held in Galatia and Cappadocia, and a legion from Germany was added with its complement of auxiliary horse and foot. The entire army was kept under canvas, notwithstanding a winter of such severity that the ice-covered ground had to be dug up before it would receive tents. As a result of the bitter cold, many of the men had frost-bitten limbs, and a few died on sentinel duty. The case was observed of a soldier carrying a bundle of firewood whose hands had frozen till they adhered to his load and dropped off from the stumps. Corbulo himself, lightly dressed and bareheaded, was continually among his troops, on the march or at their toils, offering his praise to the stalwart, his comfort his weak, his example to all. Then, owing to the rigours of the climate and the service, recalcitrancy and desertion grew common, and the cure was sought in severity. For contrary to the rule in other armies, mercy did not attend first and second offences, but the man who had left the standards made immediate atonement with his life. That the treatment was salutary and an improvement on pity was proved by experience, the camp showing fewer cases of desertion than those in which pardons were the rule. In the interval until spring matured, Corbulo detained the legions in camp and distributed the auxiliary cohorts at suitable points, with orders not to risk a battle unattacked. The charge of these garrison posts he entrusted to Pacius Orfitus, who had held the rank of leading centurion. Orfitus, though he had sent a written dispatch that the barbarians were off their guard, and an opportunity presented itself for a successful action, was ordered to keep within his lines and wait for larger forces. However, on the advent from the neighbouring forts of a few squadrons inexperienced enough to clamour for battle, he violated orders, engaged the enemy, and was routed. His reverse in turn so demoralized the troops which ought to have come to his rescue that they beat a hasty retreat to their various stations. The incident tried Corbulo's temper, and, after a sharp reprimand to Pacius, he, his prefects, and his men were ordered to bivouac outside the rampart, and in that humiliating position they were kept until released at the petition of the entire army. But Tiridates, now supported, apart from his own vassals by help from his brother Vologeses, began to harass Armenia, no longer by stealth but in open war, ravaging the communities which he considered loyal to ourselves, or, if force was brought against him, eluding contact and, as he flew hither and thither, disseminating a terror due more to rumour than to the sword. Corbulo, therefore, frustrated in his persevering quest for battle, and forced to imitate the enemy by carrying his arms from district to district, divided his strength, so that the legates and prefects might deliver a simultaneous attack at widely separate points. At the same time, he directed King Antiochus to march upon the prefectures adjoining him. For Pharasmanes, who had put his son Rhadamistus to death as a traitor, was now prosecuting his old feud against the Armenians with the readiness meant as evidence of his fidelity to ourselves, while the Moshi, most loyal of tribes to the Roman alliance, were now won over for the first time and raided the less accessible parts of Armenia. The plans of Tiridates were thus being completely reversed, and he began to send legations demanding, in his own name and that of Parthia, why, after his late grant of hostages and the renewal of a friendship meant to pave the way to further kindnesses, he was being evicted from his long-standing occupancy of Armenia. The only reason why Vologeses himself had as yet made no movement was that they both preferred to proceed by argument rather than force. But if war was persisted in, the house of Arsaces would not be found wanting in the valour and fortune which had several times already been demonstrated by a Roman disaster. Corbulo, who had sure information that Vologeses was detained by the revolt of Hyrcania, rejoined by advertising Tiridates to approach the emperor with a petition. A stable throne and a bloodless reign might fall to his lot, if he would renounce a dim and distant hope in order to pursue one which was within his grasp and preferable. Then, as these messages and counter-messages were achieving nothing towards a definite peace, it was decided to fix the time and place for a personal interview. A guard of 1,000 horsemen, Tiridates announced, would be present with himself. As to the forces of all arms which might attend Corbulo, he made no stipulation, so long as they came divested of cuirasses and helmets, in the guise of peace. Any man whatever, and most of all a veteran and far-sighted leader, was bound to fathom the barbarian ruse, and to reflect that the motive for specifying a restricted number on one side while offering a larger on the other was to prepare an act of treachery, since, if unprotected flesh and blood were to be closed to a cavalry trained in the use of the bow, numerical strength would be of no avail. Feigning, however, to understand nothing, he replied that discussions of a national importance would be more fitly conducted in presence of the whole armies, and chose a site, one half of which consisted of gently sloping hills, suited for lines of infantry, while the other spread out into a plain, admitting the deployment of mounted squadrons. First in the field, on the appointed day, Corbulo stationed on the flanks the allied infantry and the auxiliaries furnished by the king. In the centre, the 6th Legion, with which he had embodied 3,000 men of the 3rd, summoned from another camp during the night. A solitary eagle produced on the spectator the impression of a single legion. The day was already declining when Tiridates took up his position at a distance from which he was more visible than audible. The Roman commander, therefore, without conference, ordered his troops to draw off to their various camps. The king, either suspecting a ruse from the different directions in which our men were simultaneously moving, or hoping to cut off the supplies reaching us by way of the Euxine and the town of Trapezus, left in haste. Not only was he powerless, however, to molest the supplies, since they were convoyed over mountains occupied by our posts, but Corbulo, to avoid a protracted and fruitless campaign, and at the same time to reduce the Armenians to the defensive, prepared to demolish their fortresses. The strongest in that satrapy was known as Volandum, and he reserved it for himself. Minor holds he left to the legionary commander Cornelius Flaccus and the camp prefect Instaeus Capito. Then, after inspecting the defences and making suitable provision for the assault, he urged the troops to force from his lair this shifting enemy, disposed neither for peace nor for battle, but confessing his perfidy and his cowardice by flight, and to strike equally for glory and for spoil. He next divided the army into 4 bodies. One, massed in the tortoise formation, he led to undermine the rampart. Another he ordered to advance the ladders to the walls, while a strong party were to discharge brands and spears from the military engines. The slingers of each type were assigned a position from which to hurl their bullets at long range, the object being that, with danger threatening equally on all hands, pressure at one point should not be relieved by reinforcements from another. In the sequel, the army showed so much enthusiasm in action that before a third of the day was elapsed, the walls had been cleared of defenders, the barricades in the gateways broken down, the fortifications taken by escalade, and, the whole of the adult population put to the sword, all without the loss of one soldier, and with extremely few wounded. The mob of non-combatants was sold by auction. The rest of the spoils became the property of the victors. The legionary commander and the prefect enjoyed equal good fortune, and with 3 forts carried by storm in one day, the rest capitulated from panic, or in some cases, by the voluntary act of the inhabitants. All this inspired confidence for an attack upon the national capital of Artaxata. The legions, however, were not taken by the shortest road, since to use the bridge over the Araxes, which runs hard under the city walls, would have brought them within missile range. The crossing was effected at some distance and by a wider ford. But Tiridates, divided between shame and the fear that if he acquiesced in the siege, he would give the impression of being powerless to prevent it, while if he intervened, he might entangle himself and his mounted troops on impossible ground, determined finally to display his forces drawn up for battle. Then, if a day offered, either to begin an engagement or by a simulated flight to seek the opportunity for some ruse of war. He therefore suddenly attacked the Roman column from all quarters, but without surprising our commander, who had arranged his army as much for battle as for the road. On the right flank marched the 3rd Legion, on the left the 6th, with a chosen contingent of the 10th in the centre. The baggage had been brought within the lines, and the rear was guarded by 1,000 horse, whose instructions were to resist an attack at close quarters, but not to pursue if it became a retreat. On the wings were the unmounted archers and the rest of the cavalry force, the left wing extending the further along the foot of a range of hills, so that, if the enemy forced an entry, he could be met both in front and by an enveloping movement. On the other side, Tiridates launched desultory attacks, never advancing within javelin cast, but alternately threatening action and simulating panic, in the hope of loosening the ranks and falling on them while separated. Then, as there was no rash break of cohesion, and the only result attained was that of a decurion of cavalry, who advanced too boldly and was transfixed with a flight of arrows, had confirmed by his example the obedience of the rest, he drew off when darkness began to approach. Pitching his camp on the spot, Corbulo resolved the problem whether he should leave the baggage, move straight upon Artaxata with the legions under cover of night, and invest the city on which he presumed Tiridates to have retired. Later, when scouts came in with the news that the king's journey was a lengthy one, and that it was difficult to say whether his destination was Medea or Albania, he waited for the dawn, but sent the light-armed troops in advance to draw a cordon round the walls in the interval and begin the attack from a distance. The townsmen, however, opened the gates voluntarily and surrendered themselves and their property to the Romans. This promptitude ensured their personal safety. Artaxata itself was fired, demolished, and razed to the ground. For in view of the extent of the walls, it was impossible to hold it without a powerful garrison, and our numbers were not such that they could be divided between keeping a strong retaining force and conducting a campaign. While, if the place was to remain unscathed and unguarded, there was neither utility nor glory in the bare fact of its capture. In addition, there was a marvel sent apparently by heaven. Up to Artaxata the landscape glittered in the sunlight, yet suddenly the area encircled by the fortifications was so completely enveloped in a cloud of darkness and parted from the outside world by lightning flashes that the belief prevailed that it was being consigned to its doom by the hostile action of the gods. For all this, Nero was hailed as imperator, and in obedience to a senatorial decree, thanksgivings were held. Statues and arches and successive consulates were voted to the sovereign, and the days on which the victory was achieved, on which it was announced, on which the resolution concerning it was put, were to be included among the national festivals. There were more proposals in the same strain so utterly extravagant that Gaius Cassius, who had agreed to the other honours, pointed out that if gratitude, commensurate with the generosity of fortune, had to be shown to the gods, the whole year was too short for their thanksgivings, and for that reason a distinction ought to be made between holy days proper and working days on which men might worship heaven without suspending the business of earth. And now the hero of a checkered and stormy career, who had earned himself a multitude of hatreds, received his condemnation, though not without some detriment to the popularity of Seneca. This was Publius Suilius, the terrible and venal favourite of the Claudian reign, now less cast down by the change in the times than his enemies could wish, and more inclined to be counted a criminal than a suppliant. For the sake, it was believed, of crushing him, there had been revived an earlier decree of the Senate, together with the penalties prescribed by the Cincian law against advocates who had pleaded for profit. Suilius himself spared neither complaints nor objurgations, using the freedom natural not only to his fierce temper but to his extreme age, and assailing Seneca as the embittered enemy of the friends of Claudius under whom he had suffered his well-earned exile. At the same time, since his only experience was of bookish studies and single-minded youths, he had a jaundiced eye for those who applied a living and unsophisticated eloquence to the defence of their fellow citizens. He himself had been Germanicus's questor, Seneca the adulterer under the prince's roof. To obtain as the voluntary gift of a litigant some reward for honourable service, was that an offence to be judged more harshly than the pollution of the couch of imperial princesses? By what branch of wisdom, by what rules of philosophy had he acquired, within 4 years of royal favour, 300 million sesterces? In Rome his nets were spread for the childless and their testaments. Italy and the provinces were sucked dry by his limitless usury. But he, Suilius, had his hard-earned and modest competence. He would suffer accusation, trial, everything, rather than stoop his old, home-made honour before this upstart success. There was no lack of auditors to report his remarks, word for word or with changes for the worse, to Seneca. Accusers were discovered and they laid their charges, that the provincials had been plundered during Suilius's government of Asia, and that there had been embezzlement of public money. Then, as the prosecution had obtained a year for inquiries, it seemed shorter to begin upon his delinquencies at home, witnesses to which were ready to hand. By these the venomous indictment which had driven Quintus Pomponius to the necessity of civil war, the hounding to death of Drusus's daughter Julia, and of Poppaea Sabina, the trapping of Valerius Asiaticus, of Lucius Saturninus, and of Cornelius Lupus, finally the conviction of an army of Roman knights, and the whole tale of Claudius's cruelty, were laid to the account of Suilius. In defence he urged that none of these acts had been undertaken voluntarily, and that he had merely obeyed the sovereign, until the Caesar cut short his speech by stating that he had definite knowledge from his father's papers that he had compelled no prosecution of any person. Orders from Messalina were now alleged, and the defence began to totter. For why had none other been chosen to put his voice at the disposal of that homicidal wanton? Punishment must be measured out to these agents of atrocity when, after handling the wages of crime, they imputed the crime to others. Hence, after the forfeiture of half his estate, for his son and granddaughter were allowed the other half, and a similar exemption was extended to the property they had derived from their mother's will or their grandmother's, he was banished to the Balearic Isles. Neither with his fate in the balance nor with his condemnation recorded did his spirit break, and it was asserted later that a life of luxury and abundance had made his seclusion not intolerable. When his son Nerulinus was attacked by the accusers, who relied on his father's unpopularity and on charges of extortion, the emperor interposed his veto on the ground that vengeance was satisfied. Nearly at the same time, the plebeian tribune Octavius Sagitta, madly in love with a wedded woman called Pontia, purchased by immense gifts the first act of adultery, then her desertion of her husband. He promised marriage on his own part, and had secured a similar pledge on hers. Once free, however, the woman began to procrastinate, to plead the adverse wishes of her father, and, when hopes of a wealthier match presented themselves, to shuffle off her promise. Octavius, on the other side, now remonstrated, now threatened, appealing to the ruin of his reputation, to the exhaustion of his fortune, and finally placing his life, all that he could yet call his own, at her absolute disposal. As he was flouted, he asked for the consolation of one night to allay his fever and enable him to control himself in future. The night was fixed, and Pontia entrusted the watch over her bedroom to a maid in their confidence. Octavius entered with one freedman, a dagger concealed in his dress. Love and anger now ran their usual course in upbraidings and entreaties, reproach and reparation, and a part of the night was set aside to passion, inflamed by which, as it seemed, he struck her through with his weapon, while she suspected nothing, drove off with a wound the maid who came running up, and broke out of the room. Next day the murder was manifest, and the assassin not in doubt, for that he had been with her was demonstrated. Nonetheless, the freedman asserted that the crime was his own. He had avenged, he said, the injuries of his patron, and so startling was this example of devotion that he had shaken the belief of some, when the maid's recovery from her wound enabled her to disclose the truth. Octavius, after laying down his tribunate, was arraigned before the consuls by the father of the victim, and sentenced by verdict of the Senate and under the law of assassination. A no less striking instance of immorality proved in this year the beginning of grave public calamities. There was in the capital a certain Poppaea Sabina, daughter of Titus Ollius, though she had taken the name of her maternal grandfather Poppaeus Sabinus, of distinguished memory, who, with the honours of his consulate and triumphal insignia, outshone her father. For Ollius had fallen a victim to his friendship with Sejanus before holding the major offices. She was a woman possessed of all advantages, but a character. For her mother, after eclipsing the beauties of it her day, had endowed her alike with her fame and her looks. Her wealth was adequate to the distinction of her birth. Her conversation was engaging, her wit not without point. She paraded modesty and practised wantonness. In public she rarely appeared, and then with her face half veiled, so as not quite to satiate the beholder, or possibly because it so became her. She was never sparing of her reputation, and drew no distinctions between husbands and adulterers. Vulnerable neither to her own nor to alien passion, where material advantage offered, thither she transferred her desires. Thus, while living in the wedded state with Rufrius Crispinus, a Roman knight by whom she had had a son, she was seduced by Otto with his youth, his voluptuousness, and his reputed position as the most favoured of Nero's friends. Nor was it long before adultery was supplemented by matrimony. Otto, possibly by an amorous indiscretion, began to praise the looks and the graces of his wife in presence of the emperor, or possibly his object was to inflame the sovereign's desire, and by the additional bond of joint ownership in one woman to reinforce his own influence. His voice was often heard declaring, as he rose from the Caesar's table, that he at least must be returning to his wife, that to him had fallen that rank and beauty which the world desired and the fortunate enjoyed. In view of these and the like incitements, there was no tedious interval of delay, and Poppaea, admitted to the presence, proceeded to establish her ascendancy. At first by cajolery and artifice, feigning that she was too weak to resist her passion and had been captured by Nero's beauty. Then, as the emperor's love grew fervent, changing to haughtiness, and, if she was detained for more than a second night, insisting that she was a wife and could not renounce her married status, linked as she was to Otto by a mode of life which none could parallel. His was a true majesty of mind and garb. In him she contemplated the princely manner, while Nero, enchained by his menial paramour and the embraces of an Acti, had derived from that servile cohabitation no tincture of anything but the mean and the shabby. Otto was debarred from his usual intimacy with the sovereign, then from his levees and his suite. Finally, to prevent his acting as Nero's rival in Rome, he was appointed to the province of Lusitania, where till the outbreak of the civil war he lived, not in the mode of his notorious past, but uprightly and without reproach, frivolous where his leisure was concerned, more self-controlled as regarded his official powers. Henceforward Nero sought no veil for his debaucheries and crimes. He had a peculiar suspicion of Cornelius Sulla, whose natural slowness of wit he totally misunderstood, reading him as an astute character with a gift for simulation. His fears were deepened by the mendacity of Graptus, a Caesarian freedman, whom experience and age had familiarized with the household of the emperors from Tiberius downward. The Mulvian Bridge at that period was famous for its nocturnal attractions, and Nero was in the habit of frequenting it, so as to allow his extravagances a freer rein outside the city. Graptus accordingly invented the fiction that an ambuscade had been arranged for the prince in the event of his returning by the Flaminian way, that it had been providentially avoided, as he had come back by the other route to the gardens of Sallust, and that the author of the plot was Sulla, the foundation of the story being that, as chance would have it, a few rioters, in one of the juvenile escapades then so generally practised, had thrown the emperor's servants, on the road home, into a groundless panic. Neither a slave nor a client of Sulla's had been recognized, and his contemptible nature, incapable of daring in any form, was utterly incompatible with the charge. Yet, precisely as though he had been proved guilty, he received orders to leave his country and confine himself within the walls of Massilia. Under the same consuls, audience was given to the deputations from Puteoli, dispatched separately to the Senate by the decurions and the populace, the former inveighing against the violence of the mob, the latter against the rapacity of the magistrates and of the leading citizens in general. Lest the quarrels, which had reached the point of stone-throwing and threats of arson, should end by provoking bloodshed under arms, Gaius Cassius was chosen to apply the remedy. As the disputants refused to tolerate his severity, the commission at his own request was transferred to the brothers Scribonius, and these were given a praetorian cohort, the terrors of which, together with a few executions, restored the town to concord. I should not record a commonplace decree of the Senate which authorized the town of Syracuse to exceed the numbers prescribed for gladiatorial exhibitions, had not Thracia Petus, by opposing it, presented his detractors with an opportunity for censuring his vote. Why, it was demanded, if he believed senatorial freedom a necessity to the state, did he fasten on such frivolities? Why not reserve his suasion or dissuasion for the themes of which war or peace, of finance and law, and for the other matters on which hinged the welfare of Rome? Every member, each time that he received the privilege of recording his opinion, was free to express what views he desired and to demand a debate. Or was it the one desirable reform that shows that Syracuse should not be too liberal, and were all things else in all departments of the empire as entirely admirable as if not Nero's but Thracia's hand were at the helm? But if the highest questions were to be slurred over by ignoring their existence, how much more was it a duty not to touch irrelevancies? Thracia, on the other side, as his friends pressed for his explanation, answered that it was not ignorance of existing conditions which made him amend decrees of this character, but he was paying members the compliment of making it clear that they would not dissemble their interest in great affairs when they could give attention even to the slightest. In the same year, as a consequence of repeated demands from the public, which complained of the exactions of the revenue farmers, Nero hesitated whether he ought not to decree the abolition of all indirect taxation and present the reform as the noblest of gifts to the human race. His impulse, however, after much preliminary praise of his magnanimity, was checked by his older advisers, who pointed out that the dissolution of the empire was certain if the revenues on which the state subsisted were to be curtailed. For the moment the duties on imports were removed, the logical sequel would be a demand for the abrogation of the direct taxes. To a large extent, the collecting companies had been set up by consuls and plebeian tribunes, while the liberty of the Roman nation was still in all its vigor. Later modifications had only been introduced in order that the amount of income and the necessary expenditure should tally. At the same time, a check ought certainly to be placed on the cupidity of the collectors, otherwise a system which had been endured for years, without a complaint, might be brought into ill odour by new-fashioned harshnesses. The emperor therefore issued an edict that the regulations with regard to each tax, hitherto kept secret, should be posted for public inspection. Claims once allowed to lapse were not to be revived after the expiry of a year. At Rome, the praetor, in the provinces, the propraetors or proconsuls, were to waive the usual order of trial in favour of actions against collectors. The soldiers were to retain their immunities except in the case of goods which they offered for sale, and there were other extremely fair rulings which were observed for a time and then eluded. The annulment, however, of the 40th, 50th, and other irregular exactions, for which the publicans had invented titles, is still in force, In the provinces overseas, the transport of grain was made less expensive, and it was laid down that cargo boats were not to be included in the assessment of a merchant's property, nor treated as taxable. 2 defendants from the province of Africa, in which they had held proconsular power, were acquitted by the Caesar, Sulpicius Camerinus and Pompeius Silvanus. The opponents of Camerinus were private persons and not numerous, while the offences alleged were acts of cruelty rather than of embezzlement. Around Silvanus had gathered a swarm of accusers, who were demanding time for the production of their witnesses. The defendant insisted on presenting his case at once and carried his point, thanks to his wealth, his childlessness, and his advanced age, which he prolonged, however, beyond the lifetime of the fortune hunters by whose intrigues he had escaped. Up to this period quiet had prevailed in Germany, thanks to the temper of our commanders, who, now that triumphal emblems were staled, expected greater distinction from the maintenance of peace. The heads of the army at the time were Pompeius Paulinus and Lucius Vetus. Not to keep the troops inactive, however, the former finished the embankment for checking the inundations of the Rhine, begun 63 years earlier by Drusus, while Vetus prepared to connect the Moselle and the Arar by running a canal between the two, so that goods shipped by sea and then up the Rhone and Arar could make their way by the canal, and in due course into the ocean, a method which would remove the natural difficulties of the route and create a navigable highway between the shores of the west and north. The scheme was nullified by the jealousy of Aelius Gracilis, the governor of Belgica, who discouraged Vetus from introducing his legions into a province outside his competence, and so courting popularity in Gaul, a proceeding, he said, which would awaken the misgivings of the emperor, the usual veto upon honourable enterprise. However, through the continuous inaction of the armies, a rumour took rise that the legates had been divested of authority to lead them against an enemy. The Frisians accordingly moved their population to the Rhine bank. The able-bodied men by way of the forests and swamps, those not of military age by the lakes. Here they settled in the clearings reserved for the use of the troops, the instigators being Veritus and Malarix, who exercised over the tribe such kingship as exists in Germany. They had already fixed their abodes and sown the fields, and were tilling the soil as if they had been born on it, when Dubius Avitus, who had taken over the province from Paulinus, by threatening them with the Roman arms unless they withdrew to their old district or obtained the grant of a new site from the emperor, forced Veritus and Malarix to undertake the task of presenting the petition. They left for Rome, where, in the interval of waiting for Nero, who had other cares to occupy him, they visited the usual places shown to barbarians, and among them the theatre of Pompey, where they were to contemplate the size of the population. There, to kill time, they had not sufficient knowledge to be amused by the play. They were putting questions as to the crowd seated in the auditorium, the distinctions between the orders, which were the knights, where was the Senate, when they noticed a few men in foreign dress on the senatorial seats. They inquired who they were, and on hearing that this was a compliment paid to the envoys of nations distinguished for their courage and for friendship to Rome, exclaimed that no people in the world ranked before Germans in arms or loyalty, went down and took their seats among the fathers. The action was taken in good part by the onlookers as a trait of primitive impetuosity and generous rivalry. Nero presented both with the Roman citizenship and instructed the Frisians to leave the district. As they ignored the order, compulsion was applied by the unexpected dispatch of a body of auxiliary horse, which captured or killed the more obstinate of those who resisted. The same ground was then seized by the Amsivari, a more powerful clan, not only in numbers but in consequence of the pity felt for them by the adjacent tribes, as they had been expelled by the Chauci and were now a homeless people imploring an unmolested exile. They had also the advocacy of Boiocalus, as he was called, a celebrated personage among those clans, and at the same time loyal to ourselves. In the Cheruscan rebellion, he reminded us, he had been thrown into chains by order of Arminius. Next, he had served under the leadership of Tiberius and Germanicus, and now he was crowning an obedience of 50 years by subjecting his people to our rule. Why should such an extent of clear ground lie waste, merely that on some distant day the flocks and herds of the soldiers could be brought over to it? By all means let them keep reservations for cattle in the midst of starving men, but not to the extent of choosing a desert and a solitude for neighbours in preference to friendly nations. Once on a time those fields had been held by the Chamavi, then by the Tubantes, and later by the Usipi. As heaven had been given to the gods, so had earth to the race of mortal men, and what lacked a tenant was common property. Then, raising his eyes to the sun and invoking the rest of the heavenly host, he demanded, as if face to face with them, if they wished to look down on an empty earth. Sooner let them flood it with the sea, and arrest these ravishers of the land. Avitus, who had been unmoved by the appeal, replied that all men had to bow to the commands of their betters. It had been decreed by those gods whom they implored that, with the Roman people, should rest the decision what to give and what to take away, and that they should brook no other judges than themselves. This was his answer to the Amsivari as a people. To Boiocalus he said that in memory of their friendship he would make him a grant of land. The offer was indignantly rejected by the German as the wage of treason. "We may lack," he added, "a land to live in, but not one to die in." They parted therefore with bitterness on both sides. The Amsivari invited the Bructeri, the Tencteri, and still more remote tribes to join them in war. Avitus wrote to Quintilius Mancia, the commander of the upper army, asking him to cross the Rhine and display his arms in the rear. He himself led his legions into the territory of the Tencteri, threatening them with annihilation unless they dissociated their cause from that of the Confederates. They seceded accordingly. The same threat deterred the Bructeri, and, as the rest also forsook a dangerous and alien cause, the Amsivarian clan, thus left isolated, fell back to the Usipi and Tubantes. Expelled from their ground, they sought refuge with the Chatti, then with the Cherusci, and after a long pilgrimage in which they were treated in turn as guests, as beggars, and as enemies, their younger men found death on a foreign soil, and those below fighting age were portioned out as booty. In the same summer a great battle was waged between the Hermundari and Chatti, both attempting to appropriate by force a river which was at once a rich source for salt and the frontier line between the tribes. Apart from their passion for deciding all questions by the sword, they held an ingrained religious belief that this district was peculiarly close to heaven, and that nowhere did the gods give more immediate audience to human prayer. Hence, by the divine favour, salt in that river and in these forests was not produced, as in other countries, by allowing water to evaporate in a pool left by the sea, but by pouring it on a blazing pile of trees, crystallization taking place throughout the union of two opposed elements, water and fire. The struggle, which went in favour of the Hermundari, was the more disastrous to the Chatti, in that both sides consecrated, in the event of victory, the adverse host to Mars and Mercury, a vow implying the extermination of horses, men, and all objects whatsoever. The threats of the enemy thus recoiled upon himself. But the federate Euboean community was visited by an unlooked-for catastrophe. Fires breaking from the ground fastened on farmhouses, crops, and villages in all quarters, and soon were sweeping towards the very walls of the recently founded colony. Nothing could extinguish them, neither falling rain nor running water nor moisture in any form, until a few rustics, powerless to devise a remedy and enraged by the havoc, started to throw stones from a distance. Then, as the flames became stationary, they went close up and attempted to scare them away, like wild animals, by striking them with clubs and thrashing them with other implements. Finally, they stripped off their clothes and piled them on the fire, which they were the more likely to smother as they had been worn and soiled by common use. In the same year, the tree in the Comitium, known as the Ruminalis, which 830 years earlier had sheltered the infancy of Remus and Romulus, through the death of its boughs and the withering of its stem, reached a stage of decrepitude which was regarded as a portent until it renewed its verdure in fresh shoots. Book 14. In the consular year of Gaius Vipstanius and Gaius Fonteius, Nero postponed no further the long-contemplated crime. For a protracted term of empire had consolidated his boldness, and day by day he burned more hotly with love for Poppaea, who, hopeless of wedlock for herself and divorce for Octavia so long as Agrippina lived, plied the sovereign with frequent reproaches and occasional raillery, styling him the ward dependent on alien orders, who was neither the empire's master nor his own. For why was her wedding deferred? Her face, presumably, and her grandsires, with their triumphs, did not give satisfaction? Or was the trouble her fecundity and truth of heart? No, it was feared that, as a wife at all events, she might disclose the wrongs of the fathers, the anger of the nation against the pride and greed of his mother. But if Agrippina could tolerate no daughter-in-law but one inimical to her son, then let her be restored to her married life with Otto. She would go to any corner of earth where she could hear the emperor's ignominy rather than view it and be entangled in his perils. To these and similar attacks, pressed home by tears and adulterous art, no opposition was offered. All men yearned for the breaking of the mother's power. None credited that the hatred of the son would go the full way to murder. It is stated by Cluvius that Agrippina's ardour to keep her influence was carried so far that at midday, an hour at which Nero was beginning to experience the warmth of wine and good cheer, she presented herself on several occasions to her half-tipsy son, coquettishly dressed and prepared for incest. Already lascivious kisses and endearments that were the harbingers of guilt had been observed by their intimates, when Seneca sought in a woman the antidote to female blandishments, and brought in the freedwoman Acte, who, alarmed as she was, both at her own danger and at Nero's infamy, was to report that the incest was common knowledge, since his mother boasted of it, and that the troops would not submit to the supremacy of a sacrilegious emperor. According to Fabius Rusticus, not Agrippina, but Nero desired the union, the scheme being wrecked by the astuteness of the same freedwoman. The other authorities, however, gave the same version as Cluvius, and to their side tradition leans. Whether the enormity was actually conceived in the brain of Agrippina, or whether the contemplation of such a refinement in lust was merely taken as comparatively credible in a woman who, for the prospect of power, had in her girlish years yielded to the embraces of Marcus Lepidus, who for a similar ambition had prostituted herself to the desires of Pallas, and who had been inured to every turpitude by her marriage with her uncle. Nero therefore began to avoid private meetings with her. When she left for her gardens or the estates at Tusculum and Antium, he commended her intention of resting. Finally, convinced that wherever she might be kept she was still an incubus, he decided to kill her, debating only whether by poison, the dagger, or some other form of violence. The first choice fell on poison, but if it was to be given at the imperial table, then the death could not be referred to chance, since Britannicus had already met a similar fate. At the same time, it seemed an arduous task to tamper with the domestics of a woman whose experience of crime had made her vigilant for foul play, and besides, she had herself fortified her system by taking antidotes in advance. Cold steel and bloodshed no one could devise a method of concealing. Moreover, there was the risk that the agent chosen for such an atrocity might spurn his orders. Mother Wit came to the rescue in the person of Anicetus, the freedman, preceptor of Nero's boyish years, and detested by Agrippina with a vigour which was reciprocated. Accordingly, he pointed out that it was possible to construct a ship, part of which could be artificially detached, well out at sea, and throw the unsuspecting passenger overboard. Nowhere had accident such scope as on salt water, and if the lady should be cut off by shipwreck, who so captious as to read murder into the delinquency of wind and wave? The sovereign naturally would assign the deceased a temple and the other displays of filial piety. This ingenuity commended itself. The date, too, was in its favour. as Nero was in the habit of celebrating the festival of Minerva at Baiae. Thither he proceeded to lure his mother, observing from time to time that outbreaks of parental anger had to be tolerated, and that he must show a forgiving spirit, his aim being to create a rumour of reconciliation, which Agrippina, with the easy faith of her sex in the agreeable, would probably accept. In due course, she came. He went down to the beach to meet her. She was arriving from Antium, took her hand, embraced her, and escorted her to Borli, the name of a villa washed by the waters of a cove between the promontory of Misenum and the lake of Baiae. Here, among others, stood a more handsomely appointed vessel, apparently one attention the more to his mother, as she had been accustomed to use a trireme with a crew of marines. Also, she had been invited to dinner for the occasion, so that night should be available for the concealment of the crime. It is well established that someone had played the informer, and that Agrippina, warned of the plot, hesitated whether to believe or not, but made the journey to Baiae in a litter. There her fears were relieved by the blandishments of a cordial welcome and a seat above the prince himself. At last, conversing freely, one moment boyishly familiar, the next grave-browed as though making some serious communication, Nero, after the banquet had been long protracted, escorted her on her way, clinging more closely than usual to her breast and kissing her eyes, possibly as a final touch of hypocrisy, or possibly the last look upon his doomed mother gave pause even to that brutal spirit. A starlit night and the calm of an unruffled sea appeared to have been sent by heaven to afford proof of guilt. The ship had made no great way, and 2 of Agrippina's household were in attendance, Crepereus Gallus standing not far from the tiller, while Acerronia, bending over the feet of the recumbent princess, recalled exultantly the penitence of the son and the re-entry of the mother into favour. Suddenly the signal was given. The canopy above them, which had been heavily weighted with lead, dropped, and Crepereus was crushed and killed on the spot. Agrippina and Acerronia were saved by the height of the couch sides, which, as it happened, were too solid to give way under the impact. Nor did the break-up of the vessel follow, for confusion was universal, and even the men accessory to the plot were impeded by the large numbers of the ignorant. The crew then decided to throw their weight on one side, and so capsize the ship. But even on their own part, agreement came too slowly for a sudden emergency, and a counter-effort by others allowed the victims a gentler fall into the waves. Acerronia, however, incautious enough to raise the cry that she was Agrippina, and to demand aid for the emperor's mother, was dispatched with poles, oars, and every nautical weapon that came to hand. Agrippina, silent and so not generally recognized, though she received one wound in the shoulder, swam until she was met by a few fishing smacks, and so reached the Lucrine lake, whence she was carried into her own villa. There she reflected on the evident purpose of the treacherous letter of invitation, and the exceptional honour with which she had been treated, and on the fact that hard by the shore, a vessel driven by no gale and striking no reef, had collapsed at the top like an artificial structure on land. She reviewed as well the killing of Acerronia, glanced simultaneously at her own wound, and realized that the one defense against treachery was to leave it undetected. Accordingly, she sent the freedman Agurmus to carry word to her son that, thanks to divine kindness and to his fortunate star, she had survived a grave accident, but that, however great his alarm at his mother's danger, she begged him to defer the attention of a visit. For the moment what she needed was rest. Meanwhile, with affected unconcern, she applied remedies to her wound and fomentations to her body. Acerronia's will, she gave instructions, was to be sought, and her effects sealed up, the sole measure not referable to dissimulation. Meanwhile, as Nero was waiting for the messengers who should announce the doing of the deed, there came the news that she had escaped with a wound from a light blow, after running just sufficient risk to leave no doubt as to its author. Half dead with terror, he protested that any moment she would be here, hot for vengeance. And whether she armed her slaves, or inflamed the troops, or made her way to the Senate and the people, and charged him with the wreck, her wound, and the slaying of her friends, what counter-resource was at his own disposal? Unless there was hope in Seneca and Burrus. He had summoned them immediately. Whether to test their feeling or as cognizant already of the secret is questionable. There followed then a long silence on the part of both. Either they were reluctant to dissuade in vain, or they believed matters to have reached a point at which Agrippina must be forestalled, or Nero perish. After a time Seneca so far took the lead as to glance at Burrus and inquire if the fatal order should be given to the military. His answer was that the guards, pledged as they were to the Caesarean house as a whole, and attached to the memory of Germanicus, would flinch from drastic measures against his issue. Tacitus must redeem his promise. He, without any hesitation, asked to be given full charge of the crime. The words brought from Nero a declaration that that day presented him with an empire, and that he had a freedman to thank for so great a boon. Tacitus must go with speed and take an escort of men distinguished for implicit obedience to orders. He himself, on hearing that Agurmus had come with a message from Agrippina, anticipated it by setting the stage for a charge of treason, threw a sword at his feet while he was doing his errand, then ordered his arrest as an assassin caught in the act, his intention being to concoct a tale that his mother had practiced against the imperial life, and taken refuge in suicide from the shame of detection. In the interval, Agrippina's jeopardy, which was attributed to accident, had become generally known, and there was a rush to the beach as man after man learned the news. Some swarmed up the sea wall, some into the nearest fishing boats, others were wading middle-deep into the surf, a few standing with outstretched arms. The whole shore rang with lamentations and vows, and the din of conflicting questions and vague replies. A huge multitude streamed up with lights, and when the knowledge of her safety spread, set out to offer congratulations. Until at the sight of an armed and threatening column, they were forced to scatter. Tacitus drew a cordon around the villa, and breaking down the entrance, dragged off the slaves as they appeared, until he reached the bedroom door. A few servants were standing by. The rest had fled in terror at the inrush of men. In the chamber was a dim light and a single waiting maid, and Agrippina's anxiety deepened every instant. Why no one from her son, nor even Agurmus? Had matters prospered? They would have worn another aspect. Now nothing but solitude, hoarse alarms, and the symptoms of irremediable ill. Then the maid rose to go. "Dost thou too forsake me?" she began, and saw Anicetus behind her, accompanied by Herculeus the Triarch, and Abaratus, a centurion of marines. If he had come to visit the sick, he might take back word that she felt refreshed. If to do murder, she would believe nothing of her son. Matricide was no article of their instructions. The executioners surrounded the couch, and the Triarch began by striking her on the head with a club. The centurion was drawing his sword to make an end when she proffered her womb to the blow. "Strike here," she exclaimed, and was dispatched with repeated wounds. So far the accounts concur. Whether Nero inspected the corpse of his mother and expressed approval of her figure is a statement which some affirm and some deny. She was cremated the same night, on a dinner couch and with the humblest rites. Nor, so long as Nero reigned, was the earth piled over the grave or enclosed. Later, by the care of her servants, she received a modest tomb, hard by the road to Misenum, and that villa of the dictator Caesar which looks from its dizzy height to the bay outspread beneath. As the pyre was kindled, one of her freedmen, by the name of Mnester, ran a sword through his body, whether from love of his mistress or from fear of his own destruction, remains unknown. This was that ending to which years before Agrippina had given her credence and her contempt. For to her inquiries as to the destiny of Nero, the astrologers answered that he should reign and slay his mother, and "Let him slay," she had said, "so that he reign." But only with the completion of the crime was its magnitude realized by the Caesar. For the rest of the night, sometimes dumb and motionless, but not rarely starting in terror to his feet with a sort of delirium, he waited for the daylight which he believed would bring his end. Indeed, his first encouragement to hope came from the adulation of the centurions and tribunes, as, at the suggestion of Burrus, they grasped his hand and wished him joy of escaping his unexpected danger and the criminal enterprise of his mother. His friends, in turn, visited the temples, and, once the example had been given, the Campanian towns in the neighbourhood attested their joy by victims and deputations. By a contrast in hypocrisy, he himself was mournful, repining apparently at his own preservation, and full of tears for the death of a parent. But because the features of a landscape change less obligingly than the looks of men, and because there was always obtruded upon his gaze the grim prospect of that sea and those shores, and there were some who believed that he could hear a trumpet calling in the hills that rose around, and lamentations at his mother's grave, he withdrew to Naples, and forwarded to the Senate a letter, the sum of which was that an assassin with his weapon upon him had been discovered in Agermus, one of the confidential freedmen of Agrippina, and that his mistress, conscious of her guilt, had paid the penalty of meditated murder. He appended a list of charges drawn from the remoter past. She had hoped for a partnership in the empire, for the Praetorian cohorts to swear allegiance to a woman, for the Senate and people to submit to a like ignominy. Then, her ambition foiled, she had turned against the soldiers, the fathers, and the commons, had opposed the donative and the largesse, and had worked for the ruin of eminent citizens. At what cost of labour had he succeeded in preventing her from forcing the door of the Senate and delivering her answers to foreign nations? He made an indirect attack on the Claudian period also, transferring every scandal of the reign to the account of his mother, whose removal he ascribed to the fortunate star of the nation. For even the wreck was narrated, though where was the folly which could believe it accidental, or that a shipwrecked woman had dispatched a solitary man with a weapon to cut his way through the guards and navies of the emperor? The object, therefore, of popular censure was no longer Nero, whose barbarity transcended all protest, but Seneca, who in composing such a plea had penned a confession. However, with a notable spirit of emulation among the magnates, decrees were drawn up. Thanksgivings were to be held at all appropriate shrines. The festival of Minerva, on which the conspiracy had been brought to light, was to be celebrated with annual games. A golden statue of the goddess with an effigy of the emperor by her side was to be erected in the Curia, and Agrippina's birthday included among the inauspicious dates. Earlier sycophancies Thracia Petus had usually allowed to pass, either in silence or with a curt assent. This time he walked out of the Senate, creating a source of danger for himself, but implanting no germ of independence in his colleagues. Portents, also frequent and futile, made their appearance. A woman gave birth to a serpent. Another was killed by a thunderbolt in the embraces of her husband. The sun, again, was suddenly obscured, and the 14 regions of the capital were struck by lightning. Events which so little marked the concern of the gods that Nero continued for years to come his empire and his crimes. However, to aggravate the feeling against his mother, and to furnish evidence that his own mildness had increased with her removal, he restored to their native soil 2 women of high rank, Junia and Calpurnia, along with the ex-praetors Valerius Capito and Licinius Gabellus, all of them formerly banished by Agrippina. He sanctioned the return even of the ashes of Lollia Paulina, and the erection of a tomb. Iturius and Calvisius, whom he had himself relegated some little while before, he now released from the penalty. As to Silana, she had died a natural death at Tarentum, to which she had retraced her way when Agrippina, by whose enmity she had fallen, was beginning to totter or to relent. And yet he dallied in the towns of Campania, anxious and doubtful how to make his entry into Rome. Would he find obedience in the Senate, enthusiasm in the crowd? Against his timidity it was urged by every reprobate, and a court more prolific of reprobates the world has not seen, that the name of Agrippina was abhorred, and that her death had won him the applause of the nation. Let him go without a qualm and experience on the spot the veneration felt for his position. At the same time they demanded leave to precede him. They found indeed an alacrity which surpassed their promises. The tribes on the way to meet him, the Senate in festal dress, troops of wives and of children disposed according to their sex and years, while along his route rose tiers of seats of the type used for viewing a triumph. Then, flushed with pride, victor over the national civility, he made his way to the capital, paid his grateful vows, and abandoned himself to all the vices, till now retarded, though scarcely repressed, by some sort of deference to his mother. It was an old desire of his to drive a chariot and team of 4, and an equally repulsive ambition to sing to the lyre in the stage manner. Racing with horses, he used to observe, was a royal accomplishment, and had been practised by the commanders of antiquity. The sport had been celebrated in the praises of poets, and devoted to the worship of heaven. As to song, it was sacred to Apollo, and it was in the garb appropriate to it that, both in Greek cities and in Roman temples, that great and prescient deity was seen standing. He could no longer be checked, when Seneca and Burrus decided to concede one of his points rather than allow him to carry both, and an enclosure was made in the Vatican Valley, where he could maneuver his horses without the spectacle being public. Before long the Roman people received an invitation in form, and began to hymn his praises, as is the way of the crowd, hungry for amusements, and delighted if the sovereign draws in the same direction. However, the publication of his shame brought with it not the satiety expected, but a stimulus, and in the belief that he was attenuating his disgrace by polluting others, he brought on the stage those scions of the great houses whom poverty had rendered venal. They have passed away, and I regard it as a debt due to their ancestors not to record them by name. For the disgrace in part is his who gave money for the reward of infamy, and not for its prevention. Even well-known Roman knights he induced to promise their services in the arena by what might be called enormous bounties, were it not that gratuities from him who is able to command carry with them the compelling quality of necessity. Reluctant, however, as yet to expose his dishonour on a public stage, he instituted the so-called juvenile games, for which a crowd of volunteers enrolled themselves. Neither rank nor age nor an official career debarred a man from practising the art of a Greek or a Latin mummer, down to attitudes and melodies never meant for the male sex. Even women of distinction studied indecent parts, and in the grove with which Augustus fringed his naval lagoon, little trysting places and drinking dens sprang up, and every incentive to voluptuousness was exposed for sale. Distributions of coin, too, were made, for the respectable man to expend under compulsion, and the prodigal from vainglory. Hence debauchery and scandal throve, nor to our morals, corrupted long before, has anything contributed more of uncleanness than that herd of reprobates. Even in the decent walks of life, purity is hard to keep. Far less could chastity or modesty or any vestige of integrity survive in that competition of the vices. Last of all to tread the stage was the sovereign himself, scrupulously testing his lyre and striking a few preliminary notes to the trainers at his side. A cohort of the guards had been added to the audience, centurions and tribunes. Burrus also, with his sigh and his word of praise. Now, too, for the first time was enrolled the company of Roman knights known as the Augustiani, conspicuously youthful and robust, wanton in some cases by nature, in others through dreams of power. Days and nights they thundered applause, bestowed the epithets reserved for deity upon the imperial form and voice, and lived in a repute and honour which might have been earned by virtue. And yet, lest it should be only the histrionic skill of the emperor which won publicity, he affected also a zeal for poetry, and gathered a group of associates with some faculty for versification, but not such as to have yet attracted remark. These, after dining, sat with him, devising a connection for the lines they had brought from home or invented on the spot, and eking out the phrases suggested, for better or worse, by their master, the method being obvious even from the general cast of the poems, which run without energy or inspiration and lack unity of style, Even to the teachers of philosophy he accorded a little time, but after dinner, and in order to amuse himself by the wrangling which attended the exposition of their conflicting dogmas. Nor was there any dearth of gloomy-browed and sad-eyed sages eager to figure among the diversions of majesty. About the same date a trivial incident led to a serious affray between the inhabitants of the colonies of Nuceria and Pompeii, at a gladiatorial show presented by Livineus Regulus, whose removal from the Senate has been noticed. During an exchange of raillery, typical of the petulance of country towns, they resorted to abuse, then to stones, and finally to steel, the superiority lying with the populace of Pompeii, where the show was being exhibited. As a result, many of the Nucerians were carried maimed and wounded to the capital, while a very large number mourned the deaths of children or of parents. The trial of the affair was delegated by the emperor to the Senate, by the Senate to the consuls. On the case being again laid before the members, the Pompeians as a community were debarred from holding any similar assembly for 10 years, and the associations which they had formed illegally were dissolved. Livineus and the other fomenters of the outbreak were punished with exile. Pedius Blsesus also was removed from the Senate. He was charged by the Cyrenians with profaning the treasury of Aesculapius and falsifying the military levy by venality and favoritism. An indictment was brought again by Cyrene against Acilius Strabo, who had held praetorian office and been sent by Claudius to adjudicate on the estates, once the patrimony of King Appian, which he had bequeathed along with his kingdom to the Roman nation. They had been annexed by the neighbouring proprietors, who relied on their long-licensed usurpation as a legal and fair title. Hence, when the adjudication went against them, there was an outbreak of ill will against the adjudicator, and the Senate could only answer that it was ignorant of Claudius's instructions, and the emperor would have to be consulted. Nero, while upholding Strabo's verdict, wrote that nonetheless he supported the provincials, and made over to them the property occupied. There followed the death of 2 famous men, Domitius Afer and Marcus Servilius, both of whom had been distinguished as great officials and eloquent orators. Afer's celebrity, however, was due to his practice as an advocate, that of Servilius primarily to his long activity in the courts, then to his work as a Roman historian, and again to a refinement of life, made more noticeable by the fact that, while equal in genius to his rival, he was a complete contrast to him in character. In the consulate of Nero, his 4th term, and of Cornelius Cossus, a quinquennial competition on the stage in the style of a Greek contest was introduced at Rome. Like almost all innovations, it was variously canvassed. Some insisted that even Pompey had been censured by his elders for establishing the theatre in a permanent home. Before, the games had usually been exhibited with the help of improvised tiers of benches, and a stage thrown up for the occasion. Or, to go further into the past, the people stood to watch. Seats in the theatre, it was feared, might tempt them to pass whole days in indolence. By all means let the spectacles be retained in their old form, whenever the praetor presided, and so long as no citizen lay under any obligation to compete. But the national morality, which had gradually fallen into oblivion, was being overthrown from the foundations by this imported licentiousness, the aim of which was that every production of every land, capable of either undergoing or engendering corruption, should be on view in the capital, and that our youth, under the influence of foreign tastes, should degenerate into votaries of the gymnasia, of indolence, and of dishonourable amours, and this at the instigation of the Emperor and Senate, who, not content with conferring immunity upon vice, were applying compulsion in order that Roman nobles should pollute themselves on the stage under pretext of delivering an oration or a poem. What remained but to strip to the skin as well, put on the gloves and practice that mode of conflict instead of the profession of arms? Would justice be promoted? Would the equestrian decuries better fulfil their great judicial functions? If they had lent an expert ear to emasculated music and dulcet voices? Even night had been requisitioned for scandal, so that virtue should not be left with a breathing space, but that amid a promiscuous crowd every vilest profligate might venture in the dark the act for which he had lusted in the light. It was this very prospect of license which attracted the majority, and yet their pretexts were decently phrased. Even our ancestors had not been averse from amusing themselves with spectacles in keeping with the standard of wealth in their day, and that was the reason why actors had been imported from Etruria and horse races from Thurii. Since the annexation of Achaia and Asia, games had been exhibited in a more ambitious style, and yet at Rome no one born in a respectable rank of life had condescended to the stage as a profession, though it was now 200 years since the triumph of Lucius Mummius, who first gave an exhibition of the kind in the Capitol. But more than this, it had been a measure of economy, when the theatre was housed in a permanent building, instead of being reared and raised year after year at enormous expense. Again, the magistrates would not have the same drain upon their private resources, nor the populace the same excuse for demanding contests in the Greek style from the magistrates when the cost was defrayed by the state. The victories of orators and poets would apply a spur to genius, nor need it lie heavy on the conscience of any judge, if he had not turned a deaf ear to reputable arts and to legitimate pleasures. It was to gaiety rather than to wantonness that a few nights were being given out of 5 whole years, nights in which, owing to the blaze of illuminations, nothing illicit could be concealed. The display in question, it must be granted, passed over without any glaring scandal, and there was no outbreak, even slight, of popular partisanship, since the pantomimic actors, though restored to the stage, were debarred from the sacred contests. The first prize for eloquence was not awarded, but an announcement was made that the Caesar had proved victorious. The Greek dress, in which a great number of spectators had figured during the festival, immediately went out of vogue. Meanwhile, a comet blazed into view, in the opinion of the crowd an apparition boding change to monarchies. Hence, as though Nero were already dethroned, men began to inquire on whom the next choice should fall, and the name in all mouths was that of Rubellius Plautus, who on the mother's side drew his nobility from the Julian house. Personally, he cherished the views of an older generation. His bearing was austere, his domestic life being pure and secluded, and the retirement which his fears led him to seek had only brought him an accession of fame. The rumours gained strength from the interpretation, suggested by equal credulity, which was placed upon a flash of light, because while Nero dined by the Cimmerian lakes in the villa known as the Sublaquium, the banquet had been struck and the table shivered, and because the accident had occurred on the confines of Tiber, the town from which Plautus derived his origin on the father's side, a belief spread that he was the candidate marked out by the will of deity. And he found numerous supporters in the class of men who nurse the eager and generally delusive ambition to be the earliest parasites of a new and precarious power. Nero, therefore, perturbed by the reports, drew up a letter to Plautus, advising him to consult the peace of the Capitol and extricate himself from the scandal-mongers. He had family estates in Asia where he could enjoy his youth in safety and quiet. To Asia, accordingly, he retired, with his wife Antistia and a few of his intimate friends. About the same date, Nero's passion for extravagance brought him some disrepute and danger. He had entered and swum in the sources of the stream which Quintus Marcius conveyed to Rome, and it was considered that by bathing there he had profaned the sacred waters and the holiness of the site. The divine anger was confirmed by a grave illness which followed. Meanwhile, after raising Artaxata, Corbulo resolved to profit by the first impression of terror in order to seize Tigranocerta, which he could either destroy and deepen the fears of the enemy, or spare, and earn a reputation for clemency. He marched on the town, then, avoiding offensive operations, so as not to dispel the hope of an amnesty, but at the same time relaxing nothing of his vigilance. For he knew the facile inconstancy of a race which, if slow to confront danger, was quick to embrace an opportunity of treason. The barbarians, according to their moods, either met him with prayers or abandoned their hamlets and dispersed to the wilds. Others again concealed themselves, together with their most treasured belongings, in caverns. The Roman general therefore varied his methods. In the case of the suppliants, he employed pardon. In that of the fugitives, pursuit. To those lurking in covert, he was merciless, firing the entrances and exits of their dens after filling them with lopped branches and bushes. The Mahdi, experienced freebooters with a mountain barrier to secure them against invasion, harassed his march along their frontier. Corbulo threw the Iberians into the country, ravaged it, and chastised the enemy's boldness at the price of purely foreign blood. He himself and his army, though they had sustained no casualties in battle, were yet beginning to feel the strain of short rations and hardship. They had been reduced to keeping starvation at bay by a flesh diet. Added to this were a shortage of water, a blazing summer, and long marches, the one mitigating circumstance being the patience of the general, who bore the same privations as the common soldier, and even more. In time they reached an agricultural district, cut down the crops, and, out of the 2 forts in which the Armenians had taken refuge, carried one by storm. The other beat back the first assault and was reduced by blockade. Hence he crossed into the Tauronite district, where he escaped an unexpected danger. A barbarian of some note, who had been found with a weapon not far from Corbulo's tent, disclosed under torture the whole sequence of the plot, his own responsibility for it, and his accomplices. There followed the conviction and punishment of the traitors who, under the cloak of friendship, were designing murder. Nor was it long before envoys from Tigranocerta brought news that the city gates were open, and their countrymen awaiting his orders. At the same time they handed over a gold crown, presented as a token of welcome. He accepted it with a complimentary speech, and left the city intact, hoping that a population which had lost nothing would retain its loyalty with greater readiness. On the other hand, the military post of Legerda, which had been shut against the invader by a body of resolute youths, was carried only with a struggle, as the defenders not merely risked an engagement outside the walls, but, when driven within the ramparts, yielded only to a siege mound and the arms of a storming party. These successes were gained with the more ease that the Parthians were fully occupied with the Hyrcanian war. The Hyrcanians, in fact, had sent to the Roman emperor, soliciting an alliance and pointing, as a pledge of friendliness, to their detention of Vologeses. On the return of the deputies, who by crossing the Euphrates might have been intercepted by the enemy's outposts, Corbulo assigned them a guard and escorted them to the shores of their own sea, from which they were able to regain their country while avoiding Parthian territory. Moreover, as Tiridates was attempting to penetrate the extreme Armenian frontier by way of Media, he sent the legate Varilanus in advance with the auxiliaries, and by his own appearance with the legions, after a forced march, compelled the prince to retire to a distance and abandon the thought of war. After devastating with fire and sword the districts he had found hostile to ourselves, he remained master of Armenia, when Tigranes, who had been chosen by Nero to assume the crown, arrived on the scene, a member of the Cappadocian royal house, and a great-grandson of King Archelaus, but by his long residence as a hostage in the capital, reduced to a slave-like docility, since in some quarters the popularity of the Arsacidae still persisted. The majority, however, revolted by Parthian arrogance, preferred a king assigned by Rome. He was allowed further a garrison of 1,000 legionaries, 3 allied cohorts, and 2 squadrons of cavalry. While to make his new kingdom more easily tenable, any district of Armenia adjoining the frontier of Pharasmanes or Polemo, or Aristobulus or Antiochus, was ordered to obey the prince. Corbulo withdrew to Syria, deprived of its governor by the death of Ummidius, and since then left to its own devices. In the same year, Laodicea, one of the famous Asiatic cities, was laid in ruins by an earthquake, but recovered by its own resources without assistance from ourselves. In Italy, the old town of Puteoli acquired the rights and title of a colony from Nero. veterans were drafted into Tarentum and Antium, but failed to arrest the depopulation of the districts, the majority slipping away into the provinces where they had completed their years of service, while as they lacked the habit of marrying wives and rearing families, the homes they left behind them were childless and without heirs. For the days had passed when entire legions, with tribunes, centurions, privates in their proper centuries, were so transplanted as to create, by their unanimity and their comradeship, a little commonwealth. The settlers now were strangers among strangers, men from totally distinct maniples, leaderless, mutually indifferent, suddenly, as if they were anything in the world except soldiers, massed in one place to compose an aggregate rather than a colony. Since the Praetorian elections, regularly left to the discretion of the Senate, had been disturbed by an unusually heated struggle for votes, the emperor restored calm by appointing the 3 candidates over the required number to legionary commands. He also added to the dignity of the fathers by ruling that litigants appealing from civil tribunals to the Senate must risk the same deposit as those who invoked the sovereign. Previously, appeal had been unrestricted and immune from penalty. At the close of the year, the Roman knight, Vibius Secundus, was condemned on a charge of extortion brought by the Mauritanians and banished from Italy. That he contrived to escape the infliction of a heavier sentence was due to the resources of his brother Vibius Crispus. In the consulate of Caesenius Petus and Petronius Turpilianus, a grave reverse was sustained in Britain, where, as I have mentioned, the legate Aulus Didius had done nothing but retain the ground already won, while his successor Veranius, after harrying the Silurians in a few raids of no great significance, was prevented by death from carrying his arms further. Famous during life for uncompromising independence, in the closing words of his testament he revealed the courtier. For amid a mass of flattery to Nero he added that, could he have lived for the next 2 years, he would have laid the province at his feet. For the present, however, Britain was in the charge of Suetonius Paulinus, in military skill and in popular report, which allows no man to lack his rival, a formidable competitor to Corbulo, and anxious to equal the laurels of the recovery of Armenia by crushing a national enemy. He prepared accordingly to attack the island of Mona, which had a considerable population of its own, while serving as a haven for refugees, and in view of the shallow and variable channel, constructed a flotilla of boats with flat bottoms. By this method the infantry crossed. The cavalry, who followed, did so by fording, or, in deeper water, by swimming at the side of their horses. On the beach stood the adverse array, a serried mass of arms and men, with women flitting between the ranks. In the style of Furies, in robes of deathly black and with dishevelled hair, they brandished their torches, while a circle of Druids, lifting their hands to heaven and showering imprecations, struck the troops with such an awe at their extraordinary spectacle that, as though their limbs were paralyzed, they exposed their bodies to wounds without an attempt at movement. Then, reassured by their general and inciting each other never to flinch before a band of females and fanatics, they charged behind the standards, cut down all who met them, and enveloped the enemy in his own flames. The next step was to install a garrison among the conquered population, and to demolish the groves consecrated to their savage cults, for they considered it a duty to consult their deities by means of human entrails. While he was thus occupied, the sudden revolt of the province was announced to Suetonius. The Icenian king Prasutagus, celebrated for his long prosperity, had named the emperor his heir, together with his 2 daughters, an act of deference which he thought would place his kingdom and household beyond the risk of injury. The result was contrary, so much so that his kingdom was pillaged by centurions, his household by slaves, as though they had been prizes of war. As a beginning, his wife Boudica was subjected to the lash, and his daughters violated. All the chief men of the Icenians were stripped of their family estates, and the relatives of the king were treated as slaves. Impelled by this outrage and the dread of worse to come, for they had now been reduced to the status of a province, they flew to arms, and incited to rebellion the Trinobantes and others, who, not yet broken by servitude, had entered into a secret and treasonable compact to resume their independence. The bitterest animosity was felt against the veterans, who, fresh from their settlement in the colony of Camulodunum, were acting as though they had received a free gift of the entire country, driving the natives from their homes, ejecting them from their lands, they styled them captives and slaves, and abetted in their fury by the troops, with their similar mode of life and their hopes of equal indulgence. More than this, the temple raised to the deified Claudius continually met the view, like the citadel of an eternal tyranny, while the priests, chosen for its service, were bound under the pretext of religion to pour out their fortunes like water, nor did there seem any great difficulty in the demolition of a colony unprotected by fortifications, a point too little regarded by our commanders, whose thoughts had run more on the agreeable than on the useful. Meanwhile, for no apparent reason, the statue of Victory at Camulodunum fell, with its back turned as if in retreat from the enemy. Women, converted into maniacs by excitement, cried that destruction was at hand, and that alien cries had been heard in the invaders' Senate House. The theatre had rung with shrieks, and in the estuary of the Thames had been seen a vision of the ruined colony. Again, that the ocean had appeared blood-red, and that the ebbing tide had left behind it what looked to be human corpses, were indications read by the Britons with hope and by the veterans with corresponding alarm. However, as Suetonius was far away, they applied for help to the procurator Catus Decianus. He sent not more than 200 men, without their proper weapons. In addition, there was a small body of troops in the town. Relying on the protection of the temple, and hampered also by covert adherents of the rebellion who interfered with their plans, they neither secured their position by fosse or rampart, nor took steps, by removing the women and the aged, to leave only able-bodied men in the place. They were as carelessly guarded as if the world was at peace, when they were enveloped by a great barbarian host. All else was pillaged or fired in the first onrush. Only the temple, in which the troops had massed themselves, stood a 2 days' siege, and was then carried by storm. Turning to meet Petilius Cerealis, commander of the 9th Legion, who was arriving to the rescue, the victorious Britons routed the legion and slaughtered the infantry to a man. Cerealis with the cavalry escaped to the camp, and found shelter behind its fortifications. Unnerved by the disaster and the hatred of the province which his rapacity had goaded into war, the procurator Catus crossed to Gaul. Suetonius, on the other hand, with remarkable firmness, marched straight through the midst of the enemy upon London, which, though not distinguished by the title of colony, was none the less a busy centre, chiefly through its crowd of merchants and stores. Once there, he felt some doubt whether to choose it as a base of operations, but on considering the fewness of his troops and the sufficiently severe lesson which had been read to the rashness of Petilius, he determined to save the country as a whole at the cost of one town. The laments and tears of the inhabitants, as they implored his protection, found him inflexible. He gave the signal for departure, and embodied in the column those capable of accompanying the march. All who had been detained by the disabilities of sex, by the lassitude of age, or by local attachment, fell into the hands of the enemy. A similar catastrophe was reserved for the municipality of Verulamium, as the natives, with their delight in plunder and their distaste for exertion, left the forts and garrison posts on one side, and made for the point which offered the richest material for the pillager, and was unsafe for a defending force. It is established that close upon 70,000 Roman citizens and allies fell in the places mentioned. For the enemy neither took captive nor sold into captivity. There was none of the other commerce of war. He was hasty with slaughter and the gibbet, with arson and the cross, as though his day of reckoning must come, but only after he had snatched his revenge in the interval. Suetonius had already the 14th Legion, with a detachment of the 20th and auxiliaries from the nearest stations, altogether some 10,000 armed men, when he prepared to abandon delay and contest a pitched battle. He chose a position approached by a narrow defile, and secured in the rear by a wood, first satisfying himself that there was no trace of an enemy except in his front, and that the plain there was devoid of cover and allowed no suspicion of an ambuscade. The legionaries were posted in serried ranks, the light armed troops on either side, and the cavalry massed on the extreme wings. The British forces, on the other hand, disposed in bands of foot and horse, were moving jubilantly in every direction. They were in unprecedented numbers, and confidence ran so high that they brought even their wives to witness the victory, and installed them in wagons, which they had stationed just over the extreme fringe of the plain. Boudicca, mounted in a chariot with her daughters before her, rode up to clan after clan and delivered her protest. It was customary, she knew, with Britons to fight under female captaincy. But now she was avenging, not as a queen of glorious ancestry, her ravished realm and power, but as a woman of the people, her liberty lost, her body tortured by the lash, the tarnished honour of her daughters. Roman cupidity had progressed so far that not their very persons, not age itself, nor maidenhood, were left unpolluted. Yet heaven was on the side of their just revenge. One legion, which ventured battle, had perished. The rest were skulking in their camps, all looking around them for a way of escape. They would never face even the din and roar of those many thousands, far less their onslaught and their swords, if they considered in their own hearts the forces under arms and the motives of the war. On that field they must conquer or fall. Such was the settled purpose of a woman. The men might live and be slaves. Even Suetonius in this critical moment broke silence. In spite of his reliance on the courage of the men, he still blended exhortations and entreaty. They must treat with contempt the noise and empty menaces of the barbarians. In the ranks opposite, more women than soldiers meet the eye. Unwarlike and unarmed, they would break immediately, when taught by so many defeats. They recognized once more the steel and the valor of their conquerors. Even in a number of legions it was but a few men who decided the fate of battles. And it would be an additional glory that they, a handful of troops, were gathering the laurels of an entire army. Only keeping their order close, and when their javelins were discharged, employing shield, boss, and sword, let them steadily pile up the dead and forget the thought of plunder. Once the victory was gained, all would be their own. Such was the ardour following the general's words. With such alacrity had his veteran troops, with the long experience of battle, prepared themselves in a moment to hurl the pilum, that Suetonius, without a doubt of the issue, gave the signal to engage. At first the legionaries stood motionless, keeping to the defile as a natural protection. Then, when the closer advance of the enemy had enabled them to exhaust their missiles with certitude of aim, they dashed forward in a wedge-like formation. The auxiliaries charged in the same style, and the cavalry, with lances extended, broke a way through any parties of resolute men whom they encountered. The remainder took to flight, although escape was difficult as the cordon of wagons had blocked the outlets. The troops gave no quarter even to the women. The baggage animals themselves had been speared and added to the pile of bodies. The glory won in the course of the day was remarkable, and equal to that of our older victories, for by some accounts little less than 80,000 Britons fell, at a cost of some 400 Romans killed, and a not much greater number of wounded. Boudicca ended her days by poison, while Poenius Postumus, camp prefect of the 2nd Legion, informed of the exploits of the men of the 14th and 20th, and conscious that he had cheated his own corps of a share in the honours, and had violated the rules of the service by ignoring the orders of his commander, ran his sword through his body. The whole army was now concentrated and kept under canvas, with a view to finishing what was left of the campaign. Its strength was increased by the Caesar, who sent over from Germany 2,000 legionaries, 8 cohorts of auxiliaries, and 1,000 cavalry. Their advent allowed the gaps in the 9th Legion to be filled with regular troops. The allied foot and horse were stationed in new winter quarters, and the tribes which had shown themselves dubious or disaffected were harried with fire and sword. Nothing, however, pressed so hard as famine on an enemy who, careless about the sowing of his crops, had diverted all ages of the population to military purposes, while marking out our supplies for his own property. Still, hatred of Rome was persistent, and the fierce-tempered clans inclined the more slowly to peace because Julius Classicianus, who had been sent in succession to Catus and was not on good terms with Suetonius, was hampering the public welfare by his private animosities, and had circulated a report that it would be well to wait for a new legate, who, lacking the bitterness of an enemy and the arrogance of a conqueror, would show consideration to those who surrendered. At the same time, he reported to Rome that no cessation of fighting need be expected until the supersession of Suetonius, the failures of whom he referred to his own perversity, his successes to the kindness of fortune. Accordingly, Polycletus, one of the freedmen, was sent to inspect the state of Britain. Nero, cherishing high hopes that, through his influence, not only might a reconciliation be effected between the legate and the procurator, but the rebellious temper of the natives be brought to acquiesce in peace. Polycletus, in fact, whose immense train had been an incubus to Italy and Gaul, did not fail, when once he had crossed the seas, to render his march a terror even to Roman soldiers. To the enemy, on the other hand, he was a subject of derision. With them, the fire of freedom was not yet quenched. They had still to make acquaintance with the power of freedmen, and they wondered that a general in an army who had accounted for such a war should obey a troop of slaves. Nonetheless, everything was reported to the emperor in a more favourable light. Suetonius was retained at the head of affairs, but when later on he lost a few ships on the beach, and the crews with them, he was ordered, under pretence that the war was still in being, to transfer his army to Petronius Turpilianus, who by now had laid down his consulate. The newcomer abstained from provoking the enemy, was not challenged himself, and conferred on this spiritless inaction the honourable name of peace. In the same year, two remarkable crimes, one due to a senator, one due to the audacity of a slave, were perpetrated at Rome. There was an ex-praetor, Domitius Balbus, who, alike by his great age and by his childlessness and wealth, was exposed to conspiracy. Valerius Fabianus, a relative of his who was destined for the official career, drew up a false will in his name, in concert with the Roman knights, Vinicius Rufinus and Terentius Lentinus. These again had taken Antonius Primus and Asinius Marcellus into the confederacy. Antonius was a ready and daring spirit. Marcellus had the distinction of being the great-grandson of Asinius Pollio, and passed for a man of tolerable character, except for the fact that he regarded poverty as the supreme evil. Fabianus then sealed the document, attested by the accomplices I have mentioned and by some others of less note. The fraud was brought home to them in the Senate, and Fabianus and Antonius, with Rufinus and Terentius, were sentenced under the Cornelian law. Marcellus was redeemed from punishment rather than from infamy by the memory of his ancestors and the intercession of the Caesar. The same day brought also the fall of a youthful ex-questor, Pompeius Aelianus, charged with complicity in the villainies of Fabianus. He was outlawed from Italy and also from Spain, the country of his origin. The same humiliation was inflicted on Valerius Ponticus, because, to save the accused from prosecution before the city prefect, with the intention of defeating for the moment by a legal subterfuge and, in the long run, by collusion, a clause was added to the senatorial decree providing that any person buying or selling this form of connivance was to be liable to the same penalty as if convicted of calumny in a criminal trial. Shortly afterwards, the city prefect, Pedanius Secundus, was murdered by one of his own slaves, either because he had been refused emancipation after Pedanius had agreed to the price, or because he had contracted a passion for a catamite and declined to tolerate the rivalry of his owner. Be that as it may, when the whole of the domestics who had been resident under the same roof ought, in accordance with the old custom, to have been led to execution, the rapid assembly of the populace, bent on protecting so many innocent lives, brought matters to the point of sedition, and the Senate House was besieged. Even within its walls there was a party which protested against excessive harshness, though most members held that no change was advisable. Gaius Cassius, one of the majority when his turn to speak arrived, argued in the following strain: "I have frequently, conscript fathers, made one of this body when demands were being presented for new senatorial decrees in contravention of the principles and the legislation of our fathers, and from me there came no opposition, not because I doubted that, whatever the issue, the provision made for it in the past was the better conceived and the more correct, and that, where revision took place, the alteration was for the worse, but because I had no wish to seem to be exalting my own branch of study by an overstrained affection for ancient usage. At the same time, I considered that what little influence I may possess ought not to be frittered away in perpetual expressions of dissent. I preferred it to remain intact for an hour when the state had need of advice, and that hour is come today, when an ex-consul has been done to death in his own home by the treason of a slave, treason which none hindered or revealed, though as yet no attacks had shaken the senatorial decree which threatened the entire household with execution. By all means vote impunity, but whom shall his rank defend when rank has not availed the prefect of Rome? Whom shall the number of his slaves protect, when 400 could not shield Pedanius Secundus? Who shall find help in his domestics, when even fear for themselves cannot make them note our dangers? Or, as some can feign without a blush, did the killer avenge his personal wrongs because the contract touched his patrimony? Or because he was losing a slave from his family establishment? Let us go the full way and pronounce the owner justly slain. Is it your pleasure to muster arguments upon a point which has been considered by wiser minds than ours? But even if we had now for the first time to frame a decision, do you believe that a slave took the resolution of killing his master without an ominous phrase escaping him, without one word uttered in rashness? Assume, however, that he kept his counsel, that he procured his weapon in an unsuspecting household. Could he pass the watch, carry in his light, and perpetrate his murder without the knowledge of a soul? A crime has many antecedent symptoms. So long as our slaves disclose them, we may live solitary amid their numbers, secure amid their anxieties, and finally, if die we must, certain of our vengeance amid the guilty crowd. To our ancestors, the temper of their slaves was always suspect, even when they were born on the same estate or under the same roof, and drew in affection for their owners with their earliest breath. But now that our households comprise nations, with customs the reverse of our own, with foreign cults or with none, you will never coerce such a medley of humanity except by terror. But some innocent lives will be lost. Even so, for when every 10th man of the routed army drops beneath the club, the lot falls on the brave as well. All great examples carry with them something of injustice, injustice compensated, as against individual suffering, by the advantage of the community. While no one member ventured to controvert the opinion of Cassius, he was answered by a din of voices expressing pity for the numbers, the age, or the sex of the victims, and for the undoubted innocence of the majority. In spite of all, the party advocating execution prevailed, but the decision could not be complied with, as a dense crowd gathered and threatened to resort to stones and firebrands. The Caesar then reprimanded the populace by edict, and lined the whole length of road, by which the condemned were being marched to punishment, with detachments of soldiers. Cingonius Varro had moved that even the freedmen who had been present under the same roof should be deported from Italy. The measure was vetoed by the emperor, lest gratuitous cruelty should aggravate a primitive custom which mercy had failed to temper. Under the same consulate, Tarquitius Priscus was found guilty of extortion at the suit of the Bithynians, much to the joy of the Senate, which remembered his accusation of Statilius Taurus, his own proconsul. In the Gallic provinces an assessment was held by Quintus Volusius, Sextius Africanus, and Trebellius Maximus. Between Volusius and Africanus there subsisted a rivalry due to their rank. For Trebellius they entertained a common contempt, which enabled him to surpass them both. The year saw the end of Memmius Regulus, whose authority, firmness, and character had earned him the maximum of glory possible in the shadows cast by imperial greatness. So true was this that Nero, indisposed and surrounded by sycophants predicting the dissolution of the empire, should he go the way of fate, answered that the nation had a resource. To the further inquiry where that resource was specially to be found, he subjoined, "In Memmius Regulus." Yet Regulus survived. He was shielded by his quietude of life. He sprang from a recently ennobled family, and his modest fortune aroused no envy. In the course of the year, Nero consecrated a gymnasium, oil being supplied to the equestrian and senatorial orders, a Greek form of liberality. In the consulate of Publius Marius and Lucius Afinius, the praetor Antistius, whose license of conduct in his plebeian tribuneship I have already mentioned, composed a number of scandalous verses on the sovereign, and gave them to the public at the crowded table of Astorius Scapula, with whom he was dining. He was thereupon accused of treason by Cusutianus Capito, who, by the intercession of his father-in-law Tigellinus, had lately recovered his senatorial rank. This was the first revival of the statute, and it was believed that the object sought was not so much the destruction of Antistius as the glorification of the emperor, whose tribunician veto was to snatch him from death, when already condemned by the Senate. Although Ostorius had stated in evidence that he had heard nothing, the witnesses on the other side were credited, and the consul designate, Junius Marullus, moved for the accused to be stripped of his praetorship and executed in the primitive manner. The other members were expressing assent when Thrasea Paetus, after a large encomium upon the Caesar, and a most vigorous attack on Antistius, took up the argument. It did not follow that the full penalty which a guilty prisoner deserved to undergo was the one that ought to be decided upon, under an excellent emperor and by a senate not fettered by any sort of compulsion. The executioner and the noose were forgotten things, and there were punishments established by various laws, under which it was possible to inflict a sentence branding neither the judges with brutality nor the age with infamy. In fact, on an island, with his property confiscated, the longer he dragged out his criminal existence, the deeper would be his personal misery, and he would also furnish a number example of public clemency. The independence of Thracia broke through the civility of others, and on the consul authorizing a division, he was followed in the voting by all but a few dissentients, the most active sycophant in their number being Aulus Vitellius, who levelled his abuse at all men of decency, and, as is the wont of cowardly natures, lapsed into silence when the reply came. The consuls, however, not venturing to complete the senatorial decree in form, wrote to the emperor and stated the opinion of the meeting. He, after some vacillation between shame and anger, finally wrote back that Antistius, unprovoked by any injury, had given utterance to the most intolerable insults upon the sovereign. For those insults retribution had been demanded from the fathers, and it would have been reasonable to fix a penalty proportioned to the gravity of the offence. Still, as he had proposed to check undue severity in their sentence, he would not interfere with their moderation. They must decide, as they pleased, that they had been given liberty even to acquit. These observations and the like were read aloud, and the imperial displeasure was evident. The consuls, however, did not change the motion on that account. Thracia did not waive his proposal, nor did the remaining members desert the cause they had approved. One section, lest it should seem to have placed the emperor in an invidious position, a majority because there was safety in their numbers. Thracia, through his usual firmness of temper and a desire not to let slip the credit he had earned. Fabricius Veiento succumbed to the not dissimilar charge of composing a series of libels on the Senate and priests in the books to which he had given the title of his will. The accuser, Tullius Geminus, also maintained that he had consistently sold the imperial bounty and the right to official promotion. This last count decided Nero to take the case into his own hands. He convicted Veiento, relegated him from Italy, and ordered his books to be burned. These, while they were only to be procured at a risk, were anxiously sought and widely read, Oblivion came when it was permissible to own them. But while the evils of the state were growing daily more serious, the resources of the state were dwindling, and Burrus took his leave of life, whether by sickness or by poison may be doubted. Sickness was conjectured from the fact that he ceased to breathe as the result of a gradual swelling of the interior of the throat, and the consequent obstruction of the windpipe. It was more generally asserted that, by Nero's instructions, his palate was smeared with a poisonous drug, ostensibly as a remedial measure, and that Burrus, who had penetrated the crime, on receiving a visit from the emperor, averted his eyes from him, and answered his inquiries with the bare words, "I am well." He was regretted deeply and permanently by a country mindful of his virtue, and of his successors, one of them tamely innocent, the other flagrantly criminal. For the Caesar had appointed 2 commanders to the Praetorian cohorts, Fenius Rufus, commended by the favour of the crowd, as he superintended the provisioning of the capital without profit to himself, and Sophonius Tigellinus, in whose case the attractions were the licentiousness of his past and his infamy. Neither belied his known habits. Tigellinus took the firmer hold over the mind of the prince, and was made free of his most intimate debauches. Rufus enjoyed an excellent character with the people and the troops, and laboured under that disadvantage in his relations with Nero. The death of Burrus shook the position of Seneca, for not only had the cause of decency lost in power by the removal of one of its 2 champions, but Nero was inclining to worse counsellors. These brought a variety of charges to the assault on Seneca, who was still augmenting that enormous wealth which had transcended the limits of a private fortune, who was perverting the affection of his countrymen to himself, who even in the charm of his pleasure grounds and the splendour of his villas appeared bent on surpassing the sovereign. The honours of eloquence, so the Count proceeded, he arrogated to himself alone, and he was writing verse more frequently now that Nero had developed an affection for the art. For of the emperor's amusements in general he was an openly captious critic, disparaging his powers when he drove his horses and deriding his notes when he sang. How long was nothing to be counted brilliant in Rome unless it was believed the invention of Seneca? Beyond a doubt, Nero's boyhood was finished, and the full vigour of youth had arrived. Let him discharge his pedagogue. He had a sufficiently distinguished staff of teachers in his own ancestors. Seneca was aware of his maligners. They were revealed from the quarters where there was some little regard for honour, and the Caesar's avoidance of his intimacy was becoming marked. He therefore asked to have a time fixed for an interview. It was granted, and he began as follows. "It is the 14th year, Caesar, since I was associated with your hopeful youth, the 8th that you have held the empire. In the time between, you have heaped upon me so much of honour and of wealth that all that is lacking to complete my happiness is discretion in its use. I shall appeal to great precedents, and I shall draw them, not from my rank, but from yours. Augustus, the grandfather of your grandfather, conceded to Marcus Agrippa the privacy of Mytilene, and to Gaius Maecenas, within the capital itself, something tantamount to retirement abroad. One had been the partner of his wars, the other had been harassed by more numerous labours at Rome, and each had received his reward, a magnificent reward, it is true, but proportioned to immense deserts. For myself, what incentive to your generosity have I been able to apply, except some bookish acquirements, cultivated, I might say, in the shadows of the cloister, acquirements to which fame has come because I am thought to have lent a helping hand in your own first youthful efforts, a wage that overpays the service. But you have invested me with measureless influence, with countless riches, so that often I put the question to myself, is it I, born in the station of a simple knight and a provincial, who am numbered with the magnates of the realm? Among these nobles, wearing their long-descended glories, has my novel name swum into ken? Where is that spirit which found contentment in mediocrity, building these terraced gardens, pacing these suburban mansions, luxuriating in these broad acres, these world-wide investments? a single defence suggests itself, that I had not the right to obstruct your bounty. But we have both filled up the measure, you of what a prince may give to his friend, and I of what a friend may take from his prince, all beyond breeds envy. True envy, like everything mortal, lies far beneath your greatness. But by me the burden is felt, to me a relief is necessary. As I should pray for support in warfare, or when wearied by the road, so in this journey of life, an old man and unequal to the lightest of cares, I ask for succour, for I can bear my riches no further. Order my estates to be administered by your procurators, to be embodied in your fortune. Not that by my own action I shall reduce myself to poverty. Rather I shall resign the glitter of wealth which dazzles me, and recall to the service of the mind those hours which are now set apart to the care of my gardens or my villas. You have vigour to spare. You have watched for years the methods by which supreme power is wielded. We, your older friends, may demand our rest. This, too, shall redound to your glory, that you raise to the highest places men who could also accept the lowly. Nero's reply, in effect, was this: If I am able to meet your studied eloquence with an immediate answer, that is the first part of my debt to you, who have taught me how to express my thought, not merely after premeditation, but on the spur of the moment. Augustus, the grandfather of my grandfather, allowed Agrippa and Maecenas to rest after their labours, but had himself reached an age, the authority of which could justify whatever boon and of whatever character he had bestowed upon them, and even so he stripped neither of the rewards conferred by himself. It was in battle and jeopardy they had earned them, for such were the scenes in which the youth of Augustus moved. And had my own days been spent in arms, your weapons and your hand would not have failed me. But you did what the actual case demanded, and fostered first my boyhood, then my youth, with reason, advice, and precept. And your gifts to me will be imperishable, so long as life may last. But mine to you, gardens, capital, and villas, are vulnerable to accident. They may appear many, but numbers of men not comparable to you in character have held more. Shame forbids me to mention the freedmen who flaunt a wealth greater than yours, and hence I even blush that you, who have the first place in my love, do not as yet excel all in fortune. Or is it by chance the case that you deem either Seneca lower than Vitellius, who held his 3 consulates, or Nero lower than Claudius, and that the wealth which years of parsimony won for Volusius is incapable of being attained by my own generosity to you? On the contrary, not only is yours a vigorous age, adequate to affairs and to their rewards, but I myself am but entering the first stages of my sovereignty. Why not recall the uncertain steps of my youth, if here and there they slip, and even more zealously guide and support the manhood which owes its pride to you? Not your moderation, if you give back your riches, not your retirement, if you abandon your prince. By my avarice, and the terrors of my cruelty will be upon all men's lips. And however much your abnegation may be praised, it will still be unworthy of a sage to derive credit from an act which sullies the fair fame of a friend. He followed his words with an embrace and kisses. Nature had fashioned him, and use had trained him to veil his hatred under insidious caresses. Seneca, such is the end of all dialogues with an autocrat, expressed his gratitude, but he changed the established routine of his former power, banished the crowds from his antechambers, shunned his attendants, and appeared in the city with the rareness ascribed to his detention at home by adverse health or philosophic studies. With Seneca brought low, it was a simple matter to undermine Fenius Rufus, the charge in his case being friendship with Agrippina. Tigellinus, too, growing stronger with every day, and convinced that the mischievous arts which were his one source of power would be all the more acceptable could he bind the emperor to himself by a partnership in crime, probed his fears, and discovering the main objects of his alarm to be Plautus and Sulla, both lately removed, the former to Asia, the latter to Narbonese Gaul, began to draw attention to their distinguished lineage and their nearness, respectively, to the armies of the East and of Germany. Unlike Burrus, he said he had not in view two irreconcilable hopes, but purely the safety of Nero. In the capital, where he could work on the spot, the imperial security was more or less provided for. But how were outbreaks at a distance to be stifled? Gaul was alert at the sound of the dictator's name, and equally the peoples of Asia were unbalanced by the glory of such a grandsire as Drusus. Sulla was indigent, therefore greatly daring, and wore the mask of lethargy only till he could find an occasion for temerity. Plautus, with his great fortune, did not even affect a desire for peace, but, not content to parade his mimicries of the ancient Romans, had taken upon himself the stoic arrogance and the mantle of a sect which inculcated sedition and an appetite for politics. There was no further delay. On the 6th day following, the slayers had made the crossing to Massilia, and Sulla, who had taken his place at the dinner table, was dispatched before a whisper of alarm had reached him. The head was carried back to Rome, where the premature grey hairs disfiguring it provoked the merriment of Nero. That the murder of Plautus was being arranged was a secret less excellently kept, for the number of persons interested in his safety was larger, while the length of the journey by land and sea and the interval of time had set report at work. It was a general story that he had made his way to Corbulo, then at the head of large armies, and should there be a killing of the famous and the innocent, especially exposed to danger. More than this, Asia had taken arms in sympathy with the youth, and the soldiers sent on the criminal errand, not too strong in numbers and not too enthusiastic at heart, after proving unable to carry out their orders, had passed over to the cause of revolution. These figments, in the manner of all rumours, were amplified by indolent credulity. In reality, a freedman of Plautus, with the hope of quick wins, outstripped the centurion and carried his patron instructions from his father-in-law Lucius Antistius. He was to escape a coward's death, while a refuge was still open. Compassion for his great name would win him the support of the good, the alliance of the bold. In the meantime, no resource should be disdained. If he repelled 60 soldiers, the number arriving, then in the interval, while the news was travelling back to Nero, while another force was moving to the scene, there would be a train of events which might develop into war. In fine, either he saved his life by this course, or hardihood would cost him no dearer than timidity. All this, however, left Plautus unmoved. Either, exiled and unarmed, he foresaw no help, or he had wearied of hope and its incertitudes, or possibly the cause was affection for his wife and children, to whom he supposed the emperor would prove more placable if no alarms had disturbed his equanimity. There are those who state that fresh couriers had arrived from his father-in-law with news that no drastic measures were pending, while his teachers of philosophy, Coeranus and Musonius, Greek and Tuscan respectively by origin, had advised him to have the courage to await death in preference to an uncertain and harassed life. At all events, he was found in the early afternoon stripped for bodily exercise. In that condition he was cut down by the centurion under the eyes of the eunuch Pelago, placed by Nero in charge of the centurion and his detachment, like a king's minion over his satellites. The head of the victim was carried back to Rome, and, at sight of it, the prince exclaimed, I shall give the imperial words exactly, Nero, why did you fear a man with such a nose? And laying aside his anxieties, he prepared to accelerate the marriage with Poppaea, till then postponed through such like terrors, and also to remove his wife Octavia, who, unassuming as her behaviour might be, was intolerable as the daughter of her father and the favourite of the people. Yet he sent a letter to the Senate, not confessing the execution of Sulla and Plautus, but observing that both were turbulent spirits and that he was watching with extreme care over the safety of the Commonwealth. On that ground, a national thanksgiving was voted, together with the expulsion of Sulla and Plautus from the Senate, an insulting mockery now more deadly than the evils inflicted on them. On the reception, therefore, of the senatorial decree, since it was evident that his crimes each and all passed muster as eminent virtues, he ejected Octavia on the pretext of sterility, then consummated his union with Poppaea. Long the paramour of Nero, and dominating him first as an adulterer, then as a husband, she incited one of the domestics of Octavia to accuse her of a love affair with a slave. The part of defendant was assigned to a person named Eucerus, a native of Alexandria, and an expert performer on the flute. Her waiting maids, in pursuance of the scheme, were examined under torture, and although a few were forced by their agony into making groundless admissions, the greater number steadfastly maintained the honour of their mistress, one of them retorting under pressure from Tigellinus that Octavia's body was chaster than his own mouth. She was removed, however, first under colour of a civil divorce, and received, two ominous gifts, the mansion of Burrus and the estates of Plautus. A little later she was banished to Campania and put under military supervision. The measure led to general and undisguised protests from the common people, endowed with less discretion than their superiors, and thanks to their humble station, faced by fewer perils. Then came a rumour that Nero had repented of his outrage and recalled Octavia to his side. At once exulting crowds scaled the Capitol, and heaven at last found itself blessed. They hurled down the effigies of Poppaea, they carried the statues of Octavia shoulder high, strewed them with flowers, upraised them in the forum and the temples. Even the emperor's praises were essayed with vociferous loyalty. Already they were filling the palace itself with their numbers and their cheers, when bands of soldiers emerged and scattered them in disorder with whip-cuts and levelled weapons. All the changes effected by the outbreak were rectified, and the honours of Poppaea were reinstated. She herself, always cruel in her hatreds, and now rendered more so by her fear that either the violence of the multitude might break out in a fiercer storm, or Nero follow the trend of popular feeling, threw herself at his knees. Her affairs, she said, were not in a position in which she could fight for her marriage, though it was dearer to her than life, that life itself had been brought to the verge of destruction by those retainers and slaves of Octavia, who had conferred on themselves the name of the people and dared in peace what would scarcely happen in war. Those arms had been lifted against the sovereign. Only a leader had been lacking, and once the movement had begun, a leader was easily come by. The one thing necessary was an excursion from Campania, a personal visit to the capital by her whose distant nod evoked the storm. And apart from this, what was Poppaea's transgression? In what had she offended anyone? Or was the reason that she was on the point of giving an authentic heir to the hearth of the Caesars? Did the Roman nation prefer the progeny of an Egyptian flute player to be introduced to the imperial throne? In brief, if policy so demanded, then, as an act of grace but not of compulsion, let him send for the lady who owned him, or else take thought for his security. A deserved castigation and lenient remedies had allayed the first commotion, but let the mob once lose hope of seeing Octavia Nero's wife, and they would soon provide her with a husband. Her varied arguments, with their calculated appeal to fear and to anger, at once terrified and incensed the listener. But suspicion resting on a slave had little force, and it had been nullified by the examinations of the waiting women. It was therefore decided to procure a confession from some person to whom there could also be imputed a false charge of contemplated revolution. Tacitus, perpetrator of the matricide, was thought suitable. Prefect, as I have mentioned, of the squadron at Misenum, he had, after the commission of his murder, experienced some trivial favour, afterwards replaced by a more serious dislike, since the instruments of crime accounted a visible reproach. He was summoned accordingly, and the Caesar reminded him of his earlier service. Singly he had ensured the emperor's safety in opposition to a treacherous mother. The opportunity for a not less grateful action was at hand, if he could remove a malignant wife. Not even force or cold steel was necessary. He had simply to commit adultery with Octavia. He promised him a reward, secret, it might be at the outset, but large. Also a pleasant place of retirement. Should he refuse, he held out the threat of death. Tacitus, with inbred perversity and an ease communicated by former crimes, invented and confessed more than had been ordered, in the presence of friends convened by the emperor to play the part of a privy council. He was then banished to Sardinia, where he supported a not impecunious exile, and died by a natural death. Nero, for his part, announced by edict that Octavia had seduced the prefect in the hope of gaining the cooperation of his squadron, that, conscious of her infidelities, she had procured abortion. He failed to remember his recent charge of sterility, and that these were facts ascertained by himself. He then confined her in the island of Pandateria. No woman in exile ever presented a more pitiful spectacle to the eye of the beholder. There were yet some who recollected the banishment of Agrippina by Tiberius. The more recent memory of Julia's expulsion by Claudius still dwelt in the minds of men. But to these the maturity of life had come. They had seen some little happiness and could soften the cruelty of the present by recalling the brighter fortunes of the past. To Octavia, first of all, her day of marriage had been tantamount to a day of burial, entering as she did a house where mourning alone awaited her, where her father was snatched away by poison, to be followed at once by her brother. Then had come the maid, more potent than her mistress, and Poppaea turning bride only to destroy a wife. Last of all, an accusation more bitter than any doom. And so this girl, in the 20th year of her age, surrounded by centurions and soldiers, cut off already from life by foreknowledge of her fate, still lacked the peace of death. There followed an interval of a few days, then she was ordered to die, though she protested she was husbandless now, a sister and nothing more, evoking the Germanici, whose blood they shared, and in the last resort the name of Agrippina, in whose lifetime she had supported a wifehood, unhappy enough but still not fatal. She was tied fast with cords, and the veins were opened in each limb. Then, as the blood, arrested by terror, ebbed too slowly, she was suffocated in the bath, heated to an extreme temperature. As a further and more hideous cruelty, the head was amputated and carried to Rome, where it was viewed by Poppaea. For all these things, offerings were decreed to the temples. How often must those words be said? Let all who make their acquaintance with the history of that period in my narrative or that of others take so much for granted. As often as the emperor ordered an exile or a murder, so often was a thanksgiving addressed to heaven. And what formerly betokened prosperity was now a symbol of public calamity. Nevertheless, where a senatorial decree achieved a novelty in adulation, or a last word in self-abasement, I shall not pass it by in silence. In the same year he was credited with the poisoning of two of his principal freedmen, Doryphorus as an opponent of the marriage with Poppaea, Pallas because he kept his vast riches to himself by a too protracted old age. Romanus had attacked Seneca, in private informations, as the associate of Grinius Piso, but was himself more surely struck down by Seneca on the same charge. The result was the alarm of Piso and the birth of an elaborate and luckless conspiracy against Nero. Book 15. Meanwhile, the Parthian king Vologeses, apprised of Corbulo's feats and the elevation of the alien Tigranes to the throne of Armenia, and anxious furthermore to take steps to avenge the slur cast upon the majesty of the Alsatian line by the expulsion of his brother Tiridates, was drawn on the other hand to different lines of thought by considerations of Roman power and by respect for a long-standing treaty. For he was by nature prone to temporize, and he was hampered by a revolt of the powerful Hyrcanian tribe, and by the numerous campaigns which it involved. He was still in doubt when news of a fresh indignity stung him into action. For Tigranes, emerging from Armenia, had ravaged the bordering country of Adiabene too widely and too long for a plundering foray, and the grandees of the nations were becoming restive, complaining that they had sunk to a point of humiliation where they could be harried not even by a Roman general, but by the temerity of a hostage, whom for years the enemy had counted among his chattels. Their resentment was inflamed by Monobazus, the ruling prince of Adiabene. What protection he kept demanding was he to seek, or from what quarter? Armenia had already been ceded, the adjacent country was following, and if Parthia refused protection, then the Roman yoke pressed more lightly upon a surrendered than upon a conquered nation. Tiridates, too, dethroned and exiled, carried a weight increased by his silence or his restrained protests. Great empires were not conserved by inaction. They needed the conflict of men and arms. With princes, might was the only right. To retain its own possessions was the virtue of a private family. In contending for those of others lay the glory of a king. Vologeses, accordingly moved by all this, convened a council, installed Tiridates next to him, and opened thus: "This prince, the issue of the same father as myself, having renounced to me the supreme title upon grounds of age, I placed him in possession of Armenia, the recognized third degree of power. For Media had already fallen to Pacorus, and it seemed to me that, in contrast with the old brotherly hatreds and jealousies, I had by fair means brought order to our domestic hearth. The Romans forbid, and the peace, which they have never themselves challenged with success, they are now again breaking to their destruction. I shall not deny it. Equity and not bloodshed, reason and not arms, were the means by which I should have preferred to retain the acquisitions of my fathers. If I have erred by hesitancy, I shall make amends by valour. In any event, your power and fame are intact, and you have added to them that character for moderation which is not to be scorned by the most exalted of mankind, and is taken into account by heaven." Therewith he bound the diadem on the brows of Tiridates. A body of cavalry, regularly in attendance on the king, was at hand. He transferred it to a noble named Meneses, adding a number of Adiabenian auxiliaries, and commissioned him to eject Tigranes from Armenia, while he himself laid aside his quarrel with Hyrcania and called up his internal forces, with the full machinery of war, as a threat to the Roman provinces. So soon as Corbulo had the news by sure messengers, he sent 2 legions under Verilanus Severus and Vettius Bolanus to reinforce Tigranes, with private instructions, however, that all their actions were to be circumspect rather than rapid, for in truth he was more desirous to have war upon his hands than to wage it. Also he had written to Nero that a separate commander was required for the defence of Armenia. Syria, he observed, stood in the graver danger if Vologeses attacked. In the interval he stationed his remaining legion on the Euphrates bank, armed an improvised force of provincials, and closed the hostile avenues of approach by garrison posts. Further, as the region is deficient in water, forts were thrown up to command the springs. A few brooks he buried under piles of sand. While Corbulo was thus preparing for the defence of Syria, Meneses, who had marched at full speed in order to outstrip the rumour of his coming, failed nonetheless to catch Tigranes unawares or off his guard. He had occupied Tigranocerta, a town formidable by the number of its defenders and the scale of its fortifications. In addition, a part of the walls is encircled by the Nicephorus, a river of respectable width, and a huge fosse had been drawn at points where the stream was not to be relied upon. Within lay Roman troops and supplies to which attention had been given beforehand. That in bringing them up a few men had advanced too eagerly and been cut off by the sudden appearance of the enemy had excited more anger than alarm in the remainder. But the Parthian lacks the boldness at close quarters demanded for the prosecution of a siege. He resorts to occasional flights of arrows, which both fail to terrify the garrison and delude himself. The Adiabeni, on beginning to push forward their ladders and machines, were easily thrown back, then cut to pieces by a sally of our men. Corbulo, however, favourably, though matters were turning, decided not to press fortune too hard, and forwarded a protest to Vologeses. Violence had been offered to his province, siege was being laid to an allied and friendly monarch and to Roman cohorts. It would be better to raise the blockade, or he also would pitch his camp in hostile territory. The centurion Casperius, who had been selected for the mission, approached the king at Nisibis, a town 37 miles distant from Tigranocerta, and delivered his message with spirit. With Vologeses it was an old and deep-seated principle to avoid the Roman arms. Nor at the moment was the current of events too smooth. The siege had been fruitless. Tigranes was safe with his garrison and supplies. The force which had undertaken to storm the position had been routed. Legions had been sent into Armenia, and more stood ready on the Syrian frontier to take the offensive by an invasion. His own cavalry, he reflected, was incapacitated by lack of fodder, for a swarm of locusts had made its appearance and destroyed every trace of grass or foliage. Hence, while keeping his fears in the background, he adopted a milder tone, and replied that he would send ambassadors to the Roman emperor to discuss his application for Armenia and the establishment of peace on a firm footing. Meneses he ordered to abandon Tigranocerta, while he himself began his retirement. By the majority of men, these results were being acclaimed as a triumph due to the fears of the king and to Corbulo's threats. Others found the explanation in a private compact stipulating that, if hostilities were suspended on both sides and Vologeses withdrew, Tigranes would also make his exit from Armenia. For why, it was asked, should the Roman army have been withdrawn from Tigranocerta? Why abandon in peace what they had defended in war? Was it an advantage to have wintered upon the verge of Cappadocia in hastily erected hovels, rather than in the capital of a kingdom which they had but lately saved? The fact was, the clash had been deferred, so that Vologeses might be pitted against another antagonist than Corbulo, and Corbulo risked no further the laurels earned in the course of so many years. For, as I have related, he had demanded a separate general for the defence of Armenia, and it was heard that Sicinius Paetus was at hand. Before long he was on the spot, the forces being so divided that the 4th and 12th legions, reinforced by the 5th, which had recently been called up from Moesia, and the auxiliaries of Pontus, Galatia, and Cappadocia, were placed at the orders of Paetus. The 3rd, 6th, and 10th legions, and the old troops in Syria, remaining with Corbulo, while the rest were to be employed in conjunction or separately as the course of events should require. However, not only was Corbulo impatient of rivals, but Paetus, for whom it might have been glory enough to rank second to such a leader, treated his achievements with high disdain. Bloodshed and booty, he kept repeating, there had been none. To speak of the storming of cities was nothing but a form of words. It remained for himself to impose on the conquered tributes laws and Roman jurisdiction in place of a phantom king. Almost at the same time, the deputies of Vologeses, whose mission to the emperor I have already noticed, returned without result, and Parthia embarked upon undisguised war. Paetus did not evade the challenge, but with 2 legions, the 4th at that time commanded by Funisulanus Vertonianus and the 12th under Calavius Sabinus, entered Armenia under sinister auspices. For at the passage of the Euphrates, which the troops were crossing by a bridge, the horse carrying the consular insignia took fright, for no obvious reason, and escaped to the rear. A victim standing by in the winter camp while it was being fortified broke away, dashed through the half-completed works, and made its way of the entrenchments. Fire, too, played on the javelins of the troops, a prodigy the more striking that the Parthian is an enemy whose battles are decided by missiles. Paetus, however, ignoring the portents with his winter quarters still inadequately protected, and no provision made for his supply of grain, hurried the army across the Taurus range, with the avowed intention of recovering Tigranocerta and devastating the districts which Corbulo had left untouched. He took, in fact, a few fortified places, and gained a certain amount of glory and plunder, had he but accepted his glory with moderation or kept his plunder with vigilance. But while he was overrunning in protracted marches districts impossible of retention, the grain he had captured was ruined, and winter began to threaten. He therefore led back the army, and to give the impression that the war was now closed, indited a letter to the Caesar, as grandiloquently phrased as it was void of content. In the meantime, Corbulo occupied the bank of the Euphrates, which he had never neglected, with a still closer line of posts. While, to ensure that the task of laying a pontoon should not be impeded by the mounted squadrons of the enemy, already an imposing spectacle as they manoeuvred in the adjacent plains, he threw across the stream a number of large-sized vessels connected with planking and surmounted by turrets, and using his catapults and ballistae, forced back the barbarians, the stones and spears being effective at a range with which the counter-discharge of arrows was unable to compete. The bridge was now complete, and the hills in front were occupied, first by the allied cohorts, then by a legionary camp, with a speed and display of strength which induced the Parthians to drop their preparations for invading Syria, and to stake their whole hopes upon Armenia, where Paetus, unconscious of the impending storm, was keeping the 5th Legion sequestered in Pontus, and had weakened the rest by indiscriminate grants of furlough, till news came that Vologeses was on the march with a formidable and threatening array. The 12th Legion was called to the scene, and the measure by which he had hoped to advertise the increase in his forces revealed their inadequacy. Even so, he might still have held the camp and foiled the Parthian by a strategy of delay, had he possessed the strength of mind to stand either by his own decisions or by the decisions of another. As it was, no sooner had the professional soldiers given him courage to face an urgent crisis than he changed front, and, reluctant to seem dependent on outside advice, passed over to the opposite and more disadvantageous course. So now, leaving his winter quarters and clamouring that not moat or rampart, but men and arms were the means assigned him for dealing with a foe, he led on his legions as if to contest a pitched field. Then, after the loss of 1 centurion and a few soldiers, whom he had sent ahead to inspect the enemy's force, he retraced his steps in trepidation. And as Vologeses had pressed the pursuit less keenly than he might, his inane self-confidence returned, and he posted 3,000 picked infantry on the neighbouring heights of the Taurus, where they were to bar the passage of the king. The Pannonian squadrons, also composing the flower of his cavalry, were stationed in a part of the plain. His wife and son found concealment in a fortress known as Arsamosata, to which he allowed a cohort by way of garrison, thus dispersing a force which, if concentrated, might have coped more effectively with its shifting adversary. Only with a struggle, it is said, could he be brought to admit the hostile pressure to Corbulo. Nor was there any haste on the part of Corbulo himself, who hoped that, if the dangers came to a head, the glory of a rescue would also be heightened. Still he ordered 1,000 men from each of the 3 legions, with 800 auxiliary horse, and a body of similar strength from the cohorts, to prepare themselves for the road. Vologeses, on the other hand, though he had information that Paetus had beset the routes with infantry here and cavalry there, made no change in his plan, but by force and threats struck panic into the mounted squadrons and crushed the legionaries, of whom a solitary centurion, Tarquitius Crescens, had courage to defend the tower which he was garrisoning, repeating his sorties and cutting down the barbarians who ventured too close up, until he succumbed to showers of firebrands. The few infantrymen unhurt took their way to the distant wilds. The wounded made back for the camp, exulting in their fear, the prowess of the king, the fierceness and numbers of the tribes, in one word, everything, and finding easy belief among listeners agitated by the same alarms. Even the commander offered no resistance to adversity, but had abdicated all his military functions after sending a second petition to Corbulo. He must come quickly and save the eagles and standards, and the name which was all that was left of an unhappy army. They, meanwhile, would preserve their loyalty while life held out. Corbulo, undismayed, left part of his forces in Syria to hold the forts erected on the Euphrates, and made his way by the shortest route not destitute of supplies to the district of Commagene, then to Cappadocia, and from Cappadocia to Armenia. Over and above the usual appurtenances of war, the army was accompanied by a large train of camels loaded with corn, so that he had means of defence as well against hunger as the enemy. The first of the beaten army whom he met was the leading centurion Pacius, soon followed by a crowd of private soldiers, whose contradictory excuses for their flight he answered by advising them to return to their standards and test the mercy of Paetus. For his own part he was implacable except to conquerors. At the same time he went up to his own legionaries, encouraged them, reminded them of their past, and pointed to fresh glory. Their goal was not the Armenian villages or towns, but a Roman camp, and in it 2 legions as the reward of their labour. If the glorious wreath which commemorated the saving of a Roman life was conferred on the individual soldier by the hand of his emperor, how inestimable the meed of honour when the rescued were seen to be in equal numbers with the rescuers. Animated with a common alacrity by this appeal and others similar, the troops, some of whom with brothers or relatives in danger, had incentives of their own to fire them, marched day and night at their best speed without a break. With all the more vigour did Vologeses press the besieged, at one time threatening the legionary encampment, at another the fort which sheltered the non-combatants, venturing closer in than is usual with the Parthians, on the chance of luring the enemy to an engagement by his rashness. His opponents, however, could with difficulty be drawn from their quarters, and confined themselves to defending the fortifications, some by command of the general, others from cowardice or a desire to wait for Corbulo, coupled with the reflection that, if the attack were pressed home, there were the precedents of the Caudine and Numantine disasters. Nor indeed, they argued, had the Samnites, a tribe of provincial Italy, the strength of the Parthians who rivalled imperial Rome. Even the stout and lauded ancients, whenever fortune registered an adverse verdict, had taken thought for their lives. Beaten though he was by the despondency in the ranks, the general's first letter to Vologeses was couched less in the terms of a petition than of a protest against his armed action on behalf of the Armenians, always under Roman suzerainty or subject to a king selected by the emperor. Peace was an interest of both parties alike. The king must not look solely to the present. He had come up against a couple of legions with the full forces of his realm. Rome had the world in reserve with which to support the war. Vologeses wrote an evasive reply to the effect that he must wait for his brothers, Pacorus and Tiridates. This was the date and place they had arranged for considering what was to be their decision with regard to Armenia. Heaven had added a task worthy of the Arsacian house, that of settling at the same time the fate of Roman legions. Messengers were then sent by Titus, asking for an interview with the king, who ordered his cavalry commander, Versaces, to go. At the meeting, Titus recalled the names of Lucullus and Pompey, and the various acts by which the Caesars had kept or given away the crown of Armenia. Versaces, the fact that only a phantom power of retention or disposal rested with us. The reality was with Parthia. After much parleying on both sides, Monobazus of Adiabene was called in for the following day as witness to the arrangement concluded. The agreement was that the blockade of the legions should be raised, the whole of the troops withdrawn from Armenian territory, and the forts and supplies handed over to the Parthians. When all of this had been consummated, Vologeses was to be accorded leave to send an embassy to Nero. In the interval, Titus threw a bridge over the river Arsenius, which ran hard past the camp, ostensibly to prepare himself a line of retreat in that direction, though the work had in fact been ordered by the Parthians as evidence of their victory, for it was they who utilized it, our men leaving by the opposite route. Rumour added that the legions had been passed under the yoke, and other particulars were given, harmonizing well enough with our unfortunate position, and indeed paralleled by the behaviour of the Armenians. For not only did they enter the fortifications before the Roman column left, but they lined the roads, identifying and dragging off slaves or sumpter animals which had been captured long before. Even clothing was snatched and weapons detained, our terrified troops offering no resistance, lest some pretext for hostilities should emerge. Vologeses, after piling up the arms and corpses of the slain to serve as evidence of our disaster, abstained from viewing the flight of the legions. He was laying up a character for moderation, now that his arrogance had been satisfied. Mounted on an elephant, he charged through the stream of the Arsenius, while his immediate attendants followed with an effort on horseback. For a rumour had gained currency that the bridge, by a ruse of the constructors, would succumb beneath its burden. Those, however, who ventured upon it found it substantial and trustworthy. For the rest, it is established that the beleaguered forces were so well supplied with corn that they set fire to their granaries. while on the other hand Corbulo has put it on record that the Parthians were on the point of raising the siege through the scarcity of supplies and the dwindling of the forage, and that he himself was not more than 3 days' march distant. He adds that a sworn guarantee was given by Paetus in face of the standards and in presence of witnesses deputed by the king, that not a Roman would enter Armenia until Nero's dispatch came to hand, intimating whether he assented to the peace. This version was doubtless composed to darken the disgrace, but to the rest of the tale no obscurity attaches. That in one day Paetus covered a distance of 40 miles, abandoning his wounded everywhere, and that the panic-stricken rush of fugitives was not less ugly than if they had turned their backs on a field of battle. Corbulo, who met them with his own force on the bank of the Euphrates, made no such display of ensigns and arms as to turn the contrast into a reproach. The rank and file, gloomy and affected by the lot of their brother soldiers, could not so much as restrain their tears. The military salute could hardly be exchanged for weeping. All rivalry in valour, and all competition for glory, emotions confined to the fortunate, had taken their leave. Pity alone held sway, more particularly among the inferior ranks. Between the leaders followed a brief conversation. Corbulo complaining that his labour had been wasted. The campaign might have been settled by a Parthian flight. Paetus replied that with each of them the position was quite uncompromised. They had only to turn the eagles round, join forces and invade Armenia, now enfeebled by the withdrawal of Vologeses. Corbulo had no orders to that effect from the emperor, only because he was moved by the danger of the legions had he left his province. And as the Parthian designs were quite uncertain, he would make his way back to Syria. Even so, he must pray for fortune to be at her kindest. If his infantry, outworn by their long marches, were to come up with active cavalry, almost sure to outstrip him along level and easy ground. Paetus then took up his winter quarters in Cappadocia. Vologeses sent emissaries to Corbulo, proposing that he should withdraw his posts across the Euphrates and make the river as formerly a line of delimitation. The Roman demanded that Armenia should be similarly cleared of the various scattered garrisons. In the long run, the king gave way. Corbulo demolished his defensive works beyond the Euphrates, and the Armenians were left to their own devices. But at Rome, trophies over the Parthians and arches were being erected in the middle of the Capitoline Hill. They had been voted by the Senate while the issue of the war was still open, and now they were not abandoned, appearances being consulted, though known truth had to be ignored. Moreover, to cloak his uneasiness as to the situation abroad, Nero had the grain for the populace, which had been spoilt by age, thrown into the Tiber, as proof that the corn supply was not a matter for anxiety. The price was not raised, though some 200 vessels actually in port had been destroyed by a raging tempest, and 100 more which had made their way up the Tiber by a chance outbreak of fire. He proceeded to appoint 3 consulars, Lucius Piso, Ducenius Geminus, and Pompeius Paulinus, to supervise the contributions to the national treasury, adding a stricture on the previous emperors who with their ruinous expenditure had forestalled the legal revenue. Personally, he was making the state a yearly present of 60 million sesterces. There was a perverse custom in vogue at that period for childless candidates, shortly before an election or an allotment of provinces, to procure themselves sons by fictitious acts of adoption, then, after obtaining in their quality of fathers a praetorship or governorship, to emancipate immediately the adopted persons. The consequence was that the authentic heads of families made an embittered appeal to the Senate. They dwelt on the rights of nature, the anxieties entailed by rearing children, as against the calculated frauds and ephemeral character of adoption. It was ample compensation for the childless that, almost without a care and quite without responsibilities, they should have influence, honours, anything and everything ready to their hand. In their own case, the promises of the law, for which they had waited so long, were converted into a mockery, when some person who had known parenthood without anxiety and childlessness without bereavement could overtake in a moment the long-cherished hopes of genuine fathers. A senatorial decree was thereupon passed, ruling that a feigned adoption should not be a qualification for public office in any form, nor even a valid title for the acquiree of an inheritance. Now came the trial of the Cretan Claudius Timarchus. The rest of the charges were those usual in the case of provincial magnates, whose excessive wealth prompts them to oppress their inferiors. But one remark of his had gone far enough to constitute an insult to the Senate, as he was reported to have said more than once that it rested within his competency to determine whether the proconsuls, who had been administering Crete, should receive the thanks of the province. Turning the occasion to the profit of the state, Thrasea after giving his opinion that the defendant should be exiled from Crete, proceeded, "It has been proved by experience, conscript fathers, that in a community of honourable men excellent laws and salutary precedents may have their rise in the delinquencies of others. So the licence of the advocates bore fruit in the Cincian rogation, the corruption of candidates in the Julian laws, and the cupidity of officials in the Calpurnian plebiscites. For in the order of time the fault must precede the chastisement, the reform follow the abuse. Let us then meet this new development of provincial arrogance by framing a decision consonant with Roman honour and firmness, a decision which, without detriment to the protection we owe to our allies, shall disabuse us of the idea that the reputation of a Roman may be settled elsewhere than in the judgment of his countrymen. There was a day, indeed, when we sent not merely a praetor or a consul, but private citizens, to visit the provinces and report upon the loyalty of each, and nations awaited in trepidation the verdict of an individual. But now we court foreigners, we flatter them, and, as at the nod of one or other among them, there is decreed a vote of thanks, so with more alacrity is decreed an impeachment. And let it be decreed, leave the provincials the right to advertise their power in that fashion. But see that these hollow compliments elicited by the entreaties of the receiver are repressed as sternly as knavery or cruelty. Often we go further astray while we oblige than while we offend. In fact, certain virtues are a ground for hatred, unbending strictness, and a breast impregnable to favoritism. Hence the early days of our officials are usually the best. The falling off is at the end, when we begin, like candidates, to cast about for votes. And if that practice is vetoed, the provinces will be governed with more steadiness and consistency. For as rapacity has been tamed by fear of a trial for extortion, so will canvassing for popularity be curbed by the prohibition of votes of thanks." The proposal was greeted with loud assent. It proved impossible, however, to complete a decree, as the consuls declined to admit that there was a motion on the subject. Later, at the suggestion of the emperor, a rule was passed that no person should, at a provincial diet, propose the presentation in the Senate of an address of thanks to a Caesarian or senatorial governor, and that no one should undertake the duties of such a deputation. In the same consulate, the gymnasium was struck by lightning and burned to the ground, a statue of Nero which it contained being melted into a shapeless piece of bronze. An earthquake also demolished to a large extent the populous Campanian town of Pompeii, and the debt of nature was paid by the Vestal Virgin Lilia, whose place was filled by the appointment of Cornelia from the family of the Cossi. In the consulate of Memmius Regulus and Virginius Rufus, Nero greeted a daughter presented to him by Poppaea. With more than human joy, named the child Augusta, and bestowed the same title on Poppaea. The scene of her delivery was the colony of Antium, where the sovereign himself had seen the light. The Senate had already commended the travail of Poppaea to the care of heaven, and formulated vows in the name of the state. They were now multiplied and paid. Public thanksgivings were added, and a temple of fertility was decreed, together with a contest on the model of the Actian festival, while golden effigies of the two fortunes were to be placed on the throne of Capitoline Jove. And as the Julian race had its circus games at Bovillae, so at Antium should the Claudian and Domitian houses. But all was transitory, as the infant died in less than 4 months. Then fresh forms of adulation made their appearance, and she was voted the honour of deification, a place in the Pulvinar, a temple, and a priest. The emperor, too, showed himself as incontinent in sorrow as in joy. It was noted that when the entire Senate streamed towards Antium shortly after the birth, Thrasea, who was forbidden to attend, received the affront, prophetic of his impending slaughter, without emotion. Shortly afterwards, they say, came a remark of the Caesar, in which he boasted to Seneca that he was reconciled to Thrasea, and Seneca congratulated the Caesar, an incident which increased the fame and the dangers of those eminent men. Meanwhile, at the beginning of spring, a Parthian legation brought a message from King Vologeses, and a letter to the same purport. He was now dropping his earlier and often vented claims to the possession of Armenia, since the gods, arbiters of the fate of nations however powerful, had transferred the ownership to Parthia, not without some humiliation to Rome. Only recently he had besieged Tigranes. A little later, when he might have crushed them, he had released Paetus and the legions with their lives. He had sufficiently demonstrated his power. He had also given an example of his clemency. Nor would Tiridates have declined to come to Rome and receive his diadem were he not detained by the scruples attaching to his priesthood. He would visit the standards and the effigies of the emperor, there to inaugurate his reign in the presence of the legions. As this missive from Vologeses could not be reconciled with Paetus's report, which spoke of the situation as still uncompromised, the centurion who had arrived with the deputies was examined on the condition of Armenia, and replied that all Romans had left the country. The irony of the barbarians in asking for what had been taken was now obvious, and Nero held a council of state to decide the choice between a hazardous war and an ignominious peace. There was no hesitation about the verdict for war. Corbulo, familiar for years with his troops and his enemy, was put at the head of operations, lest there should be a fresh blunder from the incompetence of another substitute, seeing that Paetus had inspired complete disgust. The deputation was therefore sent back with its purpose unachieved, but with presents, leaving room for hope that Tiridates would not make the same requests in vain if he brought his suit in person. The administration of Syria was entrusted to Gaius Cestius, the military forces to Corbulo, with the addition of the 15th Legion from Pannonia under the command of Marius Celsus. Instructions in writing were given to the tetrarchs and kings, the prefects and procurators, and the praetors in charge of the neighbouring provinces to take their orders from Corbulo, whose powers were raised to nearly the same level as that allowed by the Roman nation to Pompey for the conduct of the Pirate War. When Paetus returned, with apprehensions of a graver cast, the Caesar contented himself with a jocular reprimand, the wording of which was roughly that he was pardoning him on the spot, lest a person with such a tendency to panic might fall ill if his suspense were protracted. Meanwhile, Corbulo, who regarded the 4th and 12th legions as incapacitated for active service by the loss of their bravest men and the demoralization of the rest, transferred them to Syria, whence he took the 6th and 3rd legions, fresh troops, seasoned by numerous and successful labours, and led them into Armenia. He reinforced them with the 5th, which, through being stationed in Pontus, had escaped the disaster, also with the men of the 15th, recently brought up, and picked detachments from Illyricum and Egypt. With the whole of the allied horse and foot, and with auxiliaries of the tributary princes, concentrated at Melitene, where he was making ready for the passage of the Euphrates. Then, after the usual lustration, he convoked the army for an address, and opened with a florid reference to the auspices of the emperor and his own exploits, the reverses being attributed to the incompetence of Paetus, all with a weight which in a professional soldier was a fair substitute for eloquence. Soon he took the road along which Lucius Lucullus had once penetrated, first clearing the parts which time had obstructed. On the arrival of envoys from Vologeses and Tiridates to discuss a peace, instead of rejecting their overtures, he sent back in their company a few centurions with instructions not unconciliatory in tone. For matters had not yet come to a pass where war to the bitter end was necessary. Rome had been favoured with many successes, Parthia with a few, so that both had received a lesson against arrogance. Not only, therefore, was it to the advantage of Tiridates to accept the free gift of a realm untouched by the ravager, but Vologeses would better consult the interest of the Parthian nation by an alliance with Rome than by a policy of reciprocal injury. He knew how many were the internal discords of his kingdom, how intractable and fierce the peoples over whom he ruled. In contrast, his own emperor enjoyed unshaken peace everywhere, and this was his solitary war. At the same time, he reinforced persuasion by terror, expelled from their homes the Armenian grandees, who had been the first to rebel against us, and razed their strongholds, filling plain and mountain, strong and weak, with equal consternation. The name of Corbulo was regarded by the barbarians themselves without bitterness, and with no rancour of hostility. Consequently, they believed his advice to be trustworthy. Hence Vologeses, without showing himself inexorable on the main question, asked for a truce for certain prefectures. Tiber demanded a place and day for an interview. The date was to be early, for the place, the scene of the recent investment of Paetus and the legions, was chosen by the barbarians in memory of their success there. And it was not avoided by Corbulo, who wished the contrast in fortune to enhance his fame. A slur upon Paetus gave him no qualms, as was very clearly shown by the fact that he ordered the defeated general's son, a tribune, to put himself at the head of a few maniples and bury the relics of the disastrous field. On the day fixed upon, Tiberius Alexander, a Roman knight of the first rank, who had been appointed a commissioner for the campaign, and Annius Venetianus, a son-in-law of Corbulo, still under senatorial age, and acting legate in command of the 5th Legion, entered the camp of Tiridates, partly out of compliment to him, but also by such a pledge, to remove all fear of treachery. On each side 20 mounted men were then taken into attendance. On descrying Corbulo, the king was the first to leap from his horse. Corbulo was not slow to follow, and the pair clasped hands on foot. The Roman then praised the young monarch, who had rejected adventure and was choosing the safe and salutary course. The other, after a long preface on the nobility of his family, proceeded temperately. He would go, he said, to Rome, and carry the Caesar a new distinction, an Arcicid in the guise of a suppliant, though the fortunes of Parthia were unclouded. It was then arranged that Tiridates should lay the emblem of his royalty before the statue of the emperor, to resume it only from the hand of Nero, and the dialogue was closed by a kiss. Then, after a few days' interval, came in impressive pageant on both sides. On the one hand, cavalry ranged in squadrons and carrying their national decorations. On the other, columns of legionaries standing amid a glitter of eagles and standards, and effigies of gods, which gave the scene some resemblance to a temple. In the centre the tribunal sustained a curule chair, and the chair a statue of Nero. To this Tiridates advanced, and, after the usual sacrifice of victims, lifted the diadem from his head and placed it at the feet of the image, arousing among all present a deep emotion increased by the picture of the slaughter or siege of Roman armies, which was still imprinted on their eyes. But now the tide had turned. Tiridates was about to depart, how little less than a captive, to be a gazing-stock to the nations. To his glories Corbulo added courtesy and a banquet, and upon the inquiries of the king, whenever he observed some novelty, the announcement, for instance, by a centurion of the beginning of the watches, the dismissal of the company by bugle note, the application of a torch to fire the altar raised in front of the general's pavilion, he so far exaggerated each point as to inspire him with admiration for our ancient customs. On the next day Tiridates applied for a respite in which to visit his brothers and his mother before embarking on so long a journey. In the interval he handed over his daughter as a hostage, together with a letter of petition to Nero. On his departure he found Pacorus in Media, and Vologeses at Ecbatana, the latter not inattentive to his brother, for he had even requested Corbulo by special couriers that Tiridates should be exposed to none of the outward signs of vassalage, should not give up his sword, should not be debarred from embracing the provincial governors, or be left to stand and wait at their doors, and in Rome should receive equal distinction with the consuls. Evidently accustomed as he was to foreign pride, he lacked all knowledge of ourselves who prize the essentials of sovereignty and ignore his vanities. In the same year the Caesar placed the tribes of the maritime Alps in possession of Latin privileges. To the Roman knights he assigned a place in the circus in front of the popular seats. Up to that date the orders entered indiscriminately, as the provisions of the Roscian law applied only to the 14 rows. The same year witnessed a number of gladiatorial shows. equal in magnificence to their predecessors, though more women of rank and senators disgraced themselves in the arena. In the consulate of Gaius Licanius and Marcus Licinius, a desire that grew every day sharper impelled Nero to appear regularly on the public stage. Hitherto he had sung in his palace or his gardens at the juvenile games, which now he began to scorn as thinly attended functions, too circumscribed for so ample a voice. Not daring, however, to take the first step at Rome, he fixed upon Naples as a Greek city. After so much preface, he reflected he might cross into Achaia, win the glorious and time-hallowed crowns of song, and then, with heightened reputation, elicit the plaudits of his countrymen. Accordingly, a mob which had been collected from the town, together with spectators drawn by rumours of the event from the neighbouring colonies and municipalities, the suite which attends the emperor, whether in compliment or upon various duties, and in addition a few maniples of soldiers, filled the Neapolitan theatre. There an incident took place, sinister in the eyes of many, providential and a mark of divine favour in those of the sovereign. For after the audience had left, the theatre, now empty, collapsed without injury to anyone. Therefore, celebrating in a set of verses his gratitude to heaven, Nero, now bent on crossing the Adriatic, came to rest for the moment at Beneventum, where a largely attended gladiatorial spectacle was being exhibited by Vatinius. Vatinius ranked among the foulest prodigies of that court, the product of a shoemaker's shop, endowed with a misshapen body and a scurrile wit. He had been adopted at the outset as a target for buffoonery. Then, by calumniating every man of decency, he acquired a power which made him in influence, in wealth, and in capacity for harm, preeminent even among villains. But though Nero might attend his show, even in the midst of the diversions there was no armistice from crime. For in those very days Torquatus Silanus was driven to die, because, not content with the nobility of the Junian house, he could point to the deified Augustus as his grandsire's grandsire. The accusers had orders to charge him with a prodigal munificence, which left him no hope but in revolution, and to insist further that he had officials among his freedmen whom he styled his master of letters, petitions, and accounts, titles and rehearsals of the business of empire. Next, his confidential freedmen were arrested and removed, and Torquatus, finding his condemnation imminent, severed the arteries in his arms. There followed the usual speech from Nero stating that, however guilty the defendant, however well-founded his misgivings as to his defence, he should nonetheless have lived, if he had awaited the clemency of his judge. Before long, giving up for the moment the idea of Greece, his reasons were a matter of doubt, he revisited the capital, his secret imaginations being now occupied with the eastern provinces, Egypt in particular. Then, after asseverating by edict that his absence would not be for long, and that all departments of the state would remain as stable and prosperous as ever, he repaired to the capital in connection with his departure. There he performed his devotions, but when he entered the temple of Vesta, also, he began to quake in every limb, possibly from terror inspired by the deity, or possibly because the memory of his crimes never left him devoid of fear. He abandoned his project, therefore, with the excuse that all his interests weighed lighter with him than the love of his fatherland. He had seen the dejected looks of his countrymen. He could hear their whispered complaints against the long journeys soon to be undertaken by one whose most limited excursions were insupportable to a people in the habit of drawing comfort under misfortune from the sight of their emperor. Consequently, as in private relationships, the nearest pledges of affection were the dearest. So in public affairs the Roman people had the first call, and he must yield if it wished him to stay. These and similar professions were much to the taste of the populace, with its passion for amusements and its dread of a shortage of corn, always the chief preoccupation, in the event of his absence. The Senate and high aristocracy were in doubt whether his cruelty was more formidable at a distance or at close quarters. In the upshot, as is inevitable in all great terrors, they believed the worst possibility to be the one which had become a fact. He himself, to create the impression that no place gave him equal pleasure with Rome, began to serve banquets in the public places and to treat the entire city as his palace. In point of extravagance and notoriety, the most celebrated of the feasts was that arranged by Tigellinus, which I shall describe as a type instead of narrating time and again the monotonous tale of prodigality. He constructed then a raft on the pool of Agrippa and superimposed a banquet, to be set in motion by other craft, acting as tugs. The vessels were gay with gold and ivory, and the oarsmen were catamites, marshalled according to their ages and their libidinous attainments. He had collected birds and wild beasts from the ends of the earth, and marine animals from the ocean itself. On the quays of the lake stood brothels filled with women of high rank. And opposite, naked harlots met the view. First came obscene gestures and dances. Then, as darkness advanced, the whole of the neighbouring grove, together with the dwelling houses around, began to echo with song and to glitter with lights. Nero himself, defiled by every natural and unnatural lust, had left no abomination in reserve with which to crown his vicious existence, except that, a few days later, he became, with the full rights of legitimate marriage, the wife of one of that herd of degenerates who bore the name of Pythagoras. The veil was drawn over the imperial head, witnesses were dispatched to the scene. The dowry, the couch of wedded love, the nuptial torches were there. Everything, in fine, which night enshrouds, even if a woman is the bride, was left open to the view. There followed a disaster, whether due to chance or to the malice of the sovereign is uncertain, for each version has its sponsors, but graver and more terrible than any other which has befallen this city by the ravages of fire. It took its rise in the part of the circus touching the Palatine and Celian hills, where, among the shops packed with inflammable goods, the conflagration broke out, gathered strength in the same moment, and, impelled by the wind, swept the full length of the circus, for there were neither mansions screened by boundary walls, nor temples surrounded by stone enclosures, nor obstructions of any description to bar its progress. The flames, which in full career overran the level districts first, then shot up to the heights, and sank again to harry the lower parts, kept ahead of all remedial measures, the mischief travelling fast and the town being an easy prey, owing to the narrow, twisting lanes and formless streets typical of old Rome. In addition, shrieking and terrified women, fugitives stricken or immature in years, men consulting their own safety or the safety of others, as they dragged the infirm along or paused to wait for them, combined by their dilatoriness or their haste to impede everything. Often, while they glanced back to the rear, they were attacked on the flanks or in front, or if they had made their escape into a neighbouring quarter, that also was involved in the flames, and even districts which they had believed remote from danger were found to be in the same plight. At last, irresolute what to avoid or what to seek, they crowded into the roads or threw themselves down in the fields. Some who had lost the whole of their means, their daily bread included, chose to die, though the way of escape was open, and were followed by others, through love for the relatives whom they had proved unable to rescue. None ventured to combat the fire, as there were reiterated threats from a large number of persons who forbade extinction, and others were openly throwing firebrands and shouting that they had their authority, possibly in order to have a freer hand in looting, possibly from orders received. Nero, who at the time was staying in Antium, did not return to the capital until the fire was nearing the house by which he had connected the Palatine with the gardens of Maecenas. It proved impossible, however, to stop it from engulfing both the Palatine and the house and all their surroundings. Still, as a relief to the homeless and fugitive populace, he opened the Campus Martius, the buildings of Agrippa, even his own gardens, and threw up a number of extemporized shelters to accommodate the helpless multitude. The necessities of life were brought up from Ostia and the neighbouring municipalities, and the price of grain was lowered to 3 sesterces. Yet his measures, popular as their character might be, failed of their effect. For the report had spread that, at the very moment when Rome was aflame, he had mounted his private stage and, typifying the ills of the present by the calamities of the past, had sung the destruction of Troy. Only on the 6th day was the conflagration brought to an end at the foot of the Esquiline. By demolishing the buildings over a vast area and opposing to the unabated fury of the flames a clear tract of ground and an open horizon. But fear had not yet been laid aside, nor had hope yet returned to the people when the fire resumed its ravages. In the less congested parts of the city, however, so that, while the toll of human life was not so great, the destruction of temples and of porticos dedicated to pleasure was on a wider scale. The second fire produced the greater scandal of the two, as it had broken out on Aemilian property of Tigellinus, and appearances suggested that Nero was seeking the glory of founding a new capital and endowing it with his own name. Rome, in fact, is divided into 14 regions, of which 4 remained intact, while 3 were laid level with the ground. In the other 7, nothing survived but a few dilapidated and half-burnt relics of houses. It would not be easy to attempt an estimate of the private dwellings, tenement blocks, and temples which were lost, but the flames consumed in their old-world sanctity the great altar and chapel of the Arcadian Evander to the present Hercules, the shrine of Jupiter Stator vowed by Romulus, the palace of Numa, and the holy place of Vesta with the penates of the Roman people. To these must be added the precious trophies won upon so many fields, the glories of Greek art, and yet again the primitive and uncorrupted memorials of literary genius, so that, despite the striking beauty of the re-arisen city, the older generation recollects much that it proved impossible to replace. There were those who noted that the first outbreak of the fire took place on the 19th of July, the anniversary of the capture and burning of Rome by the Senones. Others have pushed their researches so far as to resolve the interval between the two fires into equal numbers of years, of months, and of days. However, Nero turned to account the ruins of his fatherland by building a palace, the marvels of which were to consist not so much in gems and gold, materials long familiar and vulgarized by luxury, as in fields and lakes and the air of solitude given by wooded ground, alternating with clear tracts and open landscapes. The architects and engineers were Severus and Sylla, who had the ingenuity and the courage to try the force of art even against the veto of nature, and to fritter away the resources of a Caesar. They had undertaken to sink a navigable canal running from Lake Avernus to the mouths of the Tiber, along a desolate shore or through intervening hills. For the one district along the route moist enough to yield a supply of water is the Pomptine Marsh, the rest being cliff and sand, which could be cut through, if at all, only by intolerable exertions, for which no sufficient motive existed. Nonetheless, Nero, with his passion for the incredible, made an effort to tunnel the height nearest the Avernus, and some evidences of that futile ambition survive. In the capital, however, the districts spared by the palace were rebuilt, not, as after the Gallic fire, indiscriminately and piecemeal, but in measured lines of streets, with broad thoroughfares, buildings of restricted height, and open spaces, while colonnades were added as a protection to the front of the tenement blocks. These colonnades Nero offered to erect at his own expense, and also to hand over the building sites, clear of rubbish, to the owners. He made a further offer of rewards proportioned to the rank and resources of the various claimants, and fixed a term within which houses or blocks of tenement must be completed, if the bounty was to be secured. As the receptacle of the refuse, he settled upon the Ostian marshes, and gave orders that vessels which had carried grain up the Tiber must run downstream laden with debris. The buildings themselves, to an extent definitely specified, were to be solid, untimbered structures of Gabine or Alban stone, that particular stone being proof against fire. Again, there was to be a guard to ensure that the water supply, intercepted by private lawlessness, should be available for public purposes in greater quantities and at more points. Appliances for checking fire were to be kept by everyone in the open. There were to be no joint partitions between buildings, but each was to be surrounded by its own walls. These reforms, welcomed for their utility, were also beneficial to the appearance of the new capital. Still, there were those who held that the old form had been the more salubrious, as the narrow streets and high-built houses were not so easily penetrated by the rays of the sun, while now the broad expanses, with no protecting shadows, glowed under a more oppressive heat. So far, the precautions taken were suggested by human prudence. Now means were sought for appeasing deity, and application was made to the Sibylline books, at the injunction of which public prayers were offered to Vulcan, Ceres, and Proserpine, while Juno was propitiated by the matrons, first in the capital, then at the nearest point of the seashore, where water was drawn for sprinkling the temple and image of the goddess. Ritual banquets and all-night vigils were celebrated by women in the married state, but neither human help nor imperial munificence, nor all the modes of placating heaven, could stifle scandal, or dispel the belief that the fire had taken place by order. Therefore, to scotch the rumour, Nero substituted as culprits, and punished with the utmost refinements of cruelty, a class of men loathed for their vices, whom the crowd styled Christians. Christus, the founder of the name, had undergone the death penalty in the reign of Tiberius, by sentence of the procurator Pontius Pilatus, and the pernicious superstition was checked for a moment, only to break out once more, not merely in Judea, the home of the disease, but in the capital itself, where all things horrible or shameful in the world collect and find a vogue. First, then, the confessed members of the sect were arrested. Next, on their disclosures, vast numbers were convicted, not so much on the count of arson as for hatred of the human race, and derision accompanied their end. They were covered with wild beasts' skins and torn to death by dogs, or they were fastened on crosses, and, when daylight failed, were burned to serve as lamps by night. Nero had offered his gardens for the spectacle, and gave an exhibition in his circus, mixing with the crowd in the habit of a charioteer, or mounted on his car. Hence, in spite of a guilt which had earned the most exemplary punishment, there arose a sentiment of pity, due to the impression that they were being sacrificed not for the welfare of the state, but to the ferocity of a single man. Meanwhile, Italy had been laid waste for contributions of money. The provinces, the federate communities, and the so-called free states were ruined. The gods themselves formed part of the plunder, as the ravaged temples of the capital were drained of the gold dedicated in the triumphs or the vows, the prosperity or the fears of the Roman nation at every epoch. But in Asia and Achaia, not offerings alone, but the images of deity were being swept away, since Acratus and Carinus Secundus had been dispatched into the two provinces. The former was a freedman prepared for any enormity. The latter, as far as words went, was a master of Greek philosophy, but his character remained untinctured by the virtues. Seneca, it was rumoured, to divert the odium of sacrilege from himself, had asked leave to retire to a distant estate in the country, and, when it was not accorded, had feigned illness, a neuralgic affection, he said, and declined to leave his bedroom. Some have put it on record that, by the orders of Nero, poison had been prepared for him by one of his freedmen, Cleonicus by name, and that owing either to the man's revelations or to his own alarms, it was avoided by Seneca, who supported life upon an extremely simple diet of field fruits and, if thirst was insistent, spring water. About the same time, an attempted outbreak of the gladiators at the town of Praeneste was quelled by the company of soldiers stationed as a guard upon the spot. Not before the populace, allured and terrified as always by revolution, had turned its conversation to Spartacus and the calamities of the past. Not long afterwards, news was received of a naval disaster. War was not the cause, for at no other time had peace been so completely undisturbed. But Nero had ordered the fleet to return to Campania by a given date, no allowance being made for hazards of the sea. The helmsmen, therefore, in spite of a raging storm, stood out from Formiae, and, while attempting to round the promontory of Misenum, were driven by a southwest gale onto the beach at Cumae, losing a considerable number of triremes and smaller vessels in crowds. At the close of the year, report was busy with portents heralding disaster to come. Lightning flashes in numbers never exceeded, a comet, a phenomenon to which Nero always made atonement in noble blood, two-headed embryos, human or of the other animals, thrown out in public or discovered in the sacrifices where it is the rule to kill pregnant victims. Again, in the territory of Placentia, a calf was born close to the road with the head grown to a leg, and there followed an interpretation of the soothsayers stating that another head was being prepared for the world. But it would be neither strong nor secret, as it had been repressed in the womb, and had been brought forth at the wayside. Silius Nerva and Vestinus Atticus then entered upon their consulate, the year of a conspiracy no sooner hatched than full grown, for which senators, knights, soldiers, and women themselves had vied in giving their names, not simply through hatred of Nero, but also through partiality for Gaius Piso. Piso sprung from the Calpurnian house, and by his father's high descent uniting in his own person many families of distinction, enjoyed with the multitude a shining reputation for virtue, or for spectacular qualities resembling virtues. For he exercised his eloquence in the defence of his fellow citizens, his liberality in the service of his friends, and even with strangers his conversation and intercourse were marked by courtesy. He was favoured also with those gifts of chance, a tall figure and handsome features. But weight of character and continence in pleasure were absent. He gave full scope to frivolity, to ostentation, and at times to debauchery, a trait which was approved by that majority of men who, in view of the manifold allurements of vice, desire no strictness or marked audacity in the head of the state. The beginning of the conspiracy did not come from his own wish. At the same time, it is not easy for me to say who was its original author, whose the initiative that called into being a project which so many embraced. That its most resolute adherents had been found in Subrius Flavus, the tribune of a Praetorian cohort, and the centurion Sulpicius Asper was proved by the firmness of their end, while Aeneas Lucanus and Plautius Lateranus contributed the vivacity of their hatreds. Lucan had private motives to inflame him. Since Nero was stifling the reputation of his poems and had ordered him not to seek publicity, for he had the vanity to count himself his peer, Lateranus, a consul designate, was brought to the cause, not by an injury but by affection for the commonwealth. On the other hand, Flavius Scaevinus and Afranius Quintianus, both of senatorial rank, belied their repute when they took the lead in so desperate an enterprise. For the mental powers of Scaevinus had been wrecked by debauchery, and his life was one of corresponding languor and somnolence. Quintianus, a notorious degenerate, had been attacked by Nero in a scurrilous poem, and was now intent upon avenging the affront. Scattering allusions, therefore, among themselves or their friends to the crimes of the sovereign, the approaching dissolution of the empire, the need of choosing the saviour of an outworn society, they gathered to their number Claudius Senecio, Servarius Proculus, Volcasis Araricus, Julius Augurinus, Eunatius Gratus, Antonius Natalis, and Marcius Festus, all Roman knights. Of these, Senecio, one of Nero's chief familiars, maintained even then a semblance of friendship, and was exposed in consequence to a larger variety of dangers. Natalis was the partner of Piso in all his secret councils. The rest were seeking hope from revolution. In addition to Subrius and Sulpicius, who have been noticed already, Gavius Silanus and Statius Proximus, tribunes of the Praetorian cohorts, together with their centurions Maximus Scaurus and Venetus Paulus, were called in as men of the sword. Their main strength, however, was considered to lie in Fenius Rufus, the prefect, whose estimable life and character were, in the prince's favour, outweighed by the ferocity and lust of Tigellinus, who persecuted him with calumnies and had repeatedly awakened his alarm by describing him as the paramour of Agrippina, still mourning her and determined upon vengeance. Hence, when his own reiterated statements had convinced the plotters that the commander of the Praetorian Guard had himself entered the lists, they began to show more alacrity in debating the time and place of the assassination. It was asserted that Subrius Flavus had conceived an impulse to attack Nero while he was singing on the stage, or while, during the burning of the palace, he was rushing unguarded from place to place in the night. In one case there were the opportunities of solitude, in the other the very presence of a crowd, to be the fairest witness of such an exploit, had fired his imagination. Only the desire of escape, that eternal enemy of high emprizes, gave him pause. In the meantime, while they were still hesitating, reluctant to abridge the period of hope and fear, a certain Epicharis, who had gained her information by means unknown — she had never previously shown interest in anything honourable — began to animate and upbraid the conspirators. Finally, wearied of their slowness, and happening to be in Campania, she made an effort to undermine the loyalty of the fleet officers at Misenum, and to implicate them in the plot. The beginning of the intrigue was this. In the squadron was a ship captain, Volusius Proculus, one of Nero's agents in the assassination of his mother, but not, he considered, promoted as the importance of the crime deserved. This person, as a former acquaintance of the woman, or possibly the friendship may have been of recent growth, disclosed what his services to Nero had been, and how thankless they had proved, then proceeded to complaints and to a declared intention of settling the account, should occasion offer. He thus gave hope that he might be influenced and win fresh adherents. The help of the fleet, it was reflected, was no slight matter, and opportunities must be plentiful, as Nero delighted in frequent excursions by sea in the neighbourhood of Puteoli and Misenum. Epicharis therefore went further and entered upon a catalogue of the emperor's crimes. Nothing was left either for the Senate or for the people, but a way had been provided by which he might pay the penalty for the ruin of his country. Proculus had only to gird himself to do his part, bringing over his most resolute men to the cause, and look forward to a worthy reward. On the names of the conspirators, however, she observed silence, with the result that Proculus, though he reported what he had heard to Nero, made his disclosure in vain. For Epicharis was summoned, confronted with the informer, and, in the absence of corresponding evidence, silenced him with ease. Still, she was herself detained in custody, Nero having a suspicion that the statements, even if not demonstrated to be true, were not, therefore, false. The plotters, however, moved by the fear of betrayal, decided to hasten on the murder at Baiae, in a village belonging to Piso. Its charms had a fascination for the Caesar, who came frequently and indulged in the bath or the banquet, dispensing with his guards, and the tedious magnificence of his rank. But Piso refused, his pretext being the odium which must be faced if they stained with the blood of an emperor, however contemptible, the sanctities of the guest table and the gods of hospitality. Better in the capital, in that hated palace reared from the spoils of his countrymen, or under the public gaze, to do the deed they had undertaken for the public good. This was for the general ear. Actually, he had an unconfessed misgiving that Lucius Silanus, who, thanks to his exalted lineage and to the training of Gaius Cassius, with whom he had been educated, stood high enough for any dignity, might grasp at the empire, which would be promptly offered to him by the persons who had held aloof from the plot, or who pitied Nero as the victim of a murder. It was commonly believed that Piso had intended at the same time to evade the energy of the consul Vestinus, lest he should arise as the champion of liberty, or by selecting another as emperor, convert the state into a gift of his own bestowing. For in the conspiracy he had no part, though conspiracy was the charge on which Nero satisfied his old hatred of an innocent man. At last they resolved to execute their purpose on the day of the Circensian Games, when the celebration is in honour of Ceres. As the emperor, who rarely left home and secluded himself in his palace or gardens, went regularly to the exhibitions in the circus and could be approached with comparative ease, owing to the gaiety of the spectacle. They had arranged a set programme for the plot. Lateranus, as though asking financial help, would fall in an attitude of entreaty at the emperor's feet, overturn him while off his guard, and hold him down, being as he was a man of intrepid character and a giant physically. Then, as the victim lay prostrate and pinned, the tribunes, the centurions, and any of the rest who had daring enough were to run up and do him to death, the part of protagonist being claimed by Scaevinus, who had taken down a dagger from the Temple of Safety, of Fortune according to other accounts, in the town of Ferentinum, and wore it regularly as the instrument sanctified to a great work. In the interval, Piso was to wait in the temple of Ceres, from which he would be summoned by the prefect Phineas and the others and carried to the camp. He would be accompanied by Claudius's daughter Antonia, with a view to eliciting the approval of the crowd. This is the statement of Pliny. For my own part, whatever his assertion may be worth, I was not inclined to suppress it, absurd as it may seem that, either Antonia should have staked her name and safety on an empty expectation, or Piso, notoriously devoted to his wife, should have pledged himself to another marriage, unless, indeed, the lust of power burns more fiercely than all emotions combined. It is surprising nonetheless how in this mixture of ranks and classes, ages and sexes, rich and poor, the whole affair was kept in secrecy, till the betrayal came from the house of Scaevinus. On the day before the attempt he had a long conversation with Antonius Natalis, after which he returned home, sealed his will, and taking the dagger, mentioned above, from the sheath, complained that it was to be rubbed on a whetstone till the edge glittered. This task he entrusted to his freedman Milichus. At the same time he began a more elaborate dinner than usual, and presented his favourite slaves with their liberty, or in some cases with money. He himself was moody and obviously deep in thought, though he kept up a disconnected conversation with affected cheerfulness. At last he gave the word that bandages for wounds and appliances for stopping hemorrhage were to be made ready. The instructions were again addressed to Milichus. Possibly he was aware of the conspiracy and had so far kept faith. Possibly, as the general account goes, he knew nothing and caught his first suspicions at that moment. About the sequel there is unanimity. For when his slavish brain considered the wages of treason, and unbounded wealth and power floated in the same instant before his eyes, conscience, the safety of his patron, the memory of the liberty he had received, withdrew into the background. For he had also taken his wife's counsel. It was feminine and baser, for she had held before him the further motive of fear, and pointed out that numbers of freedmen and slaves had been standing by, who had witnessed the same incidents as himself. One man's silence would profit nothing, but one man would handle the rewards, he who won the race to give information. At the break of day, then, Milichus went straight to the civilian gardens. He was turned from the door, but on insisting that he was the bearer of great and terrible news, was escorted by the porters to Nero's freedman, Epaphroditus, and by him in due course to Nero, whom he informed of the urgency of the danger, of the desperate character of the conspirators, and of all else that he had heard or conjectured. He also showed the weapon prepared for the assassination, and demanded that the accused should be summoned. Scaevinus was hurried to the spot by soldiers, and opened his defence by replying that the weapon charged against him had long been regarded with veneration by his family, had been kept in his bedroom, and had been purloined by the knavery of his freedmen. The tablets of his will he had quite often sealed, and without taking any particular notice of the days. He had previously made grants of money or freedom to his slaves, but this time more liberally for the simple reason that his means were now slender, and with his creditors pressing he had misgivings about his will. As to his table, it had always been generously provided. His life had been on pleasant lines, and hardly to the taste of austere critics. There had been no bandages for wounds of his ordering, but the accuser, whose other allegations had been patently futile, was adding a charge in which he could play informer and witness alike. He followed up his words with a display of spirit, and attacked the freedman as an unspeakable villain, with so much assurance of look and tone that the informer's tale was on the point of collapse, had not his wife reminded Milichus that Antonius Novalis had had a long and secret interview with Scaevinus, and that both were on intimate terms with Gaius Piso. Natalis accordingly was summoned, and the two were separately questioned as to the nature and the subject of the conversation. Suspicion was now awakened, as their answers failed to tally, and they were thrown into irons. At the sight and threat of torture they broke down. Natalis, however, took the lead. Better acquainted with the conspiracy as a whole, and at the same time more adroit as an accuser, he first admitted the case against Piso, then went on to name Aeneas Seneca, perhaps because he had acted as intermediate between him and Piso, or perhaps to win the good graces of Nero, who in his hatred of Seneca grasped at all methods of suppressing him. Then, when Natalis's disclosure became known, Scaevinus himself, with similar weakness, or else in the belief that all had been told and there was no profit in silence, divulged the rest of the confederates. Of these, Lucan, Quintianus, and Senecio long denied the charge, At last, bribed by a promise of impunity, and by way of excuse for their slowness, they gave the names Lucan of his mother Acilia, Quintianus and Senecio of their principal friends, Glitius Gallus and Annius Pollio, respectively. In the meantime, Nero recollected that Epicharis was in custody on the information of Volusius Proculus, and assuming that female flesh and blood must be unequal to the pain, he ordered her to be racked. But neither the lash nor fire, nor yet the anger of the torturers, who redoubled their efforts rather than be braved by a woman, broke down her denial of the allegations. Thus the first day of torment had been defied. On the next, as she was being dragged back in a chair to a repetition of the agony, her dislocated limbs were unable to support her, she fastened the breastband, which she had stripped from her bosom, in a sort of noose to the canopy of the chair, thrust her neck into it, and throwing the weight of her body into the effort, squeezed out such feeble breath as remained to her. An emancipated slave and a woman, by shielding under this dire coercion men unconnected with her and all but unknown, she had set an example which shone the brighter at a time when persons freeborn and male, Roman knights and senators, untouched by the torture, were betraying each his nearest and his dearest. For Lucan himself and Senecio and Quintianus did not omit to disclose their confederates wholesale, while Nero's terror grew from more to more, though he had multiplied the strength of the guards surrounding his person. He went further and laid the very Capitol under a species of arrest. Maniples held the walls. The sea and the river themselves were occupied. And through squares and houses, even through the country districts and nearest towns, flitted footmen and horsemen, interspersed with Germans, trusted by the emperor because they were foreign. Then followed continuous columns of manacled men, dragged and deposited at the garden doors. And when they entered to plead their cause, cheerfulness towards a plotter, a chance conversation, an unforeseen meeting, an appearance at a banquet or spectacle in his company were taken as crimes, while over and above the pitiless cross-questioning of Nero and Tigellinus, there were the truculent attacks of Fenius Rufus, not yet named by the informers, and struggling to demonstrate his ignorance by browbeating his allies. It was the same Rufus who, when Subrius Flavus at his side inquired by emotion if he should draw his sword and do the bloody deed during the actual inquiry, shook his head and checked the impulse which was already carrying his hand to his hilt. There were those who, after the betrayal of the plot, while Milichus was still in audience, Scaevinus still wavering, urged Piso to make his way to the camp, or mount the rostra, and sound the dispositions of the troops and the people. If his confederates rallied to his attempt, outsiders too would follow, and the movement so started would be trumpeted abroad, a point of prime importance in planning revolutions. Nero had taken no precautions against a step of this kind. Even brave men could lose their nerve in emergencies. What likelihood that his play-actor, accompanied no doubt by Tigellinus and his lemans, would answer force with force? Many things which to the timid looked arduous were accomplished on attempt. It was idle to look for silence and good faith in the minds and persons of many accomplices. Torture or gold would find a way through anything. The men would come who would bind him also and put him at last to an unworthy death. How much more honourably would he perish in the act of taking his country to his heart, of invoking help for liberty. Sooner let the soldiers hold aloof and the commons forsake him, provided that he himself, were his life to be cut short, justified his death in the sight of his ancestors and of his descendants. Piso, unmoved by all this, spent a short time in public, then secluded himself at home, and steeled his spirit against the end, until a body of troops arrived, recruits or men new to the service, and chosen as such by Nero, the veterans being distrusted as tainted by partisanship. His mode of death was to sever the arteries of each arm. His will, marked by disgusting flatteries of Nero, was a concession to his love for his wife, whom, low-born as she was, and recommended only by physical beauty, he had stolen from the bed of one of his friends. The woman was named Satria Galla, her former husband Domitius Silius, and by the complaisance of the latter and the profligacy of the former, Piso's infamy was kept alive. The next killing, that of the consul-designate Plautius Lateranus, was added by Nero to the list with such speed that he allowed him neither to embrace his children nor the usual moment's respite in which to choose his death. Dragged to the place reserved for the execution of slaves, he was slaughtered by the hand of the tribune Tacitus. Resolutely silent and disdaining to reproach the tribune with his complicity in the same affair. There followed the murder of Aeneas Seneca, a joyful event to the sovereign. Not that he had established his connection with the plot, but, as poison had not worked, he was anxious to proceed by the sword. Only Natalis, in fact, mentioned Seneca, nor did his statement go further than that he had been sent to visit him when sick and to make a complaint. Why did he close his door on Piso? It would be better if they cultivated their friendship by meeting on intimate terms. Seneca's answer had been that spoken exchanges and frequent interviews were to the advantage of neither. Still, his own existence depended on the safety of Piso. Gavius Silvanus, tribune of a Praetorian cohort, was instructed to take this report and ask Seneca if he admitted Natalis's words, and his own reply. By accident or design, Seneca that day had returned from Campania and broke his journey at one of his country houses 4 miles out of Rome. Evening was near when the tribune arrived and surrounded the villa with pickets of soldiers. Then he delivered the imperial message to the owner, who was dining with his wife Pompeia Paulina and 2 friends. Seneca rejoined that Natalis had been sent to him and had remonstrated in Piso's name against his refusal to receive his visits. By way of excuse, he had pleaded considerations of health and love of quiet. He had had no reason for ranking the security of a private person higher than his own safety, and his temper was not one which was quick to flattery. No one was better aware of that than Nero, who had more often experienced the frankness of Seneca than his civility. When the tribune made his report in the presence of Poppaea and Tigellinus, the emperor's privy council, in his ferocious moods, Nero demanded if Seneca was preparing for a voluntary death. The officer then assured him that there were no evidences of alarm, and that he had not detected any sadness in his words or looks. He was therefore directed to go back and pronounce the death sentence. Fabius Rusticus states that instead of returning by the road he had come, the tribune went out of his way to the prefect Phineas, and after recapitulating the Caesar's orders, asked if he should obey them, only to be advised by Phineas to carry them out. Fate had made cowards of them all, for Silvanus too was numbered with the plotters, and now he was engaged in adding to the crimes he had conspired to avenge. However, he was so far considerate of his voice and his eyes as to send one of his centurions in to Seneca to announce the last necessity. Seneca, nothing daunted, asked for the tablets containing his will. The centurion refusing, he turned to his friends and called them to witness that, as he was prevented from showing his gratitude for their services, he left them his sole but fairest possession, the image of his life. If they bore it in mind, they would reap the reward of their loyal friendship in the credit accorded to virtuous accomplishments. At the same time, he recalled them from tears to fortitude, sometimes conversationally, sometimes in sterner, almost coercive tones. Where, he asked, were the maxims of your philosophy? Where that reasoned attitude towards impending evils which they had studied through so many years? For to whom had Nero's cruelty been unknown? Nor was anything left him, after the killing of his mother and his brother, but to add the murder of his guardian and preceptor. After these and some similar remarks, which might have been meant for a wider audience, he embraced his wife, and, softening momentarily in view of the terrors at present threatening her, begged her, conjured her to moderate her grief, not to take it upon her forever, but in contemplating the life he had spent in virtue to find legitimate solace for the loss of her husband. Paulina replied by assuring him that she too had made death her choice, and she demanded her part in the executioner's stroke. Seneca, not wishing to stand in the way of her glory, and influenced also by his affection, that he might not leave the woman who enjoyed his whole-hearted love exposed to outrage, now said, "I had shown you the mitigations of life. You prefer the distinction of death. I shall not grudge your setting that example. May the courage of this brave ending be divided equally between us both, but may more of fame attend your own departure. Aforesaid they made the incision in their arms with a single cut. Seneca, since his aged body, emaciated further by frugal living, gave slow escape to the blood, severed as well the arteries in the leg and behind the knee. Exhausted by the racking pains and anxious lest his sufferings might break down the spirit of his wife, and he himself lapse into weakness at the sight of her agony, he persuaded her to withdraw into another bedroom, and, since even at the last moment his eloquence remained at command, he called his secretaries and dictated a long discourse, which has been given to the public in his own words, and which I therefore refrain from modifying. Nero, however, who had no private animosity against Paulina, and did not wish to increase the odium of his cruelty, ordered her suicide to be arrested. Under instructions from the military, her slaves and freedmen bandaged her arms and checked the bleeding, whether without her knowledge is uncertain. For, with the usual readiness of the multitude to think the worst, there were those who believed that so long as she feared an implacable Nero, she had sought the credit of sharing her husband's fate, and then, when a milder prospect offered itself, had succumbed to the blandishments of life. To that life she added a few more years, laudably faithful to her husband's memory and blanched in face and limb to a pallor which showed how great had been the drain upon her vital powers. Seneca, in the meantime, as death continued to be protracted and slow, asked Statius Aeneas, who had long held his confidence as a loyal friend and a skilful doctor, to produce the poison — it had been provided much earlier — which was used for dispatching prisoners condemned by the public tribunal of Athens. It was brought, and he swallowed it, but to no purpose. His limbs were already cold, and his system closed to the action of the drug. In the last resort he entered a vessel of heated water, sprinkling some on the slaves nearest, with the remark that he offered the liquid as a drink offering to Jove the Liberator. He was then lifted into a bath, suffocated by the vapour, and cremated without ceremony. It was the order he had given in his will, at a time when, still at the zenith of his wealth and power, he was already taking thought for his latter end. It was rumoured that Subrius Flavus and the centurions had decided in private conference, though not without Seneca's knowledge, that once Nero had been struck down by the agency of Piso, Piso should be disposed of in his turn, and the empire made over to Seneca, who would thus appear to have been chosen for the supreme power by innocent men, as a consequence of his distinguished virtues. More than this, there was a saying of Flavus in circulation that, so far as disgrace went, it was immaterial if a harper was removed and a tragic actor took his place. For Nero singing to his instrument was matched by Piso singing in his stage costume. But the military conspiracy itself no longer evaded detection, for the informers were stung into denouncing Fenius Rufus, whom they could not tolerate in the double part of accomplice and inquisitor. Accordingly, in the midst of Fenius's browbeating and threats, Scavenus observed with a civil sneer that no one knew more than himself, and presented him with the advice to show his gratitude to so kindly a prince. Fenius was unable to retort either by speech or by silence, tripping over his words and patently terrified, while the rest, and notably the Roman knight Servarius Proculus, strained every nerve for his conviction. He was seized and bound, at the emperor's order, by the private soldier Cassius, who was standing near, in consideration of his remarkable bodily strength. Before long, the evidence of the same group destroyed the tribune Subrius Flavus. At first he sought to make unlikeness of character a ground of defence. A man of the sword, like himself, would never have shared so desperate an enterprise with unarmed effeminates. Then, as he was pressed more closely, he embraced the glory of confession. Questioned by Nero as to the motives which had led him so far as to forget his military oath, "I hated you," he answered, "and yet there was not a man in the army truer to you, as long as you deserved to be loved. I began to hate you when you turned into the murderer of your mother and wife, a chariot driver, an actor, a fire-raiser." I have reported his exact words, for, unlike those of Seneca, they were given no publicity, and the plain, strong sentiments of the soldier were not the less worth knowing. It was notorious that nothing in this conspiracy fell more harshly on the ears of Nero, who was equally ready to commit crimes and unaccustomed to be informed of what he was committing. The execution of Flavus was entrusted to the tribune Veianius Niger. Niger gave orders for a grave to be dug in a neighboring field, where it was criticized by Flavus as neither deep nor broad enough. "Faulty discipline even here," he observed to the soldiers around. When admonished to hold his neck out firmly, "I only hope," he said, "that you will strike as firmly." Shaking violently, the tribune severed the head with some difficulty at 2 blows, and boasted of his brutality to Nero by saying that he had killed with a stroke and a half. The next example of intrepidity was furnished by Sulpicius Asper, who, to Nero's question why he had conspired to murder him, rejoined curtly that it was the only service that could be rendered to his many infamies. He then underwent the ordained penalty. The other centurions as well met their fate without declining from their traditions. But such resolution was not for Fenius Rufus, who imported his lamentations even into his will. Nero was waiting for the consul Vestinus to be also incriminated, regarding him as a violent character and an enemy. But the conspirators had not shared their plans with Vestinus, some through old animosities, the majority because they considered him headstrong and impossible as a partner. Nero's hatred of him had grown out of intimate companionship. Vestinus understanding perfectly and despising the pusillanimity of the sovereign afraid of the masterful friend who so often mocked him with that rough humour which, if it draws too largely on truth, leaves pungent memories behind. An additional and recent motive was that Vestinus had contracted a marriage with Statilia Messalina, though well aware that the Caesar was also among her paramours. Accordingly, with neither a charge nor an accuser forthcoming, Nero, precluded from assuming the character of judge, turned to plain despotic force, and sent out the tribune Gerillanus with a cohort of soldiers under orders to forestall the attempts of the consul, seize what might be termed his citadel, and suppress his chosen corps of youths. Vestinus maintained a house overlooking the Forum, and a retinue of handsome slaves of uniform age. On that day he had fulfilled the whole of his consular functions, and was holding a dinner party, either apprehending nothing or anxious to dissemble whatever he apprehended, when soldiers entered and said the tribune was asking for him. He rose without delay, and all was hurried through in a moment. He shut himself in his bedroom, the doctor was at hand, the arteries were cut. Still vigorous, he was carried into the bath and plunged in hot water, without letting fall a word of self-pity. In the meantime, the guests who had been at table with him were surrounded by guards, nor were they released till a late hour of the night, when Nero, laughing at the dismay which he had been picturing in his mind's eye of the diners who were awaiting destruction after the feast, observed that they had paid dearly enough for their consular banquet. He next ordained the dispatch of Lucan, when his blood was flowing and he felt his feet and hands chilling and the life receding little by little from the extremities. Though the heart retained warmth and sentience, Lucan recalled a passage in his own poem where he had described a wounded soldier dying a similar form of death, and he recited the very verses. Those were his last words. Then Senecio and Quintianus and Scavenus, belying their old effeminacy of life, and then the rest of the conspirators, met their end, doing and saying nothing that calls for remembrance. Meanwhile, however, the city was filled with funerals, and the capital with burnt offerings, here for the killing of a son, there for that of a brother, a kinsman, or a friend. Men were addressing their thanks to heaven, bedecking their mansions with bays, falling at the knees of the sovereign, and persecuting his hand with kisses. And he, imagining that this was joy, recompensed the hurried informations of Antonius Nivalis and Sevarius Proculus by a grant of immunity. Milichus, grown rich on rewards, assumed in its Greek form the title of Saviour. Of the tribunes, Gavius Silanus, though acquitted, fell by his own hand. Statius Proximus stultified the pardon he had received from the emperor by the folly of his end. Then Pompeius, Cornelius Martialis, Flavius Nepos, and Statius Domitius, were deprived of their rank on the ground that, without hating the Caesar, they had yet the reputation of doing so. Novius Priscus, as a friend of Seneca, Glicius Gallus and Annius Pollio, as discredited if hardly convicted, were favoured with sentences of exile. Priscus was accompanied by his wife Artoria Flacilla, Gallus by Ignatia Maximilla, the mistress of a great fortune, at first left intact but afterwards confiscated, two circumstances which redounded equally to her fame. Rufrius Crispinus was also banished. The conspiracy supplied the occasion, but he was detested by Nero as a former husband of Poppaea. To Virginius Flavus and Musonius Rufus expulsion was brought by the lustre of their names, for Virginius fostered the studies of youth by his eloquence, Musonius by the precepts of philosophy. As though to complete the troop and a round number, Cluvidianus Quietus, Julius Agrippa, Blicius Catulinus, Petronius Priscus, and Julius Altinus were allowed the Aegean islands. But Scavenus's wife Sedicia and Caesenius Maximus were debarred from Italy, and by their punishment, and that alone, discovered that they had been on trial. Lucan's mother Acilia was ignored, without acquittal and without penalty. Now that all was over, Nero held a meeting of the troops, and made a distribution of 2,000 sesterces a man, remitting in addition the price of the grain ration previously supplied to them at the current market rate. Then, as if to recount the achievements of a war, he convoked the Senate and bestowed triumphal distinctions on the consular Petronius Topilianus, the praetor designate Caecus Nerva, and the praetorian prefect Tigellinus. Nerva and Tigellinus he exalted so far that, not content with triumphal statues in the Forum, he placed their effigies in the palace itself. Consular insignia were decreed to Nymphidius Sabinus. As Nymphidius now presents himself for the first time, I notice him briefly, for he too will be part of the tragedies of Rome. The son, then, of a freedwoman who had prostituted her handsome person among the slaves and freedmen of emperors, he described himself as the issue of Gaius Caesar, for some freak of chance had given him a tall figure and a lowering brow, or possibly Gaius, whose appetite extended even to harlots, had abused this man's mother with the rest. However, after he had spoken in the Senate, Nero followed by publishing an edict to the people and a collection in writing of the informations laid and the avowals of the condemned. For in the gossip of the multitude he was being commonly attacked for procuring the destruction of great and guiltless citizens from motives of jealousy or of fear. Still, that a conspiracy was initiated, matured, brought home to its authors, was neither doubted at the period by those who were at pains to ascertain the facts, nor is denied by the exiles, who have returned to the capital since the death of Nero. But in the Senate, whilst all members, especially those with most to mourn, were stooping to sycophancy, Junius Gallio, dismayed by the death of his brother Seneca and petitioning for his own existence, was attacked by Salienus Clemens, who styled him the enemy and parricide of his country, until he was deterred by the unanimous request of the fathers that he would avoid the appearance of abusing a national sorrow for the purposes of a private hatred, and would not reawaken cruelty by recurring to matters either settled or cancelled by the clemency of the sovereign. Offerings and thanks were then voted to heaven, the sun, who had an old temple in the circus, where the crime was to be staged, receiving special honour for revealing by his divine power the secrets of the conspiracy. The Circensian games of Ceres were to be celebrated with an increased number of horse races. The month of April was to take the name of Nero. A temple of safety was to be erected on the site from which Scavenus had taken his dagger. That weapon the emperor himself consecrated in the Capitol, and inscribed it, "To Jove the Avenger." At the time the incident passed unnoticed. After the armed rising of the other Avenger, Julius Vindex, it was read as a token and a presage of coming retribution. I find in the records of the Senate that Anicius Cerealis, consul designate, gave it as his opinion that a temple should be built to Nero the Divine as early as possible, and out of public funds. His motion, it is true, merely implied that the prince had transcended mortal eminence and earned the worship of mankind. but it was vetoed by that prince because, by other interpreters, it might be wrested into an omen of and aspiration for his decease. For the honour of divine is not paid to the emperor until he has ceased to live and move among men. Book 16. Nero now became the sport of fortune as a result of his own credulity and the promises of Caecilius Bassus. Punic by origin and mentally deranged, Bassus treated the vision he had seen in a dream by night as a ground of confident expectation, took ship to Rome, and, buying an interview with the emperor, explained that he had found on his estate an immensely deep cavern, which contained a great quantity of gold, not transformed into coin but in unwrought and ancient bullion. For there were ponderous ingots on the floor, while in another part the metal was piled in columns, a treasure which had lain hidden through the centuries in order to increase the prosperity of the present era. The Phoenician Dido, so his argument ran, after her flight from Tyre and her foundation at Carthage, had concealed the hoard, for fear that too much wealth might tempt her young nation to excess, or that the Numidian princes, hostile on other grounds as well, might be fired to arms by the lust of gold. Accordingly, Nero, without sufficiently weighing the credibility either of his informant or of the affair in itself, and without sending to ascertain the truth of the tale, deliberately magnified the report and dispatched men to bring in the spoils, lying, he thought, ready to his hand. The party were given triremes, and to better their speed, picked oarsmen, and throughout those days this one theme was canvassed by the populace with credulity, by the prudent with very different comments. It happened, too, that this was the second period for the celebration of the quinquennial games, and the incident was taken by the orators as the principal text for their panegyrics of the sovereign. For not the customary crops alone, or gold alloyed with other metals, were now produced. The earth gave her increase with novel fecundity, and high heaven sent wealth unsought. And there were other civilities, which they developed with consummate eloquence, and not inferior sycophancy, assured of the easy credence of their dupe. Meanwhile, on the strength of this idle hope, his extravagance grew, and treasures long accumulated were dispersed, on the assumption that others had been vouchsafed which would serve his prodigality for many years. In fact, he was already drawing on this fund for his largesses, and the expectation of wealth was among the causes of national poverty. For Bassus, who had dug up his own land along with a wide stretch of the adjacent plains, always insisting that this or that was the site of the promised cave, and followed not simply by the soldiers but by a whole people of rustics enlisted to carry out the work, at last threw off his delusion, and with an astonished protest that never before had his dreams proved fallible, and that this was a first deception, avoided disgrace and danger by a voluntary death. By some, the statement is made that he was imprisoned, only to be released shortly afterwards, his property being confiscated to replace the Queen's treasure. In the meantime, with the quinquennial contest hard at hand, the Senate attempted to avert a scandal by offering the emperor the victory in song, adding a crown of eloquence, to cover the stigma inseparable from the stage. Nero protested, however, that he needed neither private interest nor the authority of the Senate, he was meeting his competitors on equal terms, and would acquire an honestly earned distinction by the conscientious award of the judges. He began by reciting a poem on the stage. Then, as the crowd clamoured for him to display all his accomplishments, the exact phrase used, he entered the theatre, observing the full rules of the harp, not to sit down when weary, not to wipe away the sweat except with the robe he was wearing, to permit no discharge from the mouth or nostrils to be visible. Finally, on bended knee, a hand kissed in salutation to that motley gathering, he awaited the verdict of the judges in feigned trepidation, and the city rabble, at least, accustomed to encourage the posturing even of the ordinary actor, thundered approval in measured cadences and regulated plaudits. You might have supposed them to be rejoicing, and possibly rejoicing they were, without a care for the national dishonour. But the spectators from remote country towns in the still austere Italy, tenacious of its ancient ways, those novices in wantonness from far-off provinces who had come on a public mission or upon private business, were neither able to tolerate the spectacle nor competent to their degrading task. They flagged with inexperienced hands, they deranged the experts. Often they had to be castigated by the soldiers stationed among the blocks of seats to assure that not a moment of time should be wasted in unmodulated clamour or sluggish silence. It was known that numbers of knights were crushed to death while fighting their way up through the narrow gangway and the inrush of the descending crowd, and that others, through spending day and night on the benches, were attacked by incurable disease. For it was a graver ground of fear to be missing from the spectacle, since there was a host of spies openly present, and more in hiding, to note the names and faces, the gaiety and gloom of the assembly. Hence the lot of the humble was punishment, at once inflicted. In the case of the great, the debt of hatred, dissembled for a moment, was speedily repaid. And the story was told that Vespasian, reprimanded by the freedman Phoebus for closing his eyelids, and screened with difficulty by the prayers of the better party, was only saved later from the impending destruction by his predestined greatness. After the close of the festival, Poppaea met her end through a chance outburst of anger on the part of her husband, who felled her with a kick during pregnancy. That poison played its part I am unable to believe, though the assertion is made by some writers less from conviction than from hatred. For Nero was desirous of children, and love for his wife was a ruling passion. The body was not cremated in the Roman style, but in conformity with the practice of foreign courts, was embalmed by stuffing with spices, then laid to rest in the mausoleum of the Julian race. Still, a public funeral was held, and the emperor at the rostra eulogized her beauty, the fact that she had been the mother of an infant daughter now divine, and other favours of fortune which did duty for virtues. To the death of Poppaea, outwardly regretted but welcome to all who remembered her profligacy and cruelty, Nero added a fresh measure of odium by prohibiting Gaius Cassius from attendance at the funeral. It was the first hint of mischief. Nor was the mischief long delayed. Silanus was associated with him, their only crime being that Cassius was eminent for a great hereditary fortune and an austere character, Silanus for a noble lineage and a temperate youth. Accordingly, the emperor sent a speech to the Senate arguing that both should be removed from public life, and objecting to the former that, among his other ancestral effigies, he had honoured a bust of Gaius Cassius inscribed, "To the leader of the cause." The seeds of civil war and revolt from the house of the Caesars, such were the objects he had pursued. And, not to rely merely on the memory of a hated name as an incentive to faction, he had taken to himself a partner in Lucius Silanus, a youth of noble family and headstrong temper, who was to be his figurehead for a revolution. He then attacked Silanus himself in the same strain as his uncle Torquatus, alleging that he was already apportioning the responsibilities of empire and appointing freedmen to the charge of accounts, documents, and correspondence. An indictment at once frivolous and false, for the prevalent alarms had made Silanus vigilant, and his uncle's doom has terrified him into especial caution. Next, so-called informers were introduced to forge against Lepida, wife of Cassius, aunt of Silanus, a tale of incest committed with her brother's son, and of magical ceremonies. The senators Vulcasius Tolenus and Cornelius Marcellus were brought in as accomplices, with the Roman knight Calpurnius Fabatus. Their imminent condemnation they cheated by appealing to the emperor, and later, as being of minor importance, made good their escape from Nero, now fully occupied by crimes of the first magnitude. Then, by decree of the Senate, sentences of exile were registered against Cassius and Silanus. On the case of Lepida, the Caesar was to pronounce. Cassius was deported to the island of Sardinia, and old age left to do its work. Silanus, ostensibly bound for Naxos, was removed to Ostia, and afterwards confined in an Apulian town by the name of Barium. There, while supporting with philosophy his most unworthy fate, he was seized by a centurion sent for the slaughter. To the suggestion that he should cut an artery, he replied that he had in fact made up his mind to die, but could not excuse the assassin his glorious duty. The centurion, however, noticing that, if unarmed, he was very strongly built and betrayed more anger than timidity, ordered his men to overpower him. Silanus did not fail to struggle, and to strike with what vigour his bare fists permitted, until he dropped under the sword of the centurion, as upon a field of battle, his wounds in front. With not less courage, Lucius Vetus, his mother-in-law Sextia, and his daughter Polyta met their doom. They were loathed by the emperor, who took their life to be a standing protest against the slaying of rebellious Plautus, the son-in-law of Vetus. But the opportunity for laying bare his ferocity was supplied by the freedman Fortunatus, who, after embezzling his patron's property, now deserted him to turn accuser, and called to his aid Claudius Dimianus, imprisoned for heinous offences by Vetus in his proconsulate of Asia, but now freed by Nero as the recompense of delation. Apprised of this, and gathering that he and his freedmen were to meet in the struggle as equals, the accused left for his estate at Formiae. There he was placed under a tacit surveillance by the military. He had with him his daughter, who, apart from the impending danger, was embittered by a grief which lasted since the day when she watched the assassins of her husband Plautus. She had clasped the bleeding neck and still treasured her blood-flecked robe, widowed, unkempt, unconsoled, and fasting except for a little sustenance to keep death at bay. Now, at the prompting of her father, she went to Naples, and, debarred from access to Nero, besieged his doors, crying to him to give ear to the guiltless and not surrender to a freedman, the one-time partner of his consulate, sometimes with female lamentations, and again in threatening accents which went beyond her sex, until the sovereign showed himself inflexible alike to prayer and to reproach. Accordingly she carried word to her father to abandon hope and accept the inevitable. At the same time, news came that arrangements were being made for a trial in the Senate and a merciless verdict. Nor were there wanting those who advised him to name the Caesar as a principal heir, and thus safeguard the residue for his grandchildren. Rejecting the proposal, however, so as not to sully a life passed in a near approach to freedom, by an act of civility at the close, he distributed among his slaves what money was available. All portable articles he ordered them to remove for their own uses, reserving only 3 couches for the final scene. Then, in the same chamber, with the same piece of steel, they severed their veins, and, hurriedly, wrapped in the single garment which decency prescribed, they were carried to the baths, the father gazing on his daughter, the grandmother on her grandchild, and she on both, all praying with rival earnestness for a quick end to the failing breath, so that they might leave their kith and kin still surviving and assured of death. Fate observed the proper order, and the 2 eldest passed away the first, then Polyta in her early youth. They were indicted after burial. The verdict was that they should be punished in the fashion of our ancestors, and Nero, interposing, allowed them to die unsupervised. Such were the comedies that followed when the deed of blood was done. Publius Gallus, a Roman knight, for being intimate with Fenius Rufus, and not unacquainted with Vetus, was interdicted from fire and water. The freedman, an accuser, was rewarded for his service by a seat in the theatre among the tribunician runners. The months following April, otherwise known as Neronius, were renamed, May taking the style of Claudius, June that of Germanicus. According to the testimony of Cornelius Orfitus, the author of the proposal, the alteration in the case of June was due to the fact that already the execution of 2 Torquati for their crimes had made Junius a sinister name. Upon this year, disgraced by so many deeds of shame, heaven also set its mark by tempest and disease. Campania was wasted by a whirlwind, which far and wide wrecked the farms, the fruit trees, and the crops, and carried its fury to the neighbourhood of the capital, where all classes of men were being decimated by a deadly epidemic. No outward sign of a distempered air was visible, Yet the houses were filled with lifeless bodies, the streets with funerals. Neither sex nor age gave immunity from danger. Slaves and the freeborn populace alike were summarily cut down, amid the laments of their wives and children, who themselves infected while tending or mourning the victims, were often burnt upon the same pyre. Knights and senators, though they perished on all hands, were less deplored, as if by undergoing the common lot, they were cheating the ferocity of the emperor. In the same year, levies were held in Narbonese Gaul, Africa, and Asia, to recruit the legions of Illyricum, in which all men incapacitated by age or sickness were being discharged from the service. The emperor alleviated the disaster at Lugdunum by a grant of 4 million sesterces to repair the town's losses, the same amount which Lugdunum had previously offered in aid of the misfortunes of the capital. In the consulate of Gaius Suetonius and Lucius Telesinus and Titius Socianus, who had, as I have said, been sentenced to exile for composing scurrilous verses upon Nero, heard of the honour paid to informers and of the emperor's alacrity for bloodshed. Reckless by temperament, with a quick eye for opportunities, he used the similarity of their fortunes in order to ingratiate himself with Paminus, who was an exile in the same place and, as a noted astrologer, had wide connections of friendship. He believed it was not for nothing that messengers were forever coming to consult Paminus, to whom, as he discovered at the same time, a yearly pension was allowed by Publius Antaeus. He was further aware that Paminus's affection for Agrippina had earned him the hatred of Nero, that his riches were admirably calculated to excite cupidity, and that this was a circumstance which proved fatal to many. He therefore intercepted a letter from Antaeus, stole in addition the papers concealed in Paminus's archives, which contained his horoscope and career, and, lighting at the same time on the astrologer's calculations with regard to the birth and life of Astorius Scapula, wrote to the emperor that, could he be granted a short respite from his banishment, he would bring him grave news conducive to his safety. For Antaeus and Ostorius had designs upon the empire, and were peering into their destinies and that of the prince. Fast galleys were at once sent out, and Socianus arrived in haste. The moment his information was divulged, Antaeus and Ostorius were regarded not as incriminated, but as condemned, so much so that not a man would become signatory to the will of Antaeus until Tigellinus came forward with his sanction, first warning the testator not to defer his final dispositions. Antaeus swallowed poison, but, disgusted by its slowness, found a speedier death by cutting his arteries. Ostorius at the moment was on a remote estate on the Ligurian frontier, and thither a centurion was dispatched to do the murder quickly. A motive for speed was given by the fact that Ostorius, the owner of a considerable military reputation and a civic crown earned in Britain, had, by his great bodily powers and skill in arms, inspired Nero with a fear that he might possibly attack his sovereign, always cowardly and more than ever terrified by the lately discovered plot. The centurion then, after guarding the exits from the villa, disclosed the imperial orders to Ostorius. The victim turned against himself the courage which he had often evinced in the face of the enemy, finding that, although he had opened his veins, the blood ran slowly. He had recourse to a slave, for one service alone, to hold up a dagger steadily. Then he drew his hand nearer and met the steel with his throat. Even had I been narrating campaigns abroad and lives laid down for the Commonwealth, and narrating them with the same uniformity of incident, I should myself have lost appetite for the task, and I should expect the tedium of others, repelled by the tale of Roman deaths, honourable perhaps, but tragic and continuous. As it is, this slave-like patience and the profusion of blood wasted at home weary the mind and oppress it with melancholy. The one concession I would ask from those who shall study these records is that they would permit me not to hate the men who died with so little spirit. It was the anger of heaven against the Roman realm, an anger which you cannot, as in the case of beaten armies or captured towns, mention once and for all and proceed upon your way. Let us make this concession to the memory of the nobly born, that, As in the last rites they are distinguished from the vulgar dead, so when history records their end, each shall receive and keep his special mention. For in the course of a few days there fell in a single band Aeneas Mela, Anicius Cerealis, Rufrius Crispinus, and Titus Petronius. Mela and Crispinus were Roman knights of senatorial rank, the latter once commander of the Praetorian Guards, and decorated with the consular insignia, but latterly banished to Sardinia on a charge of conspiracy, committed suicide on reception of the news that his death had been ordered. Mela, son of the same parents as Gallio and Seneca, had refrained from seeking office, as he nursed the paradoxical ambition of equaling the influence of a consular while remaining a simple knight. At the same time he held that the shorter road to the acquiry of wealth lay in the procuratorships handling private business of the sovereign. He was also the father of Lucan, a considerable enhancement of his fame. After his son's death he called in the debts owing to the estate with a vigour which raised up an accuser in Fabius Romanus, one of Lucan's intimate friends, a fictitious charge that knowledge of the plot had been shared between father and son was backed by a forged letter from Lucan. Nero, after inspecting it, gave orders that it was to be carried to Mela. Mela took what was then the favoured way of death and opened an artery, first penning a codicil by which he bequeathed a large sum to Tigellinus and his son-in-law Cossutianus Capito, in hopes of saving the rest of the will. A postscript to the codicil, written in appearance as a protest against the iniquity of his doom, stated that while he himself was dying without a cause for his execution, Rufrius Crispinus and Anicius Cerealis remained in the enjoyment of life, though bitterly hostile to the emperor. The statement was considered to be a fiction, invented in the case of Crispinus because death had been inflicted, in that of Cerealis to make certain its infliction. But not long afterwards he took his own life, exciting less pity than the others, as memories remained of his betrayal of the conspiracy to Gaius Caesar. Petronius calls for a brief retrospect. He was a man whose day was passed in sleep, his nights in the social duties and amenities of life. Others' industry may raise to greatness. Petronius had idled into fame. Nor was he regarded like the common crowd of spendthrifts as a debauchee and wastrel, but as the finished artist of extravagance. His words and actions had a freedom and a stamp of self-abandonment which rendered them doubly acceptable by an air of native simplicity. Yet as proconsul of Bithynia, and later as consul, he showed himself a man of energy and competent to affairs. Then, lapsing into the habit, or copying the features, of vice, he was adopted into the narrow circle of Nero's intimates as his arbiter of elegance, the jaded emperor finding charm and delicacy in nothing save what Petronius had commended. His success awoke the jealousy of Tigellinus against an apparent rival, more expert in the science of pleasure than himself. He addressed himself, therefore, to the sovereign's cruelty, to which all other passions gave pride of place, arraigning Petronius for friendship with Scaevinus, while suborning one of his slaves to turn informer, withholding all opportunity of defence, and placing the greater part of his household under arrest. In those days, as it chanced, the Caesar had migrated to Campania, and Petronius, after proceeding as far as Cumae, was being there detained in custody. He declined to tolerate further the delays of fear or hope, yet still did not hurry to take his life, but caused his already severed arteries to be bound up to meet his whim, then opened them once more and began to converse with his friends, in no grave strain and with no view to the fame of a stout-hearted ending. He listened to them as they rehearsed, not discourses upon the immortality of the soul, or the doctrines of philosophy, but light songs and frivolous verses. Some of his slaves tasted of his bounty, a few of the lash. He took his place at dinner and drowsed a little so that death, if compulsory, should at least resemble nature. Not even in his will did he follow the routine of suicide by flattering Nero or Tigellinus, or another of the mighty, but, prefixing the names of the various catamites and women, detailed the imperial debauches and the novel features of each act of lust, and sent the document under seal to Nero. His signet ring he broke, lest it should render dangerous service later. While Nero doubted how the character of his knights was gaining publicity, there suggested itself the name of Cilia, the wife of a senator and therefore a woman of some note, requisitioned by himself for every form of lubricity, and on terms of the closest intimacy with Petronius. She was now driven into exile for failing to observe silence upon what she had seen and undergone. Here the motive was a hatred of his own. But Minucius Thermus, an ex-praetor, he sacrificed to the animosities of Tigellinus. For a freedman of Thermus had brought certain damaging charges against the favourite, which he himself expiated by the pains of torture, his patron by an unmerited death. After the slaughter of so many of the noble, Nero in the end conceived the ambition to extirpate virtue herself by killing Thracia Paetus and Barria Serranus. To both he was hostile from of old, and against Thracia there were additional motives. For he had walked out of the Senate, as I have mentioned, during the discussion on Agrippina, and at the festival of the Juvenalia his services had not been conspicuous, a grievance which went the deeper that in Patavium, his native place, the same Thracia had sung in tragic costume at the games instituted by the Trojan Antenor. Again, on the day when sentence of death was all but passed on the praetor Antistius for his lampoons on Nero, he proposed and carried a milder penalty, and after deliberately absenting himself from the vote of divine honours to Poppaea, he had not assisted at her funeral. These memories were kept from fading by Cossutianus Capito, for apart from his character with its sharp trend to crime, he was embittered against Thracia, whose influence, exerted in support of the Cilician envoys prosecuting Capito for extortion, had cost him the verdict. He preferred other charges as well. At the beginning of the year, Thracia evaded the customary oath. Though the holder of a quindecimviral priesthood, he took no part in the national vows. He had never offered a sacrifice for the welfare of the emperor or for his celestial voice. Once a constant and indefatigable member, who showed himself the advocate or the adversary of the most commonplace resolutions of the fathers, for 3 years he had not set foot within the curia, and but yesterday, when his colleagues were gathering with emulous haste to crush Silanus and Vetus, he had preferred to devote his leisure to the private cases of his clients. Matters were come already to a schism and to factions. If many made the same venture, it was war. As once he said, "This discord-loving state prated of Caesar and Cato, so now, Nero, it prates of yourself and Thracia." And he has his followers, his satellites rather, who affect not as yet the contumacity of his opinions, but his bearing and his looks, and whose stiffness and austerity are designed for an impeachment of your wantonness. To him alone your safety is a thing uncared for, your talents a thing unhonoured. The imperial happiness he cannot brook. Can he not even be satisfied with the imperial bereavements and sorrows? Not to believe Poppaea deity bespeaks the same temper that will not swear to the acts of the deified Augustus and the deified Julius. He contemns religion, he abrogates law. The journal of the Roman people is scanned throughout the provinces and armies with double care for news of what Thracia has not done. Either let us pass over to his creed, if it is the better, or let these seekers after a new world lose their chief and their instigator. It is the sect that produced the Tuberones and the Favoni, names unloved even in the old republic. In order to subvert the empire, they make a parade of liberty. The empire overthrown, they will lay hands on liberty itself. You have removed Cassius to little purpose, if you intend to allow these rivals of the Bruti to multiply and flourish. A word in conclusion. Write nothing yourself about Thracia. Leave the Senate to decide between us. Nero fanned still more the eager fury of Cossutianus, and reinforced him with the mordant eloquence of Eprius Marcellus. As to Barria Serranus, the Roman knight, Ostorius Sabinus had already claimed him for his own, in a case arising from Serranus's proconsulate of Asia, during which he increased the emperor's malignity by his fairness and his energy, by the care he had spent upon clearing the harbour of Ephesus, and by his failure to punish the city of Pergamum, for employing force to prevent the loot of its statues and paintings by the Caesarean freedman Acratus. But the charges preferred were friendship with Plautus and popularity hunting in his province with a view of the winning of it for the cause of revolution. The time chosen for the condemnation was the moment when Tiridates was on the point of arriving to be invested with the crown of Armenia, the object being that, with public curiosity diverted to foreign affairs, domestic crime might be thrown into shadow, or possibly that the imperial greatness might be advertised by the royal feat of slaughtering illustrious men. The whole city then streamed out to welcome the emperor and inspect the king, but Thracia was ordered to avoid the reception. He showed no dejection, but drew up a note to Nero asking for the allegations against him, and stating that he would rebut them if he was allowed cognizance of the charges and faculties for reply. Nero took the note eagerly, in hopes that Thracia, in a moment of panic, had written something which might enhance the glory of the emperor and sully his own reputation. As this proved not to be the case, and he himself took alarm at the looks and spirit and frankness of an innocent man, he ordered the Senate to be convened. Thracia now consulted with his closest friends whether to attempt or to scorn defence. The advice offered was conflicting. Those who favoured his entering the Senate House argued that they were certain of his firmness. He would say nothing but what increased his glory. It was for the spiritless and the timid to draw a veil over their latter end. Let the nation see a man who could face his death. Let the Senate listen to words inspired, it might be thought, by some deity, and superior to human utterance. Even Nero might be moved by the sheer miracle. But if he persisted in his cruelty, the afterworld at least must discriminate between the record of an honourable death and the cowardice of those who perished in silence. Those, on the other hand, who held that he ought to wait at home, expressed the same opinion of Thracia himself, but urged that he was threatened with mockery and humiliation. It would be better not to lend his ear to invectives and to insults. Cosutianus and Eprius were not the only men ready and eager for villainy. There were others besides who, in their brutality, might perhaps venture upon physical violence, and even the respectable might follow through fear. Let him rather spare the Senate, of which he had been so great an ornament, the ignominy of such a crime, and leave it uncertain what would have been the decision of the fathers when they saw Thracia upon his trial. To touch Nero with shame for his infamies was an idle dream, and it was much more to be feared that he would exercise his cruelty on Thracia's wife, his daughter, and the other objects of his affection. Therefore let him seek, unstained and unpolluted, an end as glorious as theirs, by whose walk and pursuits he had guided his life. Arulinus Rusticus, young and ardent, was present at the conclave, and, in his thirst for fame, offered to veto the resolution of the Senate, for he was a plebeian tribune. Thracia checked his enthusiasm, dissuading him from an attempt, futile in itself and profitless to the accused, but fatal to its maker. His own time, he said, was over, and he must not abandon the method of life which he had observed without a break for so many years. But Rusticus was at the beginning of his official career, and his future was uncompromised. He must weigh well beforehand in his own mind what course of public life he would embark upon in such an age. The question whether it was proper for him to enter the Senate he reserved for his private consideration. On the following morning, however, 2 Praetorian cohorts in full equipment occupied the temple of Venus Genetrix. A body of men wearing the toga but with swords unconcealed had beset the approach to the Senate, and companies of soldiers were scattered through the fora and basilicae. Under their eyes and their menaces, the senators entered their meeting place and listened to the emperor's speech as read by his quaestor. Without mentioning any person by name, he taxed the fathers with deserting the public service and setting the example of indolence to Roman knights. For what wonder that members failed to appear from distant provinces when many who had attained the consulate and priesthoods preferred to spend their energies upon the embellishment of their pleasure grounds. It was a weapon for the accusers, and they grasped it. The attack was opened by Cosutianus, Then Marcellus declaimed with greater violence, "Supreme interests of state were at issue. The contumacity of his inferiors was wearing down the lenience of the sovereign. Hitherto the fathers had been overindulgent, permitting themselves, as they did, to be mocked with impunity by Thracia, who was meditating revolt, by his son-in-law Helvidius Priscus, who affected the same insanity, by Peconius Agrippinus, again heir of his father's hatred for emperors, and by that scribbler of abominable verses, Curtius Montanus. In the Senate he missed an ex-consul, in the national vows a priest, at the oath of allegiance a citizen, unless, defiant of the institutions and rights of their ancestors, Thracia had openly assumed the part of traitor and public enemy. To be brief, let him come, this person who was accustomed to enact the complete senator, and to protect the slanderers of the prince. Let him come and state in a motion what he would have amended or altered. They would bear more easily with his censures of this or that than they now bore with his all-condemning silence. Was it the worldwide peace, or victories gained without loss of the armies that met with his displeasure, a man who mourned over the nation's happiness, who treated forum and theatre and temple as a desert, who held out his own exile as a threat, must not have his perverse ambition gratified. In Thracia's eyes these were no senatorial resolutions. There were no magistracies, no Rome. Let him break with life, and with a country which he had long ceased to love, and now to look upon. While Marcellus spoke to this and the like effect, grim and menacing as always, there reigned in the Senate not that familiar sadness grown habitual now through the rapid succession of perils, but a new and deeper terror, as they saw the hands of the soldiers on their weapons. At the same time, the venerable form of Thracia himself rose before the mind, and there were those who pitied Helvidius also, soon to pay the penalty of an innocent connection. What had been alleged against Agrippinus, except the tragic fate of his father, since he too, though equally guiltless, had fallen by the cruelty of Tiberius? As to Montanus, a youth without vice, a poet without venom, he was being driven from the country purely because he had given evidence of his talent. In the meantime, Ostorius Sabinus, the accuser of Serranus, entered and began his speech, dwelling upon the friendship of the defendant with Rubellius Plautus, and upon his governorship of Asia, which he had treated rather as a position conveniently adapted to his own distinction than with a view to the public interest, as he had shown by fostering the seditious tendencies of the cities. This was an old story. What was new and used for implicating the daughter of Serranus in her father's danger was a charge that she had distributed money to magicians. That had, in fact, happened, owing to the filial piety of Servilia, for so the girl was called, who, influenced by love for her father and at the same time by the imprudence of her years, had consulted them, though on no other point than the safety of her family, and the chances that Nero would prove placable, and the trial by the Senate produce no tragic result. She was therefore summoned before the Senate, and at opposite ends of the consular tribunal stood an aged parent, and facing him his daughter, who had not yet reached her 20th year. Condemned to widowhood and loneliness by the recent exile of her husband Annius Pollio, and not even lifting her eyes to her father, whose dangers she seemed to have aggravated. When the accuser then demanded if she had sold her bridal ornaments, if she had stripped the necklace from her neck, in order to gather money for the performance of magic rites, she at first threw herself to the ground in a long and silent fit of weeping. Then, embracing the altar steps and the altar, exclaimed, "I have resorted to no impious gods, to no spells, nor in my unblessed prayers have I asked for anything but that you, Caesar, and that you, sirs, should preserve in safety this best of fathers. My jewels and robes, and the emblems of my rank I gave as I should have given my blood and life, had they demanded them. It is for those men, strangers to me before, to see to it what repute they bear, what arts they practice. The emperor I have never mentioned except as deity, but my most unhappy father knows nothing, and if there is crime, I have sinned alone." She was still speaking when Serranus caught up her words and cried that, She had not gone with him to his province. From her age she could not have been known to Plautus, and she was not implicated in the charges against her husband. They should take her case separately. She was guilty only of an overstrained sense of duty, and as for himself, let him undergo any and every fate. At the same moment he rushed to the arms of his daughter, who ran to meet him. But the lictors threw themselves between, and prevented both. Next the evidence was called, and the pity awakened by the barbarity of the prosecution found its equal in the anger caused by Publius Ignatius in the part of witness. A client of Serranus, now brought to procure the destruction of his friend, he affected the grave pose of the Stoic school, trained as he was to catch by manner and by look the very features of integrity, while at heart treacherous, wily, a dissembler of cupidity and lust. Those qualities gold laid bare, and he became an example, pointing men to caution, not more against the villain clothed in dishonesty or stained by crime, than against those who seek in honourable attainments a cloak for falsehood and for treason in friendship. The same day, however, produced also an example of honour. It was furnished by Cassius Asclepiadotus, by his great wealth the first citizen of Bithynia, who with the same devotion as he had accorded to Serranus in his heyday, refused to desert him when near his fall, was stripped of his entire fortune, and was driven into exile, as a proof of heaven's impartiality towards good and evil. Thracia, Serranus, and Servilia were accorded free choice of death. Helvidius and Paconius were expelled from Italy. Montanus was spared out of consideration for his father, with the proviso that his official career should not be continued. Of the accusers, Eprius and Cossutianus received a grant of 5,000,000 sesterces each. Ostorius one of 1,200,000, with the questorian decorations. The consul's questor was then sent to Thracia. He was spending the time in his gardens, and the day was already closing in for evening. He had brought together a large party of distinguished men and women, his chief attention being given to Demetrius, a master of the Cynic creed, with whom, to judge from his serious looks and the few words which caught the ear when they chanced to raise their voices, he was debating the nature of the soul and the divorce of spirit and body. At last Domitius Sicilianus, an intimate friend, arrived, and informed him of the decision reached by the Senate. Accordingly, among the tears and expostulations of the company, Thracia urged them to leave quickly, without linking their own hazardous lot to the fate of a condemned man. Arria, who aspired to follow her husband's ending and the precedent set by her mother and namesake, he advised to keep her life and not deprive the child of their union of her one support. He now walked on to the colonnade, where the questor found him nearer to joy than to sorrow, because he had ascertained that Helvidius, his son-in-law, was merely debarred from Italy. Then, taking the decree of the Senate, he led Helvidius and Demetrius into his bedroom, offered the arteries of both arms to the knife, and when the blood had begun to flow, sprinkled it upon the ground, and called the questor nearer. "We are making a libation," he said, "to Jove the Liberator. Look, young man, and may heaven, indeed, avert the omen. But you have been born into times now it is expedient to steel the mind with instances of firmness." Soon, as the slowness of his end brought excruciating pain, turning his gaze upon Demetrius. The text of the Annals by Tacitus ends abruptly here. Martin Swain was reading the Annals by Tacitus for Ukemi Audiobooks. For full details of Ukemi recordings, go to ukemiaudiobooks.com.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.